Hey everybody, before this video starts, I just wanted to do a quick shout out for a family friend. This isn't like a paid sponsorship or anything, but they have a store where they sell CBD and THC infused honey and candy and stuff. It's called D's Bees Honey. That's dzbzhoney.com. And fun fact, the logo for the company was actually made by Rom. But if you're into THC or CBD honey and that stuff, I'll leave a link in the description. And I just wanted to give them a shout out and show them some support. They did give me a discount code that I can give to you all, so if you do want to buy some and you use the code Somnium, then I think you'll get like 20% off. But yeah, I hope you enjoy this story. It's one that I've been working on for like 2 years now, and I'm excited to have it done. And with that said, enjoy the story. Welcome, friend. Come on in. It's storming out there. We've lost power, but it's dry and warm inside. Grab a blanket and join us by the fire before you freeze. We got plenty of room. It's not safe to be wandering around in the dark, not out here where the closest town is 5 miles away by foot. You won't see any cell towers, I can promise you that. No Wi-Fi out in these woods either. Folks in town like to call it a lake, but make no mistake, this here is all swampland. If you get lost, you're likely to end up as gator bait, or worse. Never you mind, though. You'll be safe here. Long as we have this fire, we can ride the storm out till morning. I'm Alex, and that pretty thing in the green sweater is my wife, Trish. Our nephew, Ethan, is the shy fellow staring at his feet like he wasn't raised with manners. Personally, I think he was dropped on his head before he had that wiry mop of curls to cushion his fall. Now, what did you say your name was? Great, nice to meet you. I won't ask how you came to be out here all alone on a night like this. It's none of my business, but I hope you won't take offense to an old soul's ramblings. I was just about to educate the young one on some local history when we heard your knock. I'm not embarrassed to say that I nearly jumped out of my skin, but you're not one of them. I could tell as soon as I saw you. Tell me, do you believe in ghosts? You know, spirits. Ah, that's okay. What better time to learn? Nobody knows how it started. Before Columbus sailed across the ocean, the Indians already knew to stay away. Not even braves ventured into these woods, afraid of bad medicine, as they called it. The first white settlement, no, not Roanoke, the first settlement. Few people heard of it. No historians ever came, that's for sure. Unlike Roanoke, there was no one to come looking for these folks. You know what? Let me start from the beginning. We have plenty of time. The year was 1565. Decades before Roanoke. Peasants weren't allowed to hunt. All game was property of the nobles. When times grew hard, desperate men, mostly outlaws and laborers, decided to take their chances on the ocean. They heard sailors' tales of paradise where the land is open and fertile. A single stolen ship carrying men, women, and children fled Europe in the dead of night, never to return. The treacherous journey lasted 8 months, and many perished along the way. The dead were thrown overboard with little ceremony until food rations ran low. In the end, 58 survivors made it to the New World. Desperate to be away from the smell of death, they went ashore as a group. The sandy beach was empty, and the surrounding woods were vast. Their leader was a large man named James Smith. He and first mate Grant Cook led their people into the forest. They cleared land and built a settlement near the lake. It really was a lake back then. The water was clean and clear, not green and smelly like it is now. Nothing strange happened in the first year, almost like something waited until they were trapped, letting them get nice and cozy while they scrapped the boat for parts, while they built their homes and planted their crops. They had no need for law or politics, but James held the final word on all decisions. Until the 13th month, those usually amounted to where to plant this or build that. Then, a little girl, Esther Jones, vanished. Her disappearance was the first of many terrors to befall the community. I can tell their whole story, you see. Pappy Grant kept a journal. June 13th, 1566. As we sat to supper, loud, desperate knocking sounded at the door. I instructed Martha and the children to continue eating as I rose to greet our late visitor. Knowing only ill tidings come at such a time, I relinquished my meal to the hounds. Indeed, I was met with the despairing sobs of Widow Jones. Her girl, Esther, failed to return from picking berries. The young ones never ventured far, but even so, they always stayed together. I made quick work of speaking with the children as James gathered men. We ventured into the forest with 1 hour of light remaining to us. Unable to burden the women with our true findings, we blamed wolves as the culprits. I will record our true findings here in case, God help us all, a true account is useful to future generations. The children confirmed their location in the West Woods, past Old Man Herbert's farm. They departed together, but Esther returned alone to retrieve a lost ribbon. The dogs delivered us directly to the berry patches, at which time they turned circles, whimpering. Ignoring all calls to heel, they tucked tail and ran home. Our best hunting dogs, known to challenge bears, behaved as if whipped. It was then we felt the weight of the silence. No birds sang, no insects stirred, and no winds blew. From the safety of my home, it seemed foolish to stay, but it felt as if we were being watched. James summoned our best tracker, William Reed, to determine Esther's trail. In minutes, he discovered the lost ribbon, but as he retraced the child's steps, he became visibly distraught. After confirming his findings with the Owen brothers, he reported the following. The children came down the path, scattering in front of the bushes. Esther is the oldest among them, making hers easily discernible from the others. You can see where she turns back, and this is where she kneels to search. Here are the markings left by her hands and knees, but that is where her trail ends. It is as if she is standing before us, invisible. William waved his arm through the space as if to prove she truly was not there. Joshua Owens confirmed the analysis, adding, There are those capable of disguising a trail, but it is impossible to erase one. Maybe a giant bird came and scooped her up. He said the last in jest, but looked up as he spoke. What is that? Following his line of sight, I became aware of a white and red object caught in a tangle of limbs above us. William set to work climbing, and in minutes was directly below it. He crossed himself, nearly falling when he released his grip to do so. We watched, breath held, as Reed untangled the item. Once brought for further inspection, we could not deny it was cloth torn from the children's dress. More disturbing than its location was the dark crimson stain which covered the white material. If she climbed, footprints would lead to the tree, and its bark would show signs. Suddenly, William ran to the next tree, studying its branches. Understanding his logic, we searched high in the surrounding treetops until Horace Wright discovered the child's location. As he spoke, he stumbled forward, losing his supper in a violent reaction to the grotesque sight awaiting us. There, tangled in the branches, were the remains of little Esther. Out of respect of the deceased mother, I shall not describe the horrible manner in which she surely perished. I suspected large cats, for they often hide their prey in this manner, but Reed was quick to rule it out. Again, easily visible tracks would remain. I developed a terrible coldness in my bones that still has not left me. I fear it never will. We debated how to proceed as the last light faded. Anything short of bringing the child home for proper burial would be a disgrace. Yet for her poor mother to see this fate, how little remained. She has already lost so much. I found myself imploring the men to spare Miss Jones this additional pain, suggesting we bury the child beneath the very tree in which she was found. I truly believed it kinder to carry home a tale of instant, painless death. It took little convincing and was a relief to us all. Widow Jones is a kind, caring woman, and our hearts ache for her loss. I am forever shamed to have failed her daughter in both life and death. With torches freshly lit, William climbed the tree easily as the first. Upon reaching the remains, a deep, guttural roar emanated from the darkness. It sounded like no beast I have heard before, causing every hair on my body to stand erect. James ordered Williams out of the tree at once. Descending quickly, clutching Esther's small, shredded shoe, Reed jumped the last 4 feet. Another roar followed, this time from above, closer and angrier. It was accompanied by the sound of branches crackling under the weight of something heavy. It required all of my resilience to stand fast as we braced for the unknown terror to attack. We held our torches high, but the light would not reach more than a foot away. Dancing flames should have illuminated the clearing, but the darkness was almost intangible. Even more strange was the temperature. The warm summer night bit into us with a harsh winter wind. No man spoke. We merely huddled together, staring into the impenetrable darkness, waiting. How to describe the sound of that beast as it stole Esther from us a second time, alas, I cannot. I can only tell you of the shame we felt as we stood in place, for the monster went without haste, mocking our cowardice. It was my greatest shame, mortally wounding to my heart and pride. When all fell silent once again, James commanded we return to the village at once. We eagerly agreed, ready to leave that horrid place. As we approached the path home, William surged to the front, insisting we were entering the wrong trail. I spoke harshly, anxious to be on our way, walking with my torch aloft to show no other path existed. Reed led us to the place he believed our true path to be, but nothing was there. He walked between the 2 locations, listing the ways he could tell the difference. He was correct. The path we walked daily was overgrown with weeds, as if unused for years. It was a twisted route which several men recall stumbling over that convinced us. It was a slow journey as we struggled through the thickets, but we made it home safely thanks to Reed's keen eyes and knowledge. I cannot stop wondering where the other trail would have taken us had he been less observant. Unfortunately, we were only able to return Esther's shoe to Mrs. Jones. May she find comfort knowing the child is with her father in a better place. Until tonight, our greatest fear was being discovered by outsiders. Should King Henry ever learn of our paradise, he will surely want it for his own. We are prepared to defend ourselves to the last man, should the occasion call for it. Alas, I believe we rest easy in that regard. After what I have witnessed this night, I am certain whatever plagues us is no mortal man. We are resolved to explore the strange path in full tomorrow. I shall record my findings here upon our return. What's that, friend? Oh, of course. The bathroom is down the hall. Second door to the right. You go on ahead. We need to add a few logs to the fire anyhow. Oh, and if you hear a tapping at the window, just ignore it. Best not pay them any attention. But whatever you do, don't open the curtains. There. Perfect timing. The fire is... Oh my, are you alright? I say, you're pale as all get out. Here, sit down. I think we're in for a long night. I guess you peeked. I tried to warn you, but they say seeing is believing. There. I know it can be upsetting, but you really are safe in here. We don't have a vehicle, but if you like, I can walk you to town come sunrise. Until then, maybe it's best to continue the story. June 15th, 1566. I write in the early morning hours, before the sun has yet risen. May God have mercy on my soul. By my hand, James is dead. What have I done? It should have been me. I will never be half the man he was. Martha, if you or the children should one day read these words, I shudder to know what you will think of me. But I must keep going to ensure a record of what has happened here survives. Whatever evil in these woods has made me murder my closest friend, I must do all that I can to prevent others from suffering similar fates. At dawn, we armed ourselves with every available weapon, intent to traverse the strange new path. To our astonishment, the trail had vanished. The foliage was so dense, it would have taken several men most of the day to recreate what we saw the previous night. We explored where possible, venturing farther than ever before, but found nothing. Wishing to be well away before nightfall, we returned home to find the women gathered and waiting for us. They were terribly panicked, all speaking at once. After learning what transpired, I cannot say I blame them. We have taken the safety of our homes for granted. We have forgotten these are strange lands of which we know nothing. As instructed, the women remained in the village, keeping the children close at hand. Martha invited Mrs. Jones to join her in our home, not wishing her to be alone at such a time. It required much persuasion. Mrs. Jones preferred to grieve in solitude, but in the end, agreed for Martha's sake. Shortly after morning chores were completed, Nathaniel, our youngest, cried out. Martha discovered him by the staircase, pointing at Mrs. Jones. The woman was attempting to unlatch the door, but panicked and clumsily. Martha tried to intervene, stepping in front of the door, but was roughly pushed aside. Mrs. Jones began screaming.
"She's out there! They lied to us! Look! See for yourself! Oh, my girl is alive! Move! We have to go get her! She cannot swim!"
Martha regained her feet and ran to the window, unsure what to expect. At the same moment, she laid eyes on the ghost of Esther Jones floating above the lake. Mrs. Jones freed the last lock. My wife was left to watch helplessly as Mrs. Jones ran to her daughter. Martha called after her in vain, continuing to give chase even after Mrs. Jones disappeared beneath the water, never to emerge. I shall thank God each day she did not enter those murky depths herself. I have no doubt she would be lost as well. Several others report strange tappings at the windows and voices calling from the forest, but no sightings upon investigation. Thankfully, no one else was lost, for we now fear each incident as deadly. It was then James recalled the gypsy ancestry of Old Man Herbert. None of us know his true name, but his knowledge has been invaluable since fleeing our homeland. Whatever shame exists in his past are of no consequence here. Now, it seems, his knowledge may save us once again. We absorbed his every word. If the legends are based in fact, I fear we have something far worse than mere ghosts among us. You see, the spirits are souls of the departed. They are what remain of those who perish but cannot pass to the other side. They can be a nuisance, but they cannot physically harm us. Malevolent ghosts may attempt trickery, such as what befell Mrs. Jones, but had she not run into the lake, she would still be among us now. As for the forest, I am certain we are dealing with something far more insidious than a spirit. It may even hold dominion over the ghouls. I don't know for certain. I do know whatever stalks those woods is something much worse, perhaps a cryptid, possibly a demon. Either way, we do not possess the tools or skills to defeat it. The remaining light of day was spent fortifying our homes. We burned sage as the gypsies do to combat evil spirits, but I have seen no evident results. Nothing else of note happened until nightfall, after we locked ourselves indoors. It was agreed no one would leave the safety of their home until morning, but that is the precaution that became our undoing. Hours passed without incident, until the shutters rattled violently as if someone were trying to gain entry. We first checked the children, finding them huddled together under the blankets. Without opening the curtains, I barred the windows with the wardrobe. With the heavy oak furniture in place, the noises stopped once again, leaving a pause of silence before a devastating crash sounded from downstairs. I bade Martha to bar the door behind me as I ran toward the sound. I descended the stairs with pistol drawn, foolish man that I am. Mr. Herbert warned our mortal weapons could do no harm to spirits, and little, if any, to a demon of substance, but I was a weak coward. I thought only of protecting my family upstairs, disregarding all warnings of the spirit's trickery. The first sight upon reaching the bottom step was a ghastly image. A corpse reached through the glassless window, shutters torn asunder, attempting to unbar the door. He was pale white, but not transparent. His face and arm bore deep, wide gashes, the worst being across his throat. It caused his head to tilt at an odd angle, as if it would fall off at any moment. When the thing saw me, he abandoned his effort with the door in favor of clambering through the small opening. I did not think, I did not hesitate. I fired my one shot straight into his center. I was surprised when the ghoul fell backwards into the dirt. Fearing the injury as deception, I approached slowly, cautiously, wasting precious seconds as the best man I ever knew lay dying. The full weight of my folly crushed me as I rushed to his side, but he would hear no words of apology. With his dying breath, he tried to absolve me of my crime, blaming his death upon the devil's trickery. Let his last words serve as further warning, so others may avoid repeating our deadly mistake. I never looked outside until I heard the crash. I saw a dead man, his head nearly severed, standing before your open window. When he attempted entry, I shouted a warning, but feared you would not hear. I should have known better, should have listened to the old man. It fooled us, my friend. I followed, thinking it's the demon of substance due to its actions, but I fear that was its intent all along. I lost sight of it only a moment, yet when I peered inside, I saw you lying on the stairs, unconscious, the monster no longer in sight. I feared the worst for Martha and the children. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm afraid I have failed you. No, you will not let the evil win by sowing doubt into your heart. Come sunrise, you must assume leadership. Tell them I died at the hands of malevolent forces beyond our control. Nothing more. You must swear it. The fool was as stubborn in death as ever in life. I will honor his wishes as I must, but once our people are free of this curse, I will insist another man be chosen to lead. I do not deserve the honor or respect, but I shall not break my word. Martha and the children were able to find sleep when nothing more occurred after my return. I feel as if I have seen too many horrors to ever enjoy sleep again. Sunrise is only an hour away, at which time the village will wake, and I will be forced to feign shock and ignorance upon discovering our true leader's corpse. So you see, friend, as long as you ignore them, you're perfectly safe. I know it can be a lot to process, especially if you've spent your life believing this kind of stuff only happens in movies, but you're handling it better than most. Why, I've seen people run right out of the front door into death's arms after hearing less. I knew I had a good feeling about you. How many, you ask? Oh, don't worry yourself with the minor details. I sure don't. Who knows where my visitors come from or why? You shouldn't be surprised if you find your own memories a little fuzzy while you're here. I find it's best not to force it. There's still so much we don't know about these strange woods. You just keep ignoring those sounds outside. Nothing is really coming down the chimney, not with that fire roaring. They tend to get more desperate as dawn approaches, but they're harmless as long as you don't pay them no mind. Time can work a little differently here, especially on a stormy night like this, but we have enough time to finish our story. You can tell this is where Pappy Grant starts losing his marbles a little bit, but you really can't blame the man. June 17th, 1566. It's been days since I last wrote of the events which plague us. When we fled our homeland, never did we dream it's possible to find ourselves in worse positions than when we started. I rue the day I set sight upon these cursed shores. This is our last night sleeping on these hellish grounds, and I will never step foot upon this soil thereafter. I made the burial of our dead the highest priority, refusing to discuss matters of business until all were at rest. James was not the only casualty of that horrid night. 3 women, 2 men, and 1 child met similarly violent ends. All were blamed on the demons of the forest, but I fear I am not the only man who succumbed to ghoulish trickery. I am mortified to find myself grateful James's wife and child died before our voyage, for I know my facade would crumble before them. Oh, how the people begged me to take this place. It sickens me how they mistook my reluctance for modesty. I am no man. I am as much a monster as the things that stalk our nights. For only after nightfall do we suffer their torments. Had Martha not seen the ghost of Esther Jones with her own eyes, I would discount the incident as a grieving woman's delusion. Aside from the feeling of being watched, which I freely admit is possibly paranoia, there have been no occurrences in the daytime. Perhaps the sage held some effectiveness after all, but that is merely guesswork. I took no chance in learning this. No, the moment the burials were complete, I set about moving all the women and children into the church house under guard of 12 men. I told them if anyone tried to leave, they were to be held by force if necessary. I was determined not another soul would be lost. It comes as no surprise I should fail that endeavor as well. Old Herbert says these otherworldly beings are most often confined to the land on which they reside. He believes we have invaded something's territory. Whether we woke something which slept or it lured us here, we do not know, but if we leave, it should not follow. Many legends make note of natural boundaries, such as rivers or mountains. I conceived a plan. I would not battle the devil. That is a foolish game, and I was done playing the fool. Let it have this piece of land. We hope to never see it again. I commissioned William Reed and Joshua Owens to travel into the South Forest with provisions for 3 nights. Their mission was to find new land beyond the forest, past the river we had never crossed. They would be well past the river before nightfall, a position many envied. They should return tomorrow to lead us to our new encampment. We have salvaged all we can and are prepared to travel in the morning. How terrible it will be to tell Joshua his brother has died. I was so sure of my ability to protect them, so cautious. All slept in the church house that night, crammed together over every square inch. We slept in shifts, keeping 8 men on guard at all times. I slept soundly as 8 of our best men, Martin Owens among them, vanished silently into the night. We followed their tracks far as we dared, but knew them lost to the forest. I cannot fathom what false visions could lead 8 men placidly to their demise, but find myself preferring ignorance. Another day passed without incident as we continued dismantling our homes. We built wagons to increase our supply capacity, knowing there will be no chance to return later. But we only have enough men to pull 2. With Reed and Owens away, 40 souls remained under my care. None openly blamed me for our losses, for none wished to wear the burden of leadership, but I could feel their disappointment as another day slowly faded to night. We decreased the number on guard to 4, having each man tied to a man who slept. The hope was, if a man on guard became entranced by deceit, he would rouse the sleeping man in his attempt to leave. I was to take watch before sunrise, believing it to be the most dangerous. Instead, we all woke to smoke and flame engulfing the church house. The doors were barred from the outside. Panic ensued as men tried to break through to no avail. The dry wood burned like kindling as smoke filled our lungs. Mothers threw children through the small windows, but few were able to follow. Thankfully, Betty Davenport kept her wits about her. As others lay gasping and crying, she ran to the wagons, retrieving 2 axes and a mallet. Enlisting the help of Susan Collins and her son, Timothy, they were able to open one of the doors. It was too late for many. Herbert is dead, and his knowledge with him, but 22 of us survived thanks to their bravery. James's ability to put our people wholly first in his heart was a defining trait of his leadership, but I found myself unable to meet the same standard. Amidst the chaos, I was consumed by worry for only my family, useless to the others. How much shame can one man carry? We discovered a single, small set of footprints leading to the forest, though we were unable to determine their owner. Many of the dead were burned beyond recognition, but knowing which hand the devil used to do his deed is irrelevant. Had we not needed to bury our dead, we would have fled across the river this day. As it is, we are broken people, but we keep moving for the sake of the surviving children. Mine is the only intact family, and I can feel the unspoken resentment brewing in my grief-stricken fellows. I do not blame them, but I fear it is not by luck we are spared. I fear I have become a special project for the evil in this place. Nothing I do will stop it. We will lose more tonight. They understand we mean to leave, and they want to keep us. If Reed and Owens do not return, I will take those who remain beyond the river anyway. We have decided to not sleep this night. We have filled every available container with water and barricaded ourselves indoors, spread among the remaining houses. Hopefully, we will be less dangerous to one another. At the very least, we should not be taken by surprise. June 19th, 1566. This will be my final entry. Damn these records. I write only to record William and Joshua returned. We are not alone in this new world. All this time, a primitive tribe lived just beyond our borders. The 10 of us who survived the night were met with fear and reverence as if we were some otherworldly beings descending upon them. Imagine, perhaps it for the best they fear us, for they speak not a word English. With great difficulty, we attempt to understand each other by acting out charades. Whatever they think of us, they have fed us and provided shelter, so I am grateful beyond words. I have burned down every timber in that wretched village, but the flames died before reaching the demon's forest. Martha and Elizabeth are dead. I was miserably accurate in my premonitions. Of course, the blame is solely and completely of mine alone, for I fell asleep against all efforts. I woke to Martha strangling Nathaniel, Elizabeth already lost. She insisted the undead were risen, attacking the children. I tried to tear Nate from her grasp, but she had a grip of steel. I tried to reason, but her eyes were rolled backwards. I could see the life slipping from my son. I killed her. I had to kill my wife. I revived Nathaniel just barely, though he will wear the marks on his neck for some weeks to come. Of course, that is nothing of the mental anguish he will suffer as a result of his father killing his mother as she tried to strangle him after murdering his sister. Perhaps his recovery would best be served by my absence. I will destroy that evil place if it is the last thing I do upon this earth. I believe answers lie beyond that missing trail. So that is where I shall go. August 30th, 1574. My name used to be Nathaniel Cook, and today my tribe recognizes me as a man. I have received my father's journal, which he left in the care of Chief Hawkeyes. My father returned to the Cursed Woods daily despite our tribe's insistent warnings, and it proved to be his end. That forest is full of bad medicines. All know death awaits those who seek its power. Father was determined to see them destroyed, but the place drove him mad. He left every dawn and returned every dusk for 2 weeks before he disappeared forever. Chief Hawkeyes adopted me as a son, and I am happy traveling with the Cherokee. Maybe I will write of my life one day as Father did, but now is the time to count Coop, and earn my place among the hunters. So you see, those last dozen settled with the Cherokee, and life went on. Sly Fox grew to be a respected man of their tribe and had a family of his own. Over the decades, as more white men came, he grew worrisome in his old age. He tasked his sons to return him and their people to that first place they fled beyond the river. As the country grew, many tried to settle this area by the lake, but none stayed. With each new sacrifice, the land was poisoned, turning the soil infertile and the lake putrid. When the survivors fled to Jamestown, they were welcomed without question. As wars for territory savaged the countryside around them, they remained just out of its reach, always in the grips of their own private war. So that's how our little town was founded. I can even point to where they built the first house if you like. Though, let me tell you, it was over a century before they allowed a bridge across the river. They worried something terrible might decide to use it, but nothing has so far. Anyway, I think the storm is finally over if you're ready to hit the trail. You know, I was starting to think you weren't going to ask why we live here instead of in town. Most people start wondering pretty early in the night before they get a chance to know us. Not everyone is as kind as you are. They don't understand not all spirits are bad. Why, if it weren't for the likes of us, there wouldn't be so many to make it to Jamestown in the first place. Now, come on, let's get you out of here before the next rain comes. I can't cross the river with you, but I can see you to the bridge. I'll show you some... Huh? Are you sure? It'd be no trouble at all. Well, all right then, if you insist. It's been a pleasure. Y'all come back now, you hear? Looky here, Trish, Ethan, our friend is back. A shame it had to be another cold, stormy night like this. Just once I'd like to enjoy some company under the warm sun, but I guess that's not how this place works. Goodness, where are my manners? Come on in here before something catches your scent. I'll let you get settled while we fetch the firewood. So, tell me, what brings you back to our humble neck of the woods? Curiosity got the better of you, is my guess. You probably want to hear more about this place, am I right? Ah, no. Sly Fox had a little patience for writing. What you heard was his only entry in Pappy Grant's journal, but don't be disappointed. We have more to read thanks to one of his grandsons. Sly Fox died in 1611, and his sixth grandson, Wise Owl, was born in 1617. Jamestown was a growing village, and while a majority were Cherokee, the population grew more diverse with every failed attempt to settle the cursed woods. After experiencing so much grief and terror, they had no concerns for trivial matters of skin color or culture. Shared loss brought shared acceptance. As Wise Owl grew, he began to travel, yearning to see the world. With his lighter skin, he found himself accepted in most white settlements if he dressed differently and used the name Samuel Cook. At the age of 20, he married his wife, Sarah, and started a family. His father died 6 years later, and his eldest son, Striking Snake, became chief. The brothers were opposites, but mostly worked well together. The older prided himself on brute strength and speed, while the younger was known for intelligence and resourcefulness. Samuel began writing when his brother decided to master the cursed woods. They tried to discourage the stubborn man, but he was all antsy to prove himself. I think you'll enjoy the story, though. At the very least, it'll answer a few of the questions rattling around in that skull of yours. November 2nd, 1643. It is a good thing I continue this journal. Its knowledge must not be trusted to oral history alone. If only it were possible to duplicate these words for more to read, all people should know these texts and heed their warning. I often wonder how many cursed places exist in the world, but fear I would not like the answer. I care deeply for my brother, but the man is a fool. Since the first settlement in 1565, 2 more attempts have been made to inhabit that cursed place across the river. All met violent ends. It is as if the evil grows stronger with each life it takes. I do not understand why Snake believes he is destined to conquer the abominations. He thinks he will build a bridge to expand Jamestown after the land is cleansed. It is lunacy. My brother has taken 5 of his best men into those woods this day. I have a cold dread in my gut that not all will return. One of the men is a highly respected shaman. If he returns from this ill-conceived venture, I hope he will allow me to record some of his knowledge here. He may be able to provide useful insight into what those things are. 103 Spaniards built the second village in 1612, but only 14 survived to see Jamestown. My father warned them to no avail until they threatened his life. Nothing happened for 3 months, but then 2 children disappeared, and the search party was never seen again. A few came to us after that. Most believed the monster could be killed, but survivors eventually fled with attitudes properly adjusted. In 1635, a British colony of 91 souls arrived. I accompanied my father on his visit, bearing gifts, seeking friendship to earn their trust. We hoped to be taken in earnest when we begged them to build elsewhere. We offered the help of our people to ease the burden of relocation, but they would not hear it. They called us superstitious savages and bid us a rude farewell. They lasted almost a year before the final 19 came to Jamestown. The men shared their horrors in great detail, and over the next few days, I will leave record of it here. Perhaps, together with my great-grandfather's accounts, these words will not be taken so lightly. I only hope my brother's tale will not end the same. Some think I am foolish to waste my time with these endeavors, but I shall prove them wrong. November 3rd, 1643. My brother's group returned intact. I am grateful for their safety, but fear a lucky venture has filled them with unfounded confidence. This morning, he departed with 10 men. Their intentions are to stay until the demon is vanquished. I shall be restless with worry. First, I must tell of my conversation with the shaman Kuani. I stole him away upon their return and believe his knowledge vital. I began by showing him the passage of old man Herbert's words from so long ago. He was able to expand upon the information more than I dared hope. The statements regarding the spirits of the deceased are accurate enough, though there are exceptions. While one alone cannot cause physical harm, they grow stronger under certain circumstances, such as gathering in groups or feeding on a demon's energy. Kuani is certain the entity of the cursed woods is a demon, for the spiritual activity surrounding the area suggests it is very old and powerful. He says he can destroy it if he is able to see its face and learn its name. His confidence was unwavering. I asked if the demon were killed, would the ghost be gone as well, but the answer was less encouraging. Perhaps some would finally be able to pass on, but each spirit would be a unique case. Plus, there will still be the matter of the thing in the lake. The demon is the most vile and deadly entity. Therefore, it must be destroyed first. If it remains, more sinister creatures will be drawn by its power. Kuani was called away before we could speak further. I hope he survives long enough to learn more. One day I hope to record details of the second settlement, but for now I will begin where memories are freshest. The third colony named the area Mallard Lake, though it is now known as Dirge Lake. Perhaps our warnings instilled some caution, for they lived 6 months without incident. The survivor I speak to most often, Peter Evans, says they rarely found need to enter the cursed woods. Instead, their trouble began in the lake. On a cloudy summer day, 3 boats of 6 people rowed to the center of the lake and began fishing as usual. They waited quietly, hooks in the water, until there was a loud sound as something collided with the middle boat. Its passengers gripped their seats, rocking from the impact as water splashed over the sides. One man shouted, jumping to his feet, when something slimy touched his hand. "It was only a fish. Sit down before you put us all in the water," Peter shouted. At the same instant, the boat was struck again, and the man fell overboard. He came to the surface, sputtering, yelling something about his leg, but the words were cut off as he was suddenly pulled under. The man's brother, who was in the lead boat, dove into the water. The others watched with bated breath as seconds ticked by. Finally, the second man broke the surface, gasping and pleading for help. Others reached to him as he desperately swam for safety. They pulled him up, and a pasty, gray-blue tentacle slapped the side of the boat, barely missing its target. "Get to shore!" someone yelled. Fishing gear was left to fall where it may as they scrambled to rowing positions. The lead boat was hit hard before the first paddle touched water. The resulting waves spread across the lake as 3 more sickly, pale tentacles came out of the water to wrap around the boat. The monster pulled it apart as easily as a child's toy. 2 men were pulled under as the rest were rescued. The remaining 15 made it safely ashore. Survivors from the lead boat claimed they saw more than tentacles. They say the creature had a large, round head, several beady eyes, teeth like a saw, and a long, thick body. It's as if a snake with octopus tentacles had a spider's head. To the men's credit, they did not try to hunt it. They merely stopped using the lake. Nothing more happened for several weeks. Just as life resumed a sense of normalcy, disaster struck in the night. Blast. Sarah calls for me. I must end this here for tonight. Of course, this is a fine spot to take a break. We'll stoke the fire, and I'm sure you remember where the bathroom is. Don't forget to leave the curtains closed. Well, judging by how loud they are now, I take it you ignored them just fine. Great job, you're natural. I tell you, I've always been an excellent judge of people, and you, my friend, are damn good people. Oh, I just remembered. Trish, where are the supplies those hikers left last week? Excellent. Ethan, why don't you be polite and pour our guest a drink? Good lad. I hope you like wine. We can't partake ourselves, but it looks like a fine year. I believe the owner intended to propose, judging by the fancy ring hidden in his socks. Baby, show our friend that beautiful rock on your finger. Yep, you have no idea how hard it is to get nice things out here. So, how's the drink? Wonderful. You're welcome to keep the bottle. Someone should enjoy it. Anyway, if you're ready, we'll continue our story. Things are about to get interesting. Much more interesting than all these questions about hikers. November 5th, 1643. I did not have a chance to write yesterday, for I went to Dirge Lake myself and only returned this afternoon. I cannot withstand another moment wondering. I arrived before the sun reached its highest point, finding Tom and Little Hawk at their temporary camp. I was relieved to see it set beyond the forest borders, but could not rest easy so close to a demon's lair. Unwilling to go further, I waited for Snake's return. His face was full of disappointment when they came for the noon meal. I noted only 7 were present, but did not have to wait for an explanation. They lost Echo the night before, which explained the silence of Tom and Little Hawk. At dusk, they discovered a path believed to be the very one searched for by our great-grandfather. Kawani believes the demon itself waits at the end, in the heart of the forest. They entered the trail single file, with Echo at the rear. After 40 meters, a thick fog seeped through the forest and wound between each man, restricting their sight even further. The shaman stood at the lead with Snake and called a halt to the progression. Though I have yet to learn the exact methods of his technique, Kwani performed some kind of ritual involving the burning of a certain herb as offering to kinder spirits. The fog cleared, leaving only blood splatters where Echo once stood. He died without a sound. Knowing the path would not be there in the light of day, they left colorful markings before retreating to camp. Both Tom and Little Hawk refused to enter the woods again. They returned to Jamestown with me earlier today. I do not think it will be long before the others realize they should have followed. The 8 who remain plan to traverse the trail while tied together. I think it will only serve as a greater hindrance, but they will not listen to reason. I was only able to speak with Kwani briefly, but he's informed me he's had disturbing dreams since entering the cursed woods. He believes the demon is seeking a vessel so it may travel beyond its territory. He is certain that the land is more prison than home. I do not know if I find this information comforting or terrifying, for I see no way humanity could survive such a thing roaming about freely. The shaman is still unable to identify the creature in the lake. His inability to label it seems to trouble him deeply, but the demon remains priority. He believes once he's seen its face, he will be able to call upon his ancestors to learn its name. I shall write about the 3rd settlement before I retire for the evening. It seems I was about to tell of the night Peter Evans' wife, Judith, perished. Life has a way of carrying on that makes us forget our past traumas. The incident at the lake was buried in the back of our mind, nearly forgotten as Peter lay in bed with his wife all those years ago. Peter and Judith were almost asleep when a loud crack sounded in the hallway. Thinking it was one of the children, Peter walked quietly to the door, opening it suddenly to catch the sneak red-handed, but no one was there. The hall stood empty, and no sounds of retreat betrayed a child's escape. Puzzled, he returned to bed. The moment his feet left the floor, 2 loud knocks banged against the door. Judith let out a sharp gasp of surprise. Peter ripped it open in anger, but once again, the hall stood empty. Furious, he donned his robe and marched downstairs. Each child slept, doors and windows were locked, and the home was once again silent. More confused than ever, he returned to the bedroom. He saw Edith crouched in the corner and muttering of something inside. Peter approached with caution, stomach churning with venomous butterflies. As he reached for the knob, the door rattled on its hinges, and his heart tried to flee his chest. He only hesitated a moment. He ran from the room, but was back in seconds. He turned the knob slowly, standing to the side with the mallet raised over his head. The door swung open, hinges creaking loudly, scaring Peter enough to swing the weapon. The weight carried him through the hanging clothes and into the closet floor. After a few moments of flailing and panic, he realized the closet was empty. Judith rose to her feet, leaning on the wall for support as her shaky legs carried her to the closet. She paused by the window, gripping its ledge for support. She asked him what was happening. She asked if these were the ghosts they'd been warned of. She turned, looking out the window, and screamed loud enough to wake her neighbors. She ran from the room, terrified. Peter only saw a glimpse of the corpse in the window before she disappeared. He says it was a child, soaked as if fallen into a lake. Her long black hair draped over her face, and the dark bruises of large hands were prominent on her neck. He only stood frozen an instant, but was returned to reality when Judith's screams were cut off with a sickening series of dull thuds. Swallowing the hard lump forming in his chest, Peter forced his legs to carry him downstairs. Judith lay on the floor, neck broken. In her haste to flee, she tripped on the steps. The children were woken by her screams and discovered the sight moments behind their father. I fear that is all I can withstand this night. Writing of such morbid things is giving me unpleasant dreams. It does not help I must live each moment wondering of my brother's fate. November 6, 1643. 2 more of Snake's expeditions returned this afternoon. I am pleased to report my brother still lived at the time of their departure, but 3 more are dead. Now only Snake and Kwani remain to slay a demon older than recorded history. Bear has reported all he can, but it is not much. To learn more, I must once again go myself. I have not yet found the courage to inform Sarah. The 7 men returned to the area with the mysterious path, but none of their markings remained. They could not distinguish where the trail once existed. Forced to wait for dusk when the path is revealed, Kawani prepared himself with incense and incantations. When they later embarked on the hidden trail, they used a length of rope to ensure none could be separated. As I predicted, it only served to cost more men their lives. Had they not been lashed together, 2 additional men would not have been carried through the treetops by a ravenous demon. They were lucky the 4th man was able to cut the rope before more were lost. Snake and Kawani wanted to press forward, but the other 2 refused. In the end, all returned to camp, though Snake would not come home. He insisted he and the shaman are still capable of killing the demon. The man had never been able to concede defeat. For our mother's sake, I must try to save him. Regarding the 3rd settlement, I will finish their tale this night, for I do not know if I will live past tomorrow. There were some who believed Peter murdered Judith, for no similar deaths occurred immediately after, but nothing could be proven. Roughly 2 weeks later, Reverend Michael delivered an unusual Sunday sermon regarding the Book of Revelations. The calm in his voice accented the horror of his words as he explained the end times were upon us. The congregation listened in stunned silence as the speech finally concluded, at which point he merely announced the afternoon picnic behind the church. Normally, everyone would attend, enjoying the chance to socialize, but not that week. Many felt disturbed by the Reverend's words and simply wished to go home. Though it started on a sour note, it soon turned into a lovely afternoon. The clouds covered the sun and a cool breeze blew as families ate and laughed. After eating, when the tables stood empty and punch bowls were drained, children played while adults gossiped. The children were the first to get sick. The only 2 doctors fell sick shortly after. The Reverend poisoned himself as well as his congregation, leaving the survivors no way to seek justice for the 56 lives taken. With less than 30 people remaining, chaos ensued as several men argued to be heard. Many did not wish to settle in a village of heathens, as they called us, but others only wished to bury their dead before fleeing. By working together on a shared goal, the unpleasant digging was completed before nightfall. Those who wished to stay ignored any words of caution, believing the only monster to be lying dead in an unmarked grave. Those who wished to come to Jamestown locked themselves indoors, waiting for sunrise. Most accounts of this final night are similar in detail. Peter is the only unique experience, for he lost his child at the picnic. Suicidal and drunk, he fell unconscious early in the night and did not rise until morning. He says he considered living a fate worse than anything they could have inflicted at that point. Harold Jenkins was 12 when this night transpired. He lived alone with his father after the poisoning of his mother and sister. They barricaded the bedroom door and window, but as the hours passed, they grew tired and began to doze. Harold remembers dreams of walking corpses breaking into their house, killing his parents. He tried to protect his sister as they huddled together behind his bed. Harold only had his father's rifle and little ammo. His sister begged him to shoot her before the monsters could take her. Even though he is no longer a child, it is still unnerving to hear him speak of her urgency. He only describes it as a dream now, as an adult. At the time, he insisted the vision was real. He claimed to feel hot tears fall onto his arm as she pulled at the gun to prevent him from wasting more ammunition. Finally, as the undead closed in and skeletal hands reached for his sister, he shot her in the chest. She was blown backwards, slamming into the floor. He tried to turn the gun on himself when a pair of hands wrapped around the barrel, pulling it away. Before he could react, a sharp, intense pain bloomed across his face. When his vision refocused, the horde of undead were gone. Only a rifle and Harold's father, mortally wounded, remained. He died, begging the boy to stay awake at any cost. Others lost loved ones to the forest, such as the Kingston family. They were one of few remaining couples, and 2 of their 4 children still lived. The 2 older children attended the picnic with friends, but the others returned home due to a sick baby. After putting the child to sleep, Ethel and Bill stayed awake in the den. Late in the night, Ethel was stirred from snoozing by the sound of light footsteps. Seeing Bill fast asleep, she granted him a swift kick on her way to check the children. She met the 4-year-old in the hallway, just outside her door. When she questioned the child's actions, there was no answer. Lifting the child into her arms, Mrs. Kingston returned to her bed, making sure the baby still slept before leaving. Entering the den, she saw Bill's empty chair. Assuming he woke, she began to explain the happenings with their daughter. When the also empty room was in her full view, she called for her husband. Again, there was no answer. She continued searching, but was overcome with a dreadful certainty upon discovering the front door ajar. She saw his bare footprints leading away from the house. She prepared to follow, but stopped at the sight of her daughter, once again in the hallway. Ethel spent the remainder of the night holding her daughter with one eye always on the baby. Bill Kingston was never seen again, but his wife and daughters survived the night. When the sun rose on the next day, 19 people emerged from their homes with sleepless, drooping eyes. Carrying little more than the clothes on their backs, they crossed the river to Jamestown. They were welcomed without question, free to speak in their own time. Eventually, they all talk, for keeping such darkness inside is a poison to the soul. If nothing else, they speak to hear others confirm they are not crazy, to know they are not alone. That concludes the story of the 3rd settlement. I must sleep now, for tomorrow feels as if it will be a long, trying day. I agree, friend. I think old Sammy is begging for trouble. That wine sure has loosened you up. If I didn't know better, I think he was having fun. Oh, come on, Trish. I'm just messing around. Maybe the alcohol is contagious. It makes sense, don't it? We can feel. Yeah, that's the word. Their emotions, can't we? So why can't that include a good buzz? Hold on a second, friend. It isn't like that at all. Not feed like taking in for sustenance. More like empathetically influences our emotions in a very literal way. Can you see the difference? Don't get inside your head about it. We can't help it any more than you can help breathing air, but we don't go judging you. We aren't like those guys who go around blaming their heinous actions on the victim's fear and anger. Nope, not this family. That's okay. We know you didn't mean nothing by it. It's just a sensitive issue for us. Now, let's forget all about the technical mumbo-jumbo and get back to the shaman fella. I think we have just enough time for one more journal entry. November 9th, 1643. I write this to record what transpired in the cursed woods on the evening of November 7th through the early morning hours of November 8th. I have much work to do as the new chief and will no longer have time for these personal indulgences. It is no matter. I have lost all passion for the written word anyhow. The only reason I bother with this conclusion at all is to detail the last knowledge imparted by Kawani. I traveled alone, for others believe Snake already dead. I knew I would not be able to live with myself if I did not try to bring him home. I left in the early hours, but the closer I came to my destination, the more intensely I felt eyes upon me. I told myself it was my imagination. I felt as if I were being watched because I expected to feel it. It is a common complaint through the journal. I was surprised to find both men in camp sharpening spears. Brother said he was expecting me, but I should dash any hope of swaying his decision. He was confident his warrior's prowess combined with Kawani's medicine would triumph now that the distractions were gone. We have known those dead men since childhood. It boiled my blood to hear them labeled as distractions. Not that it matters now. Snake excused himself from meditation before I could give him a piece of my mind. Finding myself alone with Kawani, I implored the shaman to share all he learned. He was eager to do so, for his dreams had grown worse since we last spoke. He too tried every effort to convince my brother to abandon his quest, but the man will not hear it. Kawani believed the demon's possession of Striking Snake to be unavoidable. In fact, it had likely already begun. His dreams showed the demon wearing my brother's skin as it returned to Jamestown in his place. Our little village would not satisfy it. Nothing would. The shaman has seen its bottomless pit of hunger, and it would consume the world. More importantly, he wants us to know there are shamans stronger than he in the great mountains far to the west. The dreams also showed him the demon's true appearance. He believes another shaman may be able to tell us its name. I did not have the heart to tell him there would be no others foolish enough to attempt such a quest, but I will record the description all the same. The demon is 2 meters tall, with a drastically humped back. Its skin has a sickly yellow tint with oozing pockmarks. Its head is elongated. The eyes are bulbous and glowing, taking up half its noseless face. Its mouth is the width of its head, appearing as if its jaw would fall off if not for the jagged sinews stretching between its lips, connecting the sides of its gaping, black, vortex-like mouth. Its elbows bend the wrong way, and it has the long feet of a hound. Only love for my brother held me there after hearing this description. I still shudder at the image and look forward to immediately forgetting it upon closing this journal for the last time. We talked of what I must do if the worst were to happen. I would be Jamestown's last hope should Kawani fail in his duties. What kind of world do we live in where a man is driven to hope a shaman kills his brother so he does not have to? Snake did not return until just before dusk. I entered the cursed woods with them, agreeing to go as far as the demon's path, but not one step upon it. The air was thick with tension, and I felt suffocated by the silence. As often as I imagined the quiet described during the search for Esther Jones, never had I come close to understanding the totality of it. I know it sounds an odd phrase, but the silence was deafening. That is the only way to convey the sensation. It instills a deep unease, as if activating a primal alert system within us. The feeling of being watched was no longer a mere sensation one could pass off as paranoia. It became undisputable fact the longer we walked beneath the canopy of trees. I could feel those giant, glowing eyes boring into me, prodding at my soul the way one does a pig before slaughter. The scrutiny reached a climax as we came into view of the demon's path. My brother did not even pause to say goodbye. Kawani barely spared a glance back, maintaining his focus on Snake. I watched them traverse the path until the fog concealed them from me. I waited, eyes locked on the trail for any sign of their return. I have no way of knowing how much time passed, only that there was no moon that night. When the sun fell behind the horizon, I was left in total darkness. It occurred to me that Kawani may not have factored in dangers from other entities while the demon was occupied with him. There were moments I thought I would die of sheer fright, but although slowly, time continued moving forward. I heard faint footsteps before I saw the soft glow of the torch. After what felt like hours later, Snake's face became visible as he drew closer. My heart found new life as it resumed its maximum speed. This would be the moment of truth. Without speaking, I followed him out of the cursed woods. Only once returned to the relative safety of the campfire did I dare speak. Being casual as possible, I asked if Mary and I could have the pleasure of hosting a celebration in his honor. He heartily agreed, showing signs of his old, boisterous self for the first time since Father died. He clapped me on the back, nearly knocking me over in his excitement, and we began packing for home. He said there was no point waiting for morning now that the dangers were gone. Though he expressed deep regret at the loss of Kawani, he would not go into further details, only that he died a hero. Before we could extinguish the fire, I realized my wedding band was no longer on my finger. Anxious to be on our way, we searched for it on hands and knees. Situating myself behind Snake, I steeled myself as I cut my brother's dead throat with the shaman's ceremonial dagger. Thick, black ooze poured onto the ground. The demon barked a dark, sinister laugh as its blood soaked into the earth. When I stepped back, it turned to face me with my brother's glassy eyes until the husk fell to the ground, empty. I stared at his corpse well into the daylight hours, still unable to move. Eventually, thoughts of Sarah and the children spurred me into action. I do not have the luxury of wallowing in pain or pity. I have others I must care for. I must make sure no one ever gives the demon a chance to escape again. Nope, sorry. That's really all he wrote. Wasn't that enough? Besides, it's getting late out. It's about time to hit the trail, trust me. If you spend too much time around here, you'll start losing your marbles. I like you too much to see that happen. Tell you what, next time you drop in, I'll read you my own journal. How's that? Why, sure I did. You don't become a spirit without being alive at some point. Okay, you got me. Yes, Samuel was my father. I took up the pen in my 30s. Well, I can't tell you why without explaining a whole mess of other stuff first. If you want to hear this story proper-like, it's gonna take a few visits. You can't just cram ceremonies worth of history into a couple of nights of storytelling. That's right, you come back anytime. We aren't going anywhere, I can promise you that much. Now, are you sure you're sober enough to make it alone? It's really no trouble. It would do the boy good to get out more. All right, I won't pester you about it. I'm no nag. You just be safe out there. Remember, sometimes they really are out to get you. Hello there. Look what the cat dragged it. Oh my. Are you all right? Hurry, get inside. You need to get here earlier if you're gonna pay regular visits. Just because you're safe inside doesn't mean you can be roaming around outside all willy-nilly. Judging by the mud on your clothes, am I right to assume those scratches are from a fall? Thank Jiminy, we won't have to deal with another infection. Trish can help you get cleaned. We find a surprising amount of first aid kits and have to keep everything. I can't stand to let the forest get cluttered. Having a demon for a neighbor is no reason to neglect lawn care. Ah, that's right. I did promise to read from my journal, didn't I? Well, I'm happy to oblige, but I warn you, there's more than usual. We won't be able to finish it tonight. Unlike my predecessors, I have a fondness for talking, as I'm sure you've noticed. Hush now, Ethan. I hear you snickering over there. You just enjoy that iPhone before it dies. Huh? No, he can't use it in the traditional sense, but that one has a bunch of movies downloaded. We love movies. If we'd have seen one of those back in my day, there'd have been a witch hunt for the ages. Anyway, I can see you're ready to get started, but let me catch you up first. My father didn't enjoy his title, but he was the head honcho for over 20 years. I never had the burden myself, thank the good cricket, but my brother, Timothy, did. The position wasn't guaranteed through blood. That barely got your name in the hat. You had to be respected by the community, and that wasn't earned lightly. When it became clear Uncle Snake's son wouldn't fit the bill, Tim proved himself capable. Dad taught us to read and write. My brothers hated it, but my sister and I wanted to read everything. There were precious few books in Jamestown back then. Paper and writing tools weren't exactly common either, but I'd write in the dirt just to have something new to read. Sure, we had a school, but not like you think. Surviving was the most important thing to learn. what's safe to eat and drink, hunting, farming, and the like. No, I never got bit by the travel bug. Too many people decided to go exploring and never came back. Who knows if they settled somewhere or died? Either is likely. Plus, Trish was in Jamestown. I asked Miss Patricia Mayfield to dance when she was 16 and haven't been able to calm my racing heart since. The hell's bells, woman, I'm trying to be romantic. Can't you let me set the mood for our friend? Atmosphere is a key component to good storytelling. As I was saying, my heart raced until the day we died. Now, obviously, the racing is metaphorical, but it's there all the same. We were married next spring and started our own little family. Yes, thanks for getting me back on track. A few months after I was born, another group of settlers came looking for the third group. They're the first thing I wrote about, in fact. When Father died in '77, I found a hidden stash of new journals. I don't know where or when he collected them all, but I was so happy I could hardly stand it. They were better than gold, and I wanted to fill every one of them. Of course I couldn't, but I made sure they stayed in the family. Now we have journals full of our history, and I can't tell you how happy I am to have someone to share it with. Ah, shucks, don't thank me. Really, I should be thanking you. Well, I've probably wasted enough time rambling. I wrote my first entry the night I found the books, so we should be ready to get started. January 30th, 1677. I can't believe I'm writing in my very own journal. There are only a few worn pages remaining, and the one Father continued, and the whole thing is ready to fall apart. It seems a better idea to begin my writings on crisp, new pages. A trunk full of books may be the most magnificent scent in all the world. If not for the burden of family, I would surely never leave my desk again. I wish I could begin this book with an account of what happened to the second settlement, but sadly my knowledge lacks the ability to do it justice. It is most unfortunate Father never found time to write on them, for now only their descendants remain. Eventually, I may be able to collect information from the relatives, but it will be difficult to confirm the accuracy. For that reason, I believe it best to first document the fourth settlement. There are still survivors who can give me first-hand accounts, and no more time should be wasted in recording their story. They came in 1645. This time, only 8 people survived the voyage. The ship was attacked by pirates 6 weeks before they arrived. 29 people died in the fight, but the assailants retreated when they lost too many of their own. When the travel-weary colonists found the third settlement abandoned, they sent scouting parties to search the surrounding areas. Our people were extremely uneasy when the new arrivals came into Jamestown. This was only 2 years after my uncle's incident. The men lost to that venture had families who still grieved. The scouts explained they were looking for the lost colony. Many of the newcomers were their kin. Someone of the previous group was able to get a letter detailing how wonderful their new home was onto a merchant ship. Of all the times for correspondence to make it across the ocean, alas, as a result, more came to join them. Funding, travel, and many other factors culminated in a delayed arrival. Father and those who had relatives in the new group accompanied the scouts back to Dirge Lake. It was hoped a fourth settlement could be prevented if the warnings came from their own. Father once told me he could see the difference in the lake from his previous visit. The green film now covered the water's surface, and the grass grew in sparse patches. He tried to stress these facts in his warnings, but most decided to stay. Peter Evans was too old for the hike, but his younger sister, Pamela, was the first family he had since the death of his children. Her husband was killed by the pirates, but her son and his family were well. Pamela returned with Peter that evening, citing herself too old and heartbroken to face the trials of resettling, demon or not. Her son would not be swayed. Ethel Kingston was too frail to make the hike, but her eldest daughter, Sally, went in her stead. Ethel's niece had died in childbirth, and her husband was killed by the pirates. The baby, having no other family, was given to Sally. The only others to come to Jamestown that night were the newly widowed Emma Granger and her daughter, Anna. Mrs. Granger hoped to be taken in by her brother-in-law, but he was a victim of the lake monster. There were no other family reunions. The remaining were given the bad news of their loved one's demise. Once sure no others could be convinced, Father got our people across the river before nightfall. They say everyone watched for their return in great anticipation, letting out a collective sigh of disappointment at the sight of the small group. The Grangers were taken in by the Richardson family until a home could be built. In preparation for the future arrivals, new land was cleared and homes were built over the next several months. It also served to keep minds occupied. They no longer feared solely for others. Now they also had to worry the demon would choose another escape tool. Meanwhile, the fourth settlement, excited to be on dry land, wasted no time in restoring the village. My, how quickly time flies as these pages fill. I should end this here. It would be unfortunate to have Patricia cross with me on my first night as a writer. Perhaps I shall try my hand at a love poem once I gain some confidence with the pen. I swear to you, I remember the moment I wrote that line. I was thinking to myself, I wish there was a way to convey a wink through the written word. Ethan, I don't care if the battery died. Don't interrupt story time. You should know better. We knew people who were hanged for less. Sorry about that, friend. It's almost torture having a drawer full of phone chargers but no electricity. Yes, indeed, I did tell you the power was out on your first visit, and technically that's the truth. It's been out for 3 years since the old generator went kaput. Why are you rifling through your bag? You looking for something? What's a battery brick? It does what? Are you sure you don't mind? Wow, Ethan, thank our kind friend for restoring the movie magic. That should keep him nice and quiet. January 31st, 1677. I may not have long tonight. Trish was not pleased with my absence at the children's bedtime, nor my lateness to our own. If I don't want to bunk with the boys, I will need to retire much earlier. I thought of this journal all day, and how Father not only documented the events that happened, but sought new information as well. I have indulged fantasies of meeting the shaman in the Great Mountains, but I don't dare make the journey myself. I could petition Tim to send a small party. It is truly the wisest strategy. Sooner or later, the demon will escape, and when it does, we will likely be the first to fall. If not in our lifetime, our children's. Yes, I will go to him first thing in the morning. Now, back to the fourth colony. They had a fraction of the work previous settlements endured. The forest had less time to grow back, leaving smaller trees to clear, and many homes only needed repairs before they could be moved into and cleaned. The earliest complaints were in the second month. In the dead of night, Matthew Brown and his wife Harriet woke to fast, heavy banging at the front door. Matthew dressed and rushed downstairs, nearly tripping on the steps in his haste. He could not fathom a reason someone would be so far out at his farm, but the knocking stopped as he reached the landing. A sick feeling in his stomach made him retrieve his rifle before slowly approaching a window. Pressing his back against the wall, he turned his neck to peer outside. There was nothing near the door. Moving to the other side, he saw only darkness. Matthew maneuvered to the opposite window, stepping in front of it and almost losing his stomach when a face stared back. He screamed, and his reflection with him. Harriet came to stand by the window, startling him anew. Feeling foolish, Matthew steeled himself and unbolted the door. Lantern held high, he stepped outside. They heard someone calling for help from the forest, but said it sounded unnatural, as if someone who did not know our language were trying to use the word. Unsure what to do, Matthew called out, asking what was wrong. The voice went silent for a moment, then, in the same odd cadence, replied. Harriet ran indoors, trying to pull her husband along, but he was rooted in place. He called out again, asking their name. After another pause, the voice choked out. While growing deeper with each word. Not waiting to hear more, Matthew joined his wife and locked the doors. Nothing else happened that night, and no one believed their tale in the morning. Harriet says they believed the village was haunted by the ghosts of the dead. After she came to Jamestown, she shared her experiences with the elders. They believe, as Kawani had warned, another evil entity had been attracted to the demon's power. They will not tell me what this new creature is, claiming to speak or write the name would only increase its strength. Whatever it is, they act as if they are familiar with its kind. I hope to learn more on this matter, though I wonder how many of these abominations can coexist. Is there no chance one might kill another? Tarnations, it's time. Damn my fool brain. I shall bunk with the boys yet. February 1st, 1677. Once again, I find myself thinking of this moment all day. I have fantastic news. Tim has agreed to my request. I am not comfortable with our brother James leading the expedition, but I know he stands the greatest chance of success. My conscience can rest easier knowing he chooses this dangerous path freely, with excitement. They will leave as soon as the weather turns warm, and the journey will be long, difficult, and dangerous. I will not let myself dwell on possible negative outcomes, but the venture will take months with optimistic estimations, years at worst. If we are lucky, they may return with viable information before a fifth colony tries to settle Dirge Lake. Returning to matters of the fourth settlement, I spoke with Tim's spiritual advisor regarding Harriet Brown's claims. Like the elders, he became angry, refusing to speak on the matter. Whatever it is, he too fears it more than the ghost, lake monster, and demon combined. If these creatures came to the demon, drawn by it, does that mean they are not likewise confined? Perhaps I shall desist further attempts to identify it. Instead, I'll continue with the colony's next tragedy. It was a few weeks after the happenings at the farm when 4 hunters walked into the cursed woods and none returned. When a search party was formed, they only found scraps of bloodied clothing. The men were a heavy loss on a small community. Every person has a part to play, and storing food for the winter is a key element to survival. Desperate to find reason in the chaos, they blamed a bear for the deaths. Pamela Mayfield's son was one of the deceased hunters. A single good thing I can write concerning this incident is that her daughter-in-law and grandchildren joined her in Jamestown. The following month is when Matthew Brown disappeared. His wife said they had only begun letting down their guard when their new dog leapt from its blankets, barking savagely. Seconds later, loud, desperate banging shook the door in its frame. The farmer retrieved his rifle while Harriet soothed the dog. It continued to growl low in its throat, hair and tail standing erect. "Who goes there?" Matthew shouted. The knocking stopped, but there was no answer. The hound let out a slight whimper, but remained on guard. Harriet was trying to pull her husband away when a series of sharp bangs came from the kitchen. Matthew rushed through the house to see the shutters flapping wildly. After securing them in place, a crash, a guttural scream, and more furious barking sounded simultaneously. He returned to see the door standing open, his wife frozen in shock, and the dog missing. He ran outside calling its name. This snapped Harriet from her stupor, and she begged Matthew to return. He refused, stating that he could not afford to lose the expensive hound. Its future puppies would be too important to their livelihood. She watched in horror as her husband ran into the forest, rifle in one hand, lantern in the other, calling for a dog that would turn out to be hiding in the bushes beside the house. Harriet discovered it whimpering after it was too late to recall Matthew. She and her pet were the last ones to escape before things became truly perilous. The elders insisted on personally inspecting each new resident for signs of possession. But it was a small price to pay. Some have told me they would have traded their souls for shelter across the river if that were the price. Most expressed relief with their interrogations, finding comfort in how seriously the matter was considered. I do not know much of the outside world, but I have learned enough to understand I would live nowhere else. Alas, I once again retire. I must wake with the dawn tomorrow. There are weeks remaining in winter, yet our own food stores run low. I will need to forage before another blizzard snows us in. I tell you can't appreciate today's luxuries without understanding what it was like having mouths to feed before grocery stores. Now that's something, ain't it? Grocery stores? Boy, would I love to go into one just for the experience. No, wait, better yet, fast food. That would be a treat. I know you're ready to hear more, but I thought you might need a break. Besides, the fire has gotten a little low. The movies are spoiling that boy. If it gets any darker in here, something really is liable to come down the chimney, and it won't be Santa. Last time it took us weeks to get rid of the smell and stains. Oh, never mind all the hows and whats. Hold your hopping horses while me and the potato sack throw on some more logs. Then I need to check a little something outside. There we are. Sorry about all the commotion out there. Got a little dicey for a second, but it's fine now. Trish's mother popped by. She's having one of her spells again, but I don't expect she'll be back tonight. Oh, well, that's too long of a story to get into tonight, but if you ever see a tall woman with wild, fire-red hair and a missing eye, run away. She has good days and bad, but you don't want to get close enough to find out which she's having. Here, let's get back to the story. February 3rd. I missed one night of writing, but it feels like weeks. Yesterday, I departed before the sun was fully risen. Game is scarce in the winter, but I could not return without meat. There is no greater shame for a man than failing to feed his family. I procured enough food to carry us safely through the last snows, but I had no energy remaining for the journal. I was barely able to remove my shoes before collapsing into slumber. When I am finished telling of the fourth settlement, I do not know what I will have to write about. The everyday life in Jamestown is hardly of any interest. My eyes grow heavy at the mere thought of discussing crops or chronicling births and deaths, but what else is there? After Harriet Brown fled, the small village remained quiet for nearly a week until the next occurrence. Shortly after nightfall, Ronald and Janice Burns knocked on every door in search of their missing daughter. A thorough inspection of the village revealed Julia's last known whereabouts to be the stables, but it could not be determined where she next went. Puzzled over her disappearance, heated words were exchanged regarding the next course of action. Her parents were adamant she would never stray far, especially alone, but the forest was the only place not yet searched. Many agreed to a morning search, but only Ronald's two closest friends agreed to immediate action. The three men ventured into the dense, dark woods. Thorny brambles tugged at their legs as they called for Julia. The torches were difficult to maneuver through the low-hanging vines and limbs, but they refused to turn back. Hoping the young girl could not have traveled far, they planned to only go a little further before turning to circle the settlement's perimeter. They came to a sudden halt when the loud snap of a broken branch sounded to their left. Standing back to back, two men held their torches high while the third aimed his rifle in the direction of the noise. There was only silence as they waited. Ronald called for Julia, but no answer came. They walked a few yards more until the treetops overhead began to shake violently, despite the fact no wind blew. Coming to another stop, they could only stare up in horror as a giant black shadow moved from tree to tree above them, circling the three men. David Sullivan dropped his rifle to the ground and fled in terror. The thing in the trees stopped quickly, turning away to chase David like a cat with a mouse. Greg Jones and Ronald stood frozen in terror. The trees following their friend's trail shook as the beast chased him down. He was out of sight when David's death wails were heard, but that did not make it easier to hear. After the screams fell silent, the two men woke from their trance. No moon or stars could be seen from beneath the forest canopy, but they feared the torch would reveal their location. Light held low, hearts thudding, they retreated away from the place their friend was killed. They could see hardly a foot away, but they did not pause, focusing only on the next step ahead. The sound of their heavy breaths broke the silence, adding another unsettling layer to the atmosphere. Greg has always claimed he felt the thing's eyes before he heard it return. They were barely 50 yards from salvation when a shadow streaked by their right, then across their path. Mr. Jones says its outline was visible for hardly a second, but he is certain it was almost 7 feet tall, and its head and back were disproportionate to the rest of its body. The sight cost him a moment's hesitation, but Ronald sprung forward. As it had with David, the beast shot through the trees, giving chase. The screams were heard by all in the village. Greg escaped as his friend died in agony. Nothing more could be done for the dead. All efforts of a morning search were called off. Janice had to be physically restrained to prevent her from entering the forest. Her mind has never been quite right since. But considering the terrible events of the following morning, that should not come as a surprise. Damn. Yet again, I have stayed at this desk too long. The rest will have to wait. Holy smokes, folks. We got a live one. Assume positions. Trish, it's clear. You can bring our friend out now. I'm terribly sorry for the rude interruption. It's been a long time since my mother-in-law was so riled up. I think she's just curious about you, but don't worry. I don't plan on doing any introductions. Well, that's kind of you to say, but I feel just awful about this mess. You went paler than a bucket of white paint when that door flew open. Most can't get inside at all, but we tend to be persistent in this family. Don't you worry, though. I promise this time I'm sure she won't be back tonight. And probably not for a while. You and your specific questions. Hey, it's getting pretty late. We better get back to it, or we won't have time to finish the next entry. February 4th, 1677. Today I visited James to discuss his travel preparations. He believes they will be ready to leave a few days earlier than estimated if the weather continues to warm. I am both worried and excited about the upcoming expedition, but I fear for my brother's life most. I cannot imagine how I will cope with the anxiety for such an extended period. Last night, I had a frightfully vivid nightmare. Like my predecessors, I believe dwelling on these morbid topics are affecting my mind. It was so real, I can almost still smell the blood. In my dream, I was part of the 4th settlement. 3 men and I were deep in the cursed woods, hunting. I have never seen them, yet I knew them in the moment. After a long day, we packed our meat and began the hike home. We walked for hours as day faded to dusk, long after we should have returned. There was only one trail where we hunt. We could not understand how we became lost. Then an argument erupted. 2 wished to turn back in search of familiar surroundings. Myself and the other were determined to continue forward. Eventually, exhausted and frustrated, we split up. If I were truly in such circumstances, I have no doubt I would retrace my steps to familiar territory, yet in my dream, the idea was unthinkable. It grew darker by the minute, and we could not afford further delay. I thought of my family's worry if I were forced to camp overnight and walked faster. Eventually, we saw a soft orange glow ahead. In my mind, I knew we should run away, but my feet carried me against my wishes. I assumed the same was true for my companion. He walked alongside me, equally entranced by the mysterious lights growing brighter at our approach. The path we walked opened into a small, dead clearing. Not one blade of grass grew within the circle. Only a stone altar stood in the otherwise empty clearing. The source of the light seemed to be dozens of glowing, I don't know how to convey, orbs or sacks hanging in the surrounding trees. They were the size of watermelons, but soft and oozing a thick liquid. They writhed as if something moved inside. My innards tangled at the sight. I saw my partner walk forward, hand outstretched, mouth open. I wanted to scream for him to stop, but I only watched. I still feel the bile that rose in the back of my throat when he touched one, only for it to burst. A foul, yellow liquid covered the man, and I could hear the sizzle of his skin beneath his screams of agony. I covered my eyes but could not look away as the substance reduced him to a puddle. Long as I live, I may never lose the image of it. There was a slight rustle in the tree directly above, and before I could move, it dropped from the branches, landing behind me. I felt the vibrations in the ground and heard the crunch of leaves as it landed. I willed my feet to flee but lost all control of bodily functions. I was helpless as I felt hot, putrid breath on the back of my neck. A single claw lightly touched my head, traced down to my shoulder and around my throat before stopping. With barely a pause, 2 rough, bony hands squeezed my head until I thought my skull would shatter. The pressure was so intense, my vision blacked out. The last thing I heard before waking, drenched with sweat, was,
"You are too weak."
It seems foolish to be so disturbed by a mere dream, but I do not have it in me to write more this night. At least Trish should be pleased. February 6th, 1677. A short break is exactly what I needed. I feel refreshed and eager to write again. The morning after Ronald and David were killed, the village woke to a stable boy frantically ringing a bell, shouting for the doctor. When the boy was calm enough to communicate, they learned the body of Janice Burns was in the loft, concealed beneath the hay. 2 men were dead, and she never left the stables. Her clothes were ripped, and she bore the marks of being strangled, but she was not sexually violated. The already divided community became hostile, some trading blows amidst the arguments. I cannot imagine their position. In a place with so much evil, how does one know when it is truly the work of man? A few days later, Jeffrey Morris returned home to find his wife missing. This time, they left no stone unturned in the search. She was found in the church house, her body left lying on a pew in much the same condition as Janice. The only difference was the skin beneath her nails. Knowing the murderer was marked, each man was inspected. When Marcus Deem's arm bore deep, red scratches, he claimed it happened while clearing thorn bushes from his land. When his story fell apart, he wept, begging for forgiveness, claiming evil spirits forced his hand. Several witnesses say the man showed no signs of remorse before caught, but even guilty, I do not know if he deserved his fate. The man was already disliked in the community. He had no family and few he could call friend. The 2 factions of believers and non-believers were both crazed with fear and anger. It is difficult to get clear answers regarding how the decision was made. I believe all parties feel guilt for their actions, but it was decided Marcus would be the test to prove if monsters are real. Fearing the lake monster least, as it is theoretically confined to the lake, they tied Mr. Dean's hands and feet, putting him on a small raft. They gave him a makeshift paddle, stating he would go free if he made it to the other side. No one spoke as the man awkwardly rowed. The only sound was the splash of his oar and a slight shuffle as he repositioned himself. He could only row on one side for a few strokes before he began turning, and each time he changed sides, he almost lost the paddle. He was near the center when something large splashed in the boat behind him. His head snapped sharply to the side, looking for the source, but the water went still before anything more happened. Rowing faster, the raft rocked side to side with his clumsy, panicked movement. In mid-stroke, Marcus's paddle froze. He could be seen struggling to pull it from the water, but it appeared stuck. Another splash sounded as the oar was ripped from his grip. The resulting wave pushed Dean away, and the crowd gasped as pale, grayish-blue tentacles shot from the water, wrapping around the screaming man and pulling him under. He never resurfaced. It was a long time before anyone moved, but when they did, they returned to their homes silently. As my forefather once wrote, I do believe the demon understands when the people have decided to leave. They gathered in the morning and agreed they could be ready to go in 2 days. With Marcus deceased, they did not believe themselves to be in immediate danger so long as they avoided the lake and forest. That assumption cost them dearly. Like so many before them, brother was turned against sister, husband against wife, and no one was safe. Helen Atkins smothered her baby before disappearing into the forest. John Newman was stabbed to death by his wife, and their son vanished in the chaos. Eric Smith, only 7 at the time, hid in a closet as his father murdered his sister and mother before his footsteps could be heard leaving the house. Each survivor holds a similar tale. When the sun rose on the second day, 17 people lived. They did not pause to bury the dead. They left Dirge Lake with what possessions were already prepared and did not look back. When the wagons rode into Jamestown, they were welcomed and guided to the homes built in their anticipation. Some of our men returned for the livestock left behind, but since that day, no one has crossed the river. There's no telling what may live there after so many years, but I hope James will return with new knowledge before we find out. Discovering how and why some are affected and some are not is almost as vital as destroying the demon. Why do some seem to sleepwalk into the forest while others suffer from delusions? Some have experienced both. Is it the work of more than one creature, or do the results depend on the victim? These questions burn within me, but I am helpless to discover the answers. March 11, 1677. Finally, I can write something more interesting than the daily drivel. James and a small contingent of men have left for the Great Mountains. The long wait for his return officially begins. I already feel as if I will crawl out of my skin with worry, but it cannot be helped. If this expedition is successful, it could save countless lives in the future. I should not get my hopes up, but my imagination runs rampant, and I am at its mercy. That entry babbles on a little bit longer, but the relevant parts are over. Next time we can skip ahead to when the 5th group arrives. Boy, did those folks give me a run for my money. But we don't have time to get into it now. The sun's coming up, and we shouldn't press our luck any... hold on there, friend. Let me clean out my ears before you repeat yourself. It sounded like you said you brought presents. Thank you gifts? Oh, shucks, you shouldn't have. I noticed your pack was a little bulgy this time, but you know me, always respecting others' privacy. Bless my oddly corporeal soul, I'm on pins and needles. What is it? Oh my word, those are Stephen King books, real ones. Ones where the battery doesn't die. Yes, please, let me give them a good whiff. Really? You bet. Feel free to bring me any books you were going to donate. In fact, do you need cash? We have lots just sitting in a dresser. You could update your digital library and donate the old ones. Well, that's just silly, Trish. I'm not scaring our best friend. Look, that's the face of... Hey, I know. Let's get you on the trail. Can't risk anything happening to you, can we, pal? I thank you kindly, and will anxiously await your next visit. Come back real soon now. Real soon. Come in. I'm glad you're here early. It's shaping up to be a bad one out there. The wind has a bite even I can feel. We might have a blizzard on our hands in a few hours. Make yourself comfortable. I've had a fire going each night since you left. Although, if I had any sense, I'd only bother when it stormed. I don't rightly know why, but the weather has been that way ever since the last bunch tried to live here. It's like the place's version of a welcome party. Gosh, hard to remember when the last settlement came. What was it, Trish? 1870s? 80s? It's one of those, but I'd have to look to be sure. Don't worry, we'll get to them in due time. Tonight, we're going to skip ahead a couple years so I can tell you about the 5th settlement and what my brother learned in the mountains. No, unfortunately, he returned after the refugees arrived, but I think you'll be pleased with the story. It should answer a few more of those technical questions you're so fond of. Absolutely not. You don't have to worry about Trish's mom. Gail had a run-in with some campers a few days ago. She'll be sleeping it off a little while longer. Not sleep in the way you understand it, but close enough. Oh, before I forget, here's your battery thing. I can't thank you enough for the extra phone time. You brought us another one. You are the truest of friends. Well, if you're all settled in, we can get started. May 10th, 1679. There's little I've written in the last 2 years that does not induce sleep, but now I find myself regretful of complaint. Often I have resented the dull happenings here, as if new settlers would somehow justify my brother's absence. Had I not been so consumed with desire to fill this journal with new information, he would be here now. Sometimes I dream James returns safely, his journey successful. Other times his corpse returns, and the once confined evil spreads across the river to devour us all. How long does one hold hope in their heart before it is time to move on? Should we risk more lives by sending another group in search of the first? It shames me to admit relief the decision does not rest on my shoulders, but the fact remains, something must be done. This morning, a small group of weary travelers wandered into our village. They looked defeated. Their clothes were torn, they carried no supplies, and had not eaten for days. As chance would have it, I was speaking with Tim when they arrived, and we were first to greet them. We offered the starving men food to break their fast and heard their tale. 3 weeks ago, their village was burned to the ground by a Comanche war party. The survivors followed the river, searching for a safer location to rebuild. Yesterday, they discovered the abandoned settlement at Dirge Lake and thought it a gift from God. The men we met were searching the surrounding area when they discovered our town. My brother and I launched into desperate explanations as to why it unwise to remain there, but I fear we only succeeded in appearing as madmen. With the offering of food to carry to their people, they waited whilst I gathered supplies. As I collected any useful items we could spare, I implored others to greet the newcomers and share their own tales. Unfortunately, I only worsened the situation, for they were gone upon my return. The moment they saw our dark-skinned residents, they called us fools and left without further delay. Their parting sentiments expressed the desire we reap what we sow in trusting the devil's own. I cannot help but appreciate the poetic irony of their words. We should not blame the travelers for their fear. I cannot fathom what it must be like to watch your home burn as your people die around you, but if they do not heed our warnings, I fear they will be doomed to repeat the same fate. Tim has ordered a wagon be filled with supplies, and at dawn, we will begin the difficult process of crossing the river. Dr. Gordon and Eric Newman will accompany us. Perhaps if wounds are treated and bellies are filled, they will be more amenable to conversation. With any luck, tomorrow's entry will document our success. May 11th, 1679. I do not know why I hope to appeal to desperate men with reason. They readily accepted our gifts, but remained reluctant to speak with us. We congregated in the church, where we could address the people, as Dr. Gordon saw to the injured. The wounds were minor, those with serious injuries perished in the first few days of travel. Even so, the physician worked at a slow pace, providing us more time to explain the peril of their current situation. The men who appeared to be the leaders remained for the duration of our visit, actively engaging in debate. Others came and went in a constant rotation, never speaking. It quickly became apparent they wished to hide their true numbers from us. At first, it was argued we were ignorant to the danger from our own people, and we were invited to join them. We continued in that manner until all wounds were treated, but as we prepared to leave, we noticed a frail young lad hiding in the corner. Several men shouted for the boy to go, but at our continued insistence, they allowed him to be examined. While all suffered from early signs of starvation, the lad, Daniel, is naught but bones. It is clear he has been in this condition much longer than 3 weeks. After failing to answer the doctor's questions, a gray-haired man by the name of Frederick Barnes explained the child to be a mute orphan in his care since the loss of his parents 2 years ago. He then offered the boy as payment for the wagon of goods, claiming him stronger than he appeared. Thankfully, I managed to hold my tongue as Tim accepted his proposal without displaying disgust. When it became clear neither party would bend to the other's wishes, we returned home, disheartened. Before departing, we made it known they remain welcome should their resolve falter, but our words fell on deaf ears. How long will it be before the killings resume? How will we know when it does? It is clear they do not relish the idea of our friendship, and we can only hope pride does not prevent their seeking help when it is needed. Although, after speaking with Daniel, I do not feel guilty in expressing my own wishes that certain men do not make it to Jamestown. On the walk home, we shared our lunches with the lad. Aside from hoping to ease his fear, the doctor says it is urgent to increase his weight. Daniel eyed us suspiciously as he ate, but it was clear he understood our words and listened closely. Imagine our surprise when the boy we believed mute showed an aptitude for speech even I envy. A sickness ravaged their village 2 years ago, when the boy was only 8 and his parents were among the first to perish. A cruel uncle took him in for a short time, which is where he learned it was better to be thought mute than risk words that might incur beatings. 3 months later, the uncle was killed by a man whom he owed a large debt, and that is when the child began living in the woods. When desperate, he performed odd jobs in exchange for food, but he was not treated kindly. The day the war party came, Daniel was in a tree hiding from an angry farmer. He saw the large group coming over the horizon, ignorant to who they were or what their purpose may be. As they drew closer, he became fascinated by their painted faces and how they moved without making a sound. When the men were almost visible to the village, they dropped to their bellies. Suddenly, nothing remained but a field of tall grass. It wasn't until they crawled past Daniel's hiding place that he began to understand their intentions were nefarious. His fascination turned to fear as he watched the strangers disperse through the village, silent as shadows. Flaming arrows were shot into homes and black smoke filled the air. He described the screams as animalistic. And while men died quickly, he is still too young to understand why the women suffered so much longer, or why the scalps were removed afterwards. Even after witnessing the war party's departure, Daniel was too afraid to leave the tree. It wasn't until the next morning, when other survivors emerged from the forest, that he descended. Little could be salvaged, and those without living family remained unburied when the villagers set out in search of new land. The boy followed at a distance for the first 2 days, afraid he would be abandoned if discovered instead. They put him to work and resumed his beatings. I did not share my suspicions that he was kept for more sinister intentions, but I'm sure my companions thought much the same. Gordon has adopted the boy, wishing to keep close watch over his health. The doctor's own son did not survive infancy, and his wife never again conceived. It warms my heart to know they will make a fine family. At our return, many were angry upon learning the results of our failed venture. Some are advocating for drastic measures, arguing we should remove the newcomers by force if necessary. Thanks to the lad, we now know they only number 46. I, however, believe that would only serve to reinforce their assumptions of our character. Even if it were a morally acceptable response, women and children are present. Tim would never allow such fiendish actions. It seems all we can do is wait. I do not believe there were any arguments we could have used to change the newcomers' minds, for they know they do not have the resources to build from scratch. To happen upon an empty village as they have must truly feel like a blessing. I only hope they have time to recover from their journey before they must battle the evils in their new home. Perhaps when they experience the cursed woods firsthand, they will wish to reopen discussions regarding Jamestown. I should retire for the night. This is the most I've written in years, but I should not press Trish's patience. I have a feeling I shall soon spend many hours with this journal. I hope you don't mind a quick break, but we should tend the fire. I don't think we've had a blizzard like this in 50 years. A good thing I stacked the logs in the kitchen, because that door ain't open until the sun is up. We aren't taking any chances after Gale's little outburst. Besides, Christmas is just around the corner, and I don't think I could face eternity knowing I let my best friend's soul get sucked into a black existence of endless suffering. Talk about ruining the holidays, am I right? What was that? Hold on. I can't hear you from the kitchen. I'll be right back. One more second, friend. Ethan, get off your lazy ass and grab some of those logs. Can't you see my hands are full? Here we are, centuries later, and he still has no manners. Let's see. Where were we? Yes, of course. The day we brought Daniel home. I hope you believe me when I say it's a kindness to fast forward a bit. Our time is best served by skipping to the next entry regarding the 5th settlement. May 29th, 1679. It has finally happened. This afternoon, a traumatized young woman stumbled into our village. How she crossed the river with an infant in her state, I cannot imagine. But they are recovering at the Newman residence until permanent accommodations can be arranged. It seems we exacerbated her fears in our frenzied welcome. Those present when she arrived rushed to her side, eager to hear the news, but it did not appear so innocent from her perspective. The women were quick to remedy our folly, taking her into their inner folds and tending to the child. We men were left to wait out of doors as our wives learned her name and reasons for flight. Our guest's name is Rebecca Hughes, and her tale is enough to give me chills. It's one thing to read events long past, but it is quite another to know these horrible things are happening as you sleep soundly in the neighboring village. Perhaps removing the settlers by force would not be the extreme measure I previously believed, but again, the decision does not rest with me. Trish, knowing I would wish to record every detail, was kind enough to take notes as the girl recounted her daring escape. Since exhausting their limited provisions, her people have struggled for each meal. Even though the lake is green, it still holds many fish. Yesterday at dawn, 4 men swam into the slimy waters with 2 large nets. Those who have read these journals will know what came next as surely as I did when hearing those words. Rebecca and the other wives watched from the shore as their husbands divided into pairs and chose their positions. They caught several fish quickly, doing much to raise their spirits. As moods lightened, sounds of laughter filled the air. It was Rebecca's husband, Gilbert, who first yelped in pain, but he thought his leg was cut by debris. Then his partner, James, shrieked in surprise, dropping the net in his frantic flails. He spun in circles, kicking about wildly as he yelled claims of something slimy wrapping around his ankle. Gilbert admonished him for the panic, insisting it was only seaweed which entangled him. The other pair began swimming toward the commotion, unsure if their fellows needed assistance. As they hurried across the lake, Jameson calmed his erratic movements. All seemed peaceful once again, and their friends were returning to original positions when Andrew Foster was pulled under. He was gone instantly, and the resulting ripples disappeared as quickly as Mr. Foster himself. The remaining 3 stared at the empty space, dumbfounded for several minutes before the wails of Andrew's wife spurred them to action. The men took turns diving into the murky depths until Jameson also failed to emerge. Rebecca blames herself for Gilbert's loss. She begged he swam ashore when Jameson did not return. Her desperate pleas freed him of his terrified stupor. He lunged forward and screamed as he was roughly yanked beneath the surface. The last man, Terrence Fulton, was able to escape as the lake monster, for we know the truth, devoured Mr. Hughes. The incident compelled some to finally consider our warnings, but most believed a predatory fish at fault. The information we find truly troubling are the conditions under which Rebecca was forced to flee. The Fultons also wished to depart, but Mr. Barnes forbade any from leaving. He deemed each person vital to their survival, and that to abandon the settlement would be akin to murder. The man's methods of control are sickening. Rebecca left home in secret just before dawn, and it is a miracle she made it here. Timothy has called for a meeting to discuss what actions, if any, should be taken in effort to assist those held against their will. We may outnumber them, but they are frightened, desperate people. Few things are more dangerous. My head throbs from weighing the choices in my mind. perhaps a good night's rest will lend clarity to the situation. Tomorrow I will write of what has been decided. May 30th, 1679. We will not cross the river. I thought myself in favor of lending aid, but now I am certain Tim was right to refuse. I considered only the human obstacles we would face, failing to acknowledge the ghoulish deceit I have spent so many hours studying in that first old journal. There would be no way to ensure we did not fight amongst ourselves as we struggled to free people who may ultimately decide they did not want our help. Would the Fultons still wish to join us if we were forced to harm their friends in the process? There is simply too much at risk on both sides. All we can do is welcome any who make it this far and defend our homes against those who would seek to do harm. We think it is unlikely men of their nature have the courage to face us in real confrontation. But Tim has arranged night sentries for the foreseeable future. If they serve no other purpose, Trish tells me Rebecca is most comfortable by their presence. Our new friend is opening up to the women more now that she is arrested, and her grief for Gilbert has set in as reality. The poor girl is in good hands with Mrs. Newman. She can mourn in peace knowing she and her child are safely away from danger. It is difficult not to dwell on thoughts of James as I write at this desk each night. Perhaps it would be wise to retire early. I desperately require the additional sleep. May 31st, 1679. I am fortunate for taking the extra rest. Much has developed during the course of this day. We have new arrivals from the settlement who were able to tell us of events since Rebecca's departure. After discovering her missing, Frederick ordered everyone indoors while he and 2 men scoured the forest. It is unknown if they truly searched, for upon their return they reported discovering Mrs. Hughes' body, or more accurately, what remained of it. He spun a tale that strongly implied any others who dare leave would likely meet the same fate. I do not consider myself a man of violence, but I find myself plotting various ways of preventing Mr. Barnes from reaching Jamestown. If he survives a few more nights, rest assured, dear future reader, he will crawl on his knees before us, pleading for shelter. But for now, I must bide my time and relay what horrors next plague the settlement. A farmer moved his family into the old Brown residence, and it seems they fell victim to the same strange creature as the previous tenants. Once again, the elders refuse to elaborate of their knowledge of this monster, but they are quick to correct any who refer to it as a demon. George Miller and his wife Bethany moved into the farmhouse with their 5 children immediately upon arrival. They added additional rooms and, with help from neighbors, put much work into preparing the land for new crops. In that time, nothing thought to be unnatural occurred until the last night. After supper, as Bethany and her 3 daughters sat knitting, the boys prepared an evening fire. It was the eldest son, Jack, who was tasked with retrieving extra wood. When he did not return, they assumed he found need to chop more. When he still did not return, George sent his other son, Jonathan, to check the cause for delay. The younger lad was gone mere seconds before he burst through the door, white as a sheet and breathing heavily. He spoke in a rush, reporting Jack to be calling for help from the forest. Mr. Miller leapt from his chair, retrieved 2 rifles, and thrusting one into Jonathan's hands, they ran outside. Stopping to light the torches, George called to his other son, but did not receive answer. Bethany stood at the door with her daughters, watching nervously as her husband stalked the tree line, searching for signs to indicate Jack's passage. Finally, they heard footsteps to their right. Instructing Jonathan to hold position, Mr. Miller cautiously made his way through the brush. Moments later, the snap of a twig inches to his left made George drop his torch, and the fire extinguished with a loud hiss. In the same instant, he discharged his weapon, and the sound of his retreating footsteps could be heard. Jonathan called to his father, but before he could do more, the burly man emerged from the tree line. Without pause, Mr. Miller grabbed his remaining son and dragged him along in his desperate flight. Once all were inside, George barred the door, ignoring his family's frightened questions. He proceeded to latch the shutters while shouting for the others to follow suit. When no more could be done to secure their position, he reached for his pipe with trembling hands. After dropping it for the 3rd time, he broke down into tears. Unable to cope with another moment's wait, Bethany slapped her husband's face. When the man was finally able to communicate, his family crumpled at the news of Jack's death. In the forest, when the twig snapped, George was able to take in one horrendous sight before the torch extinguished. He saw a creature so tall, its head was lost in the darkness above. Its body was that of a man, but covered in a thick, deer-like hide. It had 2 arms and legs as humans, but the right arms were so long its fingertips brushed the ground. At such a description, I am not sorry to lack its facial features. What stuck clear in the grieving father's mind was the image of his son's severed head. The creature held it aloft as if offering Mr. Miller a gift. The family hugged as they cried, but wails of grief quickly evolved to screams of terror as loud, heavy footsteps were heard outside. All sounds in the home ceased as the steps seemed to pace across the porch. Bethany held her daughters close as George stood, motioning for Jonathan to follow. Careful to make no noise, they steadied their rifles, training them on the door. When the steps next passed, they halted at the entrance. Loud bangs shook the door, bending it further inward with each strike. Hearts pounding, the terrified family waited with breaths held, expecting the wood to splinter any second. After several minutes of this, a distorted, childlike voice of indistinguishable gender said, "Help, Dad," before retreating steps could finally be heard leaving the premises. After 2 silent hours, Bethany put the girls to bed. She and George remained on guard, and Jonathan dozed near the fire. No one stirred as the creature crept alongside their home, and they were not sure if they truly heard the short but sharp crack of a shutter torn from its hinges. But chaos ensued when the loud shattering of glass and shrill screams pierced the night. The screaming continued as all rushed to the girls, weapons at the ready. 2 children sat huddled in a corner, pointing to the broken window. Bethany was first to notice Elizabeth's absence. She forced her way past George, screaming for her youngest child. Glass forgotten, Mrs. Miller knelt, peering under the bed, but nothing was there. Bloody streaks trailed across the floor as she continued her desperate search. When she reached the corner where her remaining daughters cowered, she shook them violently, demanding answers. The eldest, Laura, barely spoke above a whisper when she reported a giant deer man reached through the window and carried her sister away. George, forced to drop the rifle, restrained his wife when she continued shaking the frightened child. He released her moments later when Bethany ceased struggling, but she knocked him to the ground at first opportunity. Taking the gun on her way out, Mrs. Miller ran from the home, screaming for her lost children. Her husband gave chase, pleading for her to return, but stopped short at the door, too frightened to continue. He thought it was so the children would not be orphans, but now he is unsure if that was his true motive. After a sleepless night, he and his starving children fled at dawn with all they could carry. They did not tell anyone of their departure, knowing they would not be allowed to leave regardless the reason. I am glad those children have an intelligent father, for there is no doubt they would be orphans, or worse, had he pursued his wife. Even more certain are the actions Mr. Barnes would have employed at the discovery of his intentions. Goodness, the time. It seems I have fallen effortlessly into my old habits. Perhaps when these endeavors are finished, I will finally come around to writing that poem for my beautiful wife. That was a mighty hectic 3 days. Next is the part where James finally comes home, so this is the last good part for a break if you'd like to stretch your legs a bit. Well, that sounds mighty fine. Some good old-fashioned popcorn would be lovely. It's been a while since I smelled that buttery goodness. Trish, could you be a dear and fetch a pot? The sounds of them kernels popping sure does take me back. Tell you what I'd like to try, popcorn balls. We was watching a movie a few months back where some folks made them. They looked like sweet, gooey balls of pure delight. Oh yes, dear, you're right. Sorry, friend. Let myself get riled again. Anyway, I guess we should get back to our story. Let's focus on that instead of that howling outside. Nothing to worry about. Probably just the wind, almost surely. You just relax and eat your snack. I got this. June 1st, 1679. My brother has returned, and they lost only 2 men on the journey. Despite all the hardships we have endured, I am jubilant this night. James as well, and now we have new information that will certainly prove vital. I could hardly believe my eyes at the sight of his thin, bearded face. There was a fine celebration, with a feast I will still feel the weight of come morning. We received no new settlers this day, and I am almost grateful, for I have much to write. It is almost a shame to dampen such high spirits with talk of the wicked things James learned in the great mountains. But it is a task that should not be delayed. My brother, ever the wise man, kept a journal documenting his experiences each night. He claimed it was to free himself of my hassling upon his return, but I know he jests. He understood the importance of this journey and would not undertake even the smallest task without his very best efforts. I must return his journal when I am finished, but I will transcribe his conversation with the mountain's elders here. It is best if more than one copy of the knowledge exists. Copied from the journal of James Cook. I thought the hardest parts of our arduous journey behind us when we reached the great mountains, but the last several months spent proving ourselves to these strange people have been more difficult by far. Thankfully, our patience and efforts have finally been rewarded this day. They revealed to us a passage leading deep inside the mountain and showed us their true village. When their ancestors first came to these parts centuries ago, they were persuaded by a superior tribe. Crawling in the brush, desperate to lose their enemies, they stumbled upon a small opening in the mountain. Surprised to find a tunnel which opened into a large cavern, they quickly hid their people inside. After the years passed, they dug new pathways to expand their home. It was there, deep in the heart of the mountain, the elders gave us the information we sought. They sat in a round cave with only one entrance. Torches lined the walls, and a dozen people sat solemnly. When I attempted to relay the information given by the shaman Kawani, they surprised me further by already knowing his words. The frail woman who spoke sat in the center of the elders' circle, staring into space. Noticing her strange white eyes, I realized she was blind. I only note the fact due to the number of times she claimed to see Kawani when they spoke. The shaman was a descendant of their tribe, and therefore able to commune with them in death. Even with my experience in the unnatural, I found this concept difficult to accept. Yet I must believe it true, for there is no other way she could possess such knowledge. I know it will trouble my brother to learn we cannot express the demon's name via written word. We are only able to commune it verbally, and even then, only when absolutely necessary. The reason is still difficult to comprehend, but I will do my best to explain a concept of which I understand little. Even so, I fear it will not do justice to the long, elegantly delivered account I received. Normally, when we die, our souls pass on to the spirit world to be at peace, but there are exceptions. Ghosts are the souls who, for a variety of reasons, cannot pass on to the spirit world at all. Each individual's circumstance is unique, making it impossible to fully document each possibility, but I'm fairly certain Alexander already has information regarding this topic. When a truly vile, evil person dies, their soul can never be at peace. Instead, it is pulled to a different realm of the spirit world, one where they remain in a state of pain and terror, always aware of their suffering. It is in this realm demons are born. They are physical creatures, formed as a byproduct of hate and chaos. They devour the tormented souls, becoming more powerful with each consumption. They can never be destroyed, only banished back from whence they came. Long ago, a mortal performed a ritual to summon a demon to the cursed woods. Man, by nature, is fallible in his greedy desire for wealth and power. Even those with good intentions often fall prey to the belief they hold some unique quality that entitles him to stand above his fellows. It is exactly that trait upon which the beast will prey. Demons are capable of influencing dreams of the weak-minded, employing masterful manipulations to achieve their goals. They promise to fulfill their victims' greatest desires, yet are somehow able to maintain the illusion of honesty. I do not understand how one can think such a creature would honor an agreement. The easiest way to banish the entity requires the summoner, Therefore, it will dispose of that person immediately. Without aid from the one who brought the demon forth, we must use an alternative method. I was gifted with a beautifully carved bow and 3 special arrows. The runes carved into the shafts remind me of the ceremonial dagger our father passed down to Timothy. The elders confirmed either would harm the demon, but the bow allows for attacking from a distance. The creature can only be banished in its true form. If it has taken possession of a human, it will be forced from its shell, but not injured. Once it is truly wounded, the weapon must not be removed, and great effort should be made to avoid physical contact with the demon. Even in that state, it should then be burned to ashes, which will be scattered into a body of salt water, never fresh. I think what frightens me most is knowing the demon does in fact continue to grow stronger with each victim it takes. I pray we can be rid of it before a 5th settlement comes to pass. It is unfortunate I cannot write its name down, for it is a difficult word. Our language does not possess all the sounds necessary to convey it correctly, but the elders say it is still too risky. There are few things more powerful than a true name, especially when written. Ink does not fade away as the sound of a voice. It remains, as with the power it infused within the demon. I must make sure to stress this point to my well-meaning brother, that he cannot, for any reason, commit the name to paper. I should not even speak it more than once when I return. My back screams in protest at the thought of the journey home. My desire to travel has been filled. I hope to never leave Jamestown again. What I have seen and learned here was worth the effort, but I miss my family dearly. I pity whoever will be charged with use of this fine bow. I greatly desire to keep it, but the price of ownership is far too high. I envy James's experience with the elders. I yearn to see their mountains and caves, but I know I could not endure years away from Trish and the children. The demon's name is indeed difficult, but even if I were allowed to write it, I do not know how I would spell such strange sounds. My hand throbs from exertion, and I must wake with the sun. With this new information, it would be a monstrous act to abandon the victims at Dirge Lake. When the demon is gone, perhaps it will finally make a good place to settle. I would be remiss to behave as if this would be an easy undertaking, but I feel as if we have come too far to fail. If I do not return tomorrow, dear family, know I cherished you more than life, and I do this to secure your futures. May our children never experience the horrors of the cursed woods. June 2nd, 1679. In all my life, I have never experienced such horror as what I saw this day. We arrived at Dirge Lake, but there was not a soul in sight. We felt a dark presence watching as we knocked on several doors and peeked through windows. Finally, when no one came to greet us, we entered the church. The stench was overwhelming. It penetrated anything we used in an attempt to cover our faces. There was no escaping the smell of death. Mutilated bodies were posed all around us. 2 young girls sat in the front row, hands severed at the wrists but clasped together in their laps. Behind them, a man and woman sat together, their heads placed on the wrong bodies. Everywhere we looked was more of the same. After confirming no survivors remained, we wished to leave quickly. The floor was slick with blood, and in my hurry, I fell to my knees. After seeing my hand rested on someone's intestine, I proceeded to lose my breakfast. We knew we were too late. They were all dead, but we had to try anyway. When we had a moment to collect ourselves, we searched every home for survivors, but only found more gruesome murders. The things done to the poor children were horrendous, but knowing we could do no more for the dead, we discussed the larger issue at hand. Most wished to return home, reasoning that there was no point facing the demon if none were left to save, but I could not be satisfied until I saw the corpse of Frederick Barnes. The 2 men who were always with him were found dead in the church. Their, members removed and inserted into their mouths, but I needed to know their boss was also gone. I do not mind admitting that what little courage I possessed fled from me at the grotesque sights we beheld. And yes, I was willing to abandon plans of fighting the demon for as long as possible. But I would never sleep soundly again without knowing Mr. Barnes was deceased. We found him outside. dead but animated as the demon's new husk, watching us from the tree line. When we saw him, he emerged with the most hauntingly sinister smile I've ever seen. He told us to get off his land, still pretending to be Frederick, but we stood our ground. We tried to position ourselves to obscure the demon's view of Timothy, but he saw my brother ready an arrow and understood our intentions. He moved with inhuman speed, but somehow Michael Stephenson shielded Tim, buying valuable time. We rushed to aid Michael, but his skull was crushed instantly. As the demon turned to locate my brother once again, Henry Davenport leapt onto his back, securing the last moment we needed. Unfortunately, it came at great cost, for the creature reached its arms back in a disturbingly unnatural way to break our friend's neck effortlessly. Suddenly, an arrow plunged deep into Frederick's chest, knocking him to the ground. We descended upon him, watching as black ooze gushed from the wound. The creature laughed maniacally until only a hollow shell remained. When the last drop of the tar-like substance was soaked into the ground or evaporated, I'm not sure which, we wasted no time in leaving. I have had enough adventure in my life. I hope no one enters those cursed woods again, but if they do, may it be long after I am gone. Trish made me promise I would not cross the river again, and I eagerly agreed. If it were not out of concern for my brother, I would not have put her through the worry of going today. The only thing I want now is to sleep for a few days. Good grief, look at the time. The sun has been up for hours. See, this is what happens when you shut the world out. I don't even remember hearing the storm stop, but... Uh-oh. Oh, thank goodness. Thought we might be snowed in, but you can crawl over that little mound, no problem. I was worried we'd have to shoot you out of the chimney for a second. Anyway, one day you should remind me to read James's journal. That tribe in the mountains accidentally opened a cavern that still had something ancient living in there, and all sorts of shenanigans ensued. It sounded like quite a time. I'm starting to think you're never going to be satisfied. No matter how much I read, you want to hear more. Well, tough cookies, because we've barely scratched the surface. If you want to know more, we'll pick up with the 6th settlement later. But we have to skip the rest of my journals to do that. Huh? What makes you think I died over here? Nah, the plague got us, but I couldn't just leave my journals behind, could I? Goodness, no. I didn't bring them here. No, we can't get into all that. You've stayed too long as it is. That part of the story isn't even interesting. Hell, I'm not sure if it qualifies as anecdotal. Just set that brain of yours back to pondering the new stuff you did learn. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope to see you again real soon. Hello. Looks like these flurries will be another blizzard soon. Come on, let's get you to the cabin before you freeze over. When this storm blew in, I knew you must be on the way. We're thrilled to have you back with us so close to Christmas. No, it's no trouble at all. The neighbors have been restless the last couple of days. I figured I ought to play it safe, so I grabbed an umbrella and hit the trail. I'm glad you made good time. Thanks to those thunderheads, it's gonna be full dark out here soon. Whew. Alright, we're home, family. Here you go. Ethan, good job with the fire. You earned yourself first use of our newfangled portable battery. It's the dawn of a new day with this long-lasting puppy. Thanks again, friend. You discovered something that actually motivates the boy. We never thought we'd see the day. Here's the one you left with us last time. So, is the person who invented these things super famous? How can you not even know their name? Alright, Trish is right. We better get started. I can't keep talking through sunup. Get yourself settled while I set the scene. If you want to hear the daily dribbles of Jamestown life, We can go back when we finish the good stuff. For now, I suspect you'd prefer to hear the juicy bits. What can I say? Stories are my seventh sense? Besides, it's adorable how you breathers are fascinated by death. You got all the time in the world to be dead later. Go out there and live. Visit a library, get hot water from a faucet, buy food for weeks at a time. The possibilities are endless. Oops, got excited again. Sorry. Anyway, we're skipping all the way to 1752 tonight. Such a long time passed, our descendants stopped believing in the boogeyman. With each generation, the population increased and more land was needed. Eventually, the stories came to be known as tales concocted to prevent children from playing near the river. Yep, you guessed it. Our genius legacies decided to expand Dirge Lake. They built a bridge and everything. No, their bridge was later destroyed. The one there today was built in the early 1900s by the government. Locals fought it every step of the way, but you know how it is with infrastructure. Ethan, if you don't want to hear it, put on your headphones. Sorry, he's just touchy because he was one of the geniuses. To be fair, it wasn't his fault. His father was to blame. The boy is descended from James, but great-nephew is a mouthful. He was only 18 when that mess happened. He didn't know any better. It's harder to accept this lifestyle at that age. It's kind of you to be concerned, but don't worry. Look, he's already lost in Spider-Man. No, the boy is far too lazy to write. We'll be reading my own great-grandson's journal. Nicky was a chip off the old block. That boy done me right proud, once he got over his skepticism. He was only 21 himself, but he was lucky enough to make it out alive. The weird part is, me and Trish had a front row seat for the whole ride. And believe me, we tried our best to stop them, but there's only so much we could do. Sometimes, kids gotta learn the hard way. You don't just die and pop up the next second as we are now. Goodness, no. It took almost 20 years to just poke stuff. I don't think anyone could hear us for nearly a century. Even then, it was barely above a whisper. Appear in human form with substance? Converse for extended periods? You're talking more than 200 years for this swagger. Well, if we hadn't gotten mixed up with the demon and its blood sacrifices, sure, we probably could have sped things up a bit, but being dead is no reason to drag other people down. Maybe you're right. I think laziness does run in the family. We had the hang of things well enough to help a few, but even now, we don't go near the demon's nest. We're drifting to the mumbos and jumbos again. All that will come out in the story natural-like. I'll fill in some missing blanks as we go, but Nicholas did a fine job, especially for a young age. Now, you'd think so much time passed that it would take a minute for things to kick off, but nope. They were being watched from the first tree down to the last person out, you better believe that. April 12th, 1752. After nearly a year, we are finally moved to our new homes. I cannot help but laugh at how this space was avoided for silly superstition, though I do wonder if the water was once genuinely clear. It would be fascinating to discover the true cause of such a transformation. Regardless, it is teeming with fish. You can hear them splashing about at all hours. As for the reports of the land's deterioration, it is honestly not so bad. The soil is more suitable to farming across the river, but that hardly means it is uninhabitable. With a little extra care and irrigation, our crops will grow. Since the removal of dead trees and shrubbery, Dirge Lake is uniquely picturesque, very unlike that of traditional scenery. We are surrounded by a forest of large, twisted trees whose branches reach out in strange curvatures, bending at odd angles. I have never seen their like. Thick gray moss hangs down in sheets, accenting the greenery in a somehow beautiful, gloomy way. I cannot express how wonderful it feels to sit in my own home, writing my own memoirs. Silence is a glorious thing I have rarely experienced in such eternity. When I am ready to start a family, I must add additional rooms to retain a private space. Hopefully, by that time, these strange notions will cease. I believe the old stories have affected me in a small way. The moment I began this entry, an odd sensation overcame me. It is as if someone stands looking over my shoulder. I expected the feeling to fade, but it grows worse. There's a tickle at the back of my neck and a chill down my spine. At least I have the comfort of knowing I am not alone in my paranoia. Ethan thought he heard a man call from the forest, and my sister claimed to see a disfigured face in the window. Father would enjoy a hearty laugh if he read these words, but it is worth noting how easily the power of suggestion can manipulate one's senses. I am sure others follow our example, but keep the matters private. If dangerous wildlife is nearby, it will not take long to dispatch. The farmhouse is no longer secluded from neighbors. In case of attack, help is not far away, but I do not believe such an event will truly take place. Much time was spent in the area during preparations, and nothing was seen to justify such concern. Damn. One careless slip, and now there's a strike across the page. Alas, that is enough foolishness for one night. I am eager to retire. Tomorrow will be a long, hard day. The Hamptons' crop restorations begin at sunrise. I volunteered because farming is vital for the community, and not at all for the reason to be near Kenneth's lovely daughter, although, if I were ready to begin courting, she would make me a lucky man indeed. April 13th, 1752. It was a mistake to indulge such nonsense last night. These wild ideas of monsters and demons have taken root in my brain, and now they blossom into pure madness. I'll not have it. There are no such things as ghosts or spirits. Do you hear the insanity in those words? One must take stock and look at the situation as a whole, outside one's single, small-minded existence. Which is more likely, that a silly wives' tale rings true, or that, being aware of such tales, my mind warps situations to fit the narrative? Any who chooses the former clearly has no respect for science. We are no longer in the Dark Ages. One must adapt to the modern world, or it will leave them behind. I digress. I should not become flustered over such trivial mishaps. If nothing else, these anecdotes may amuse my grandchildren someday. I must admit, from the comfort of home, the situation does seem humorous. Even the boys at the lake had a scare when placing the fish traps, but their incident is easily explained. In the process of stealing supper, alligators destroyed their nests. My experience was more confounding. Alice fetched us from the field when lunch was ready. She and her mother prepared enough food to feed the volunteers, and tables were set outside to accommodate our large number. While preparing my plate, I heard Mrs. Hampton calling for her youngest, Florence. The child was assumed to be in her room, and, as a gentleman, I offered my assistance. After ascending the stairs, I turned right and followed the long hallway to the open door on the left. Florence's room was brightly decorated with flowers, and the child stood at her window, seeming not to notice my presence. She turned when I spoke and came a few steps closer. When I relayed her mother's message, she inched forward a little more. Thinking it was a game, I extended my arm, asking if I might escort her as a proper lady, but she did not find the offer charming as envisioned. No matter what I tried, there was no further reaction. She merely stood there, expressionless. My stomach begged for the delicious smells wafting through the open window. Losing patience in my hunger, I resigned to the knowledge she would soon grow bored and follow. Upon returning, I informed Alice of my less than successful efforts, but she appeared confused and gestured toward the stables. I nearly choked when I saw Florence riding atop her father's shoulders. I believe, if nothing else, my fellows would describe me as a sane, reasonable man, one who was not easily shaken or deceived. Yet, I cannot explain how this happened. No matter how I replay the scene, I do not understand where I am mistaken. You must picture it precisely as I state, for I wish others to appreciate the magnitude of this riddle. From leaving the child's room to seeing her at the stables, a few minutes passed. We dined in clear view of the home. Never was it out of sight. The barn was at my back, with 40 yards of open field between structures. I would have considered it an impossible task to move from one to the other without my seeing, yet it happened. I am simply baffled, even more that the child played her part so well. That alone is a worthy feat, but the sheer logistics behind getting her to the stables are on another level entirely. Florence did not act alone. The plotting was Kenneth's doing, of that I'm sure. It is not that I am a poor sport. The illusion was artfully done and masterfully executed. There is no denying that. I simply wish to know how. But they will not reveal their methods. In fact, they will not admit to trickery at all. They insist I saw a different child. The notion is absurd. Even if multiple 10-year-olds were roaming about, one could hardly mistake her golden curls and blue eyes. Damn if this is not my own doing for showing interest in the details. Had I remained aloof, their bragging would be endless. Now it is more fun to leave me in ignorance. Perhaps sleep will bring clarity. It is a theory worth testing. Oh, and I thought I was long-winded. I forgot how philosophical that kid used to be. Anyway, no matter. I just wanted to make a quick notation for the sake of accuracy. Do you know what a doppelganger is? Well, I had a feeling. There's quite a few misconceptions about them, but just keep in mind, they are not in any way a ghost. They're two completely different breeds. Think of them as low-level demons. They used to be human, but when passing to the other side, they landed in the unpleasant place. On rare occasions, one finds its way home, but needs a new identity to be free. See, Trish gives one little tidbit, and now it's 20 questions. Settle down, friend. We got all night. April 14th, 1752. It was another day of strange occurrences. If tomorrow is not better, we may have to reevaluate our position. While I do not relish the notion, I must admit the necessity. Ken Hampton may be a crafty devil, but I cannot believe he would force the stresses of this night upon his family by choice. Honestly, I no longer know what to believe. At dusk, all others departed, but I dallied in the stables. Florence's soft voice startled me from thought as she extended her family's invitation to supper. I accepted gratefully, if not suspiciously, but is that surprising after the ruckus of last night? It was not likely I would fall for the same trick twice. I kept the child in sight, watching for any sign of co-conspirators. As we left the barn, someone hiding in the trees shouted a gargled cry for help, but unwilling to traipse through the forest, I quickened our pace. While impressed with Florence's feigned fright, I am almost certain it was Donald's voice. Even if slurred speech concealed his identity, the girl's brother was supposedly on a hunting venture and not expected to return for several days. A likely story indeed. If that were not enough, Mrs. Hampton shrieked an ear-splitting scream at the sight of us. She was descending the steps with Mr. Hampton close at heel when we entered through the foyer. Penelope's cry shook me, sowing doubts in my previous perceptions. Without speaking, the couple rushed upstairs. When they returned, I could see the loss of color from their pale faces. I cannot conceive how one fakes such an emotional response. Perhaps what began in jest... Blast! How have I ruined yet another page? The damn pen has a mind of its own. No more of this. I have no opinion on the matters. I simply state the facts as they occurred. Let others determine what lies in truth. Now, begone whatever foul force foils my hard work. The Hamptons claimed to see Florence in her room only seconds before, but they could not argue with the sight of her before their eyes. The lost, confused looks they wore were admittedly familiar, but it is a hard concept to accept. At Kenneth's suggestion, we all sat to dine, recounting each event in precise detail. Mr. Hampton explained they were dressing for supper when Florence appeared in the doorway. She reported my acceptance of the evening invitation, and Penelope instructed her daughter to likewise prepare. She watched as the child ran into her own room. When the parents passed her door moments later, the girl was brushing her hair. Not wishing her to dally, they paused in the hall. They insist they did not continue down the stairwell until Florence trailed behind. Then, seconds later, they saw her in my own company. I have never been so utterly at loss for explanation. I feel as though all I once believed has been called into question. Ethan continues facing challenges at the lake. Not only have they lost more nets, but a horse was taken. Its cries were heard through the village as it was dragged from shore. When the first men arrived, they saw the beast's head disappearing beneath the choppy waters. It seems as if our next priority will be hunting the alligators before a child is lost. I grow increasingly wary as I ponder these circumstances. Once again, it instills the sense I am not alone. Twice now I have glanced over my shoulder, expecting to find a visitor. It is overwhelming how strong this sensation grows. I believe I am at my limit. It is time to retire in preparation for another early start. April 15th, 1752. It was a somber day. Good men have died. Late in the night, the Hamptons woke to the sound of agonizing screams and frantic banging. Kenneth quickly recognized the familiar voice begging entry and rushed to unbar the door. He gasped at the bloody sight crumpled before him as he struggled to drag Judd Crawley inside. Once across the threshold, the injured man fought assistance, demanding every entry point be secured. Ken humored Mr. Crawley, latching the door before further examination. A dark crimson trail marked their passage through the home, but it was already too late. With aid from Penelope and a newly lit fire, they were able to see the horrifying extent of Judd's injuries. Had the man survived, it would have been without his left arm or leg, but he soon lapsed into unconsciousness, dying minutes later. His shoulder remained attached by only a few bundled nerves, his knees twisted at a nauseating angle, and puncture wounds bored deep into his thigh, exposing the muscle and tendons beneath. Mr. Crawley never said what attacked him, and I am beyond speculation, lest another page be marred, but most assume a bear. Mrs. Hampton is terribly distraught Florence witnessed the gruesome sight. The curious child was caught spying from the balcony, poking her head between the banisters. Alice ran to her sister, but the girl was already gone. My considerate future wife found the little one pretending to sleep soundly in bed and considered her work finished. Worried for Donald's safety after multiple nights alone in the dangerous forest, we have formed a search party which will depart at first light. It is vital I rest soon, but there is more I must write while memory is fresh. Unfortunately, Judd was not the only death suffered. This evening, I was told of the Johnsons' family tragedy. What they have endured these last days is unimaginable, even more so that it was kept secret. Not that I blame them. I myself had much the same instinct, although it is doubtful I have the fortitude to remain silent if faced with true adversity. Their tale is so unusual, I wish to record it precisely as told. Edmund and Grace Johnson are a young couple with a frail 6-year-old son. Benjamin has always been sickly and therefore does not play about with other children. As they have been unable to conceive, the boy is without siblings and prone to loneliness. None was surprised when he developed an imaginary friend. It is a common enough thing. The parents were merely pleased at the sound of their son's laughter. The boy developed this friendship during the first night in his new home. By the next noonday meal, he was insisting a plate be prepared for Mr. Long. At first, the parents found it endearing and encouraged the boy's imagination. They asked questions about his new companion, finding the answers odd but harmless. Over the course of that day, they learned Mr. Long is 842 years old and wears a black dress which covers his feet. He is bald with stark white skin, a crooked nose, and uneven yellow eyes. The imagery is admittedly disturbing, but stranger still is what happened next. After putting the child to bed, Edmund and Grace sat at the kitchen table, discussing the odd descriptions of Mr. Long. During this conversation, Mr. Johnson stated the price of a dog would be worth distracting the boy from such hideous ideas. The moment those words were spoken, Benjamin's shrill cry rang through the house. The parents rushed to his aid, confused and terrified. As they burst through the door, a dark mass seemed to disappear through the wall, and items in the adjoining room could be heard crashing to the floor. Grace held her son as Edmund searched the house, but nothing was found. They waited until the following morning to question the child. He was incapable of expressing what transpired, but understood why. Somehow, Benjamin was aware of the dog comment. He repeated Edmund's words verbatim, claiming Mr. Long perceived it as a threat. I have personally been inside the Johnson home, and I can bear witness the rooms are situated far apart. Their son relayed progressively sinister messages until the Johnsons' terror came to a climax just before dawn. Once again, they woke to the sound of Benjamin's desperate screams. As they charged in, a solid black form could be seen enveloping their son's body, choking off his agonizing wails. The mortified parents lunged forward, but an invisible force propelled them backwards. They watched, paralyzed, as the malignant mass warped into an almost humanoid shape, and black, wispy tendrils forced Benjamin's lips apart, opening his mouth far past its human limit. The snap of his jaw echoed in the small room, earning fresh shrieks of agony from the helpless parents. As the form slowly forced itself into the boy, his throat tripled in size. In a last act of desperation, Edmund screamed into the cold darkness, offering his own body in exchange. The black mass left the child like that of a snake leaving its den. Faster than human eyes could track, it flew across the room, forcing itself into Mr. Johnson. Grace watched in horror as her husband's body turned into a purple, bulging nightmare. With a sudden realization she was no longer held in place, the determined mother acted without hesitation. Returning with Edmund's rifle, she pulled the trigger before the possessed man could rise to his feet. The stench of sulfur filled the room as Grace carried her son away from the carnage. Mrs. Johnson had moved back to Jamestown proper to be with her mother, and says the boy has no memory of the tragic events. Something she considers a blessing, no doubt. I do not pretend to know what plagued the small family. I only document the facts in hope of one day reviewing these pages as a true man of science. Perhaps then I will understand what pieces this puzzle misses. For now, all I can do is rest in preparation for tomorrow's search. Alright, it is definitely time for a break. No way. Mr. Long is not a doppelganger or a demon. We think he's a strangely powerful ghost, but it's hard to be sure. He was here long before the first settlement, and I doubt anyone ever finds a way to get rid of him. Who knows what kind of tricks he's picked up since this story. It's not a dress, it's a cloak. The kid didn't know what to call it, and Nikki was a bit too shook up to think anything of the detail. Well, actually, the advice came from yours truly. We felt really bad for that poor kid. We weren't very good at communicating yet, but putting all our energy into yelling instructions got the job done. Sorta. It was honestly the only way to save Benji, and it was still Ed and Grace's decision. We only gave them ideas. The choice to act was all their own. Trust me, most parents would have done the same. I know we would. Hell, we also stalked the shit out of every man intent on searching the woods. You know as well as us that Donald fella is long dead. There was no point in watching more die on a hopeless mission. It's surprising what you can do to someone's food if you hover around the kitchen long enough. Those answers will come in due time. You'll find out more soon enough. So, while we're on a break anyway, I couldn't help but notice that bulge in your pack there. Thank the cricket, I don't need to breathe. I think we're about to find out if ghosts have tears. The Stand, It, Needful Things are my favorites. It's like you knew. Oh, they did? My family's the best. Hey, that means you too, you know. I'm speaking for all of us when I say you're every bit a member. If you'll have us, that is. No wonder you were so eager to get back before Christmas. Okay, I know, I'm doing it again. Though, in my defense, I think you only hindered the process by distracting me. Don't know how you expect me to sit here reading this drivel while those babies are waiting. Well, that's not my fault. You should have told me to mind my own damn business. Fine. Well, at least let me hold him. Well, what are you waiting for? Sit your ass down, we can get to it. April 16th, 1772. I want nothing more to do with this vile place. I will need a few days for planning and preparations, but by this time next week, I shall be far away from here. I woke an hour before dawn, feeling nauseated, but determined to participate in the search for Alice's brother. If the worst happened, she would need a reliable friend close by to ensure no dishonorable friends try gaining advantage of her grievous state. By some strange coincidence, 4 members of our search party also fell ill. In the end, only 5 of us wandered the woods. To collect more men would only delay us longer, and if Donald lay injured, each passing hour further decreased his chance of survival. With all of us armed, our numbers should have been sufficient, but I never dreamed, in all my wildest imaginings, I could never have conceived such possibilities. It was a clear, sunny day when we entered the forest, but an hour into our hike, dark, foreboding clouds rolled across the sky. Joe Harper and Travis Miller decided they would pursue a secondary trail to speed the search. I am sure they are as dead as I am of the coward's intent to return home, but they were never seen again. Kenneth, Ethan, and I marched 2 miles deeper into the foreboding woods. I still do not understand how it could become so dark during the brightest part of the day. Had I not known better, I would have believed it the middle of the night. While stopped to prepare our torches, a torrential downpour broke loose from the skies. Not even the forest's thick canopy could protect us from the rain. Finally, after much struggling, we managed to keep one flame lit under the protection of 2 men's coats. Stumbling along awkwardly, we became lost, unable to tell which way was home with our limited vision. We were not fools. We knew it better to stand in one place than wander about aimlessly, and that is precisely what we did. For hours, we searched our small area until finally, the torchlight reflected off a shiny metal object tangled in the branches above. Ethan retrieved the item with great difficulty, and we were crestfallen to see it was unmistakably Donald's pocket watch. It was impossible not to connect his treasured keepsake's location with that of the old stories. A tree-hopping demon seemed less of a drunkard's rambling as we failed to locate any sign of a climber upon the bark. Even if Donald found need to conceal himself, there were at least 3 nearby trees with limbs better suited to a man's reach. As we followed the new trail, rain continued to fall in sheets of cold, fat droplets, soaking every layer we wore and chilling us to the bone. We huddled together, seeking the warmth of our meager flame, but it felt as if ice formed on our very souls. That is when we heard something enormous barreling through the forest, approaching at inhuman speed. I do not know how to describe the cacophony of noises as giant limbs snapped beneath a heavy weight, and thousands of leaves crackled in unison as they fell to paint the forest floor. All the while, thunder boomed overhead as lightning illuminated our surroundings in brief flashes of eerie blue light. I did not see Kenneth die, but I heard his screams long enough to know it was not a quick death. We ran blindly through the maze of trees until I tripped, falling hard into a tangle of roots and losing our only meager source of light. Ethan stopped to help me up, and we saw it was Donald's mutilated corpse over which I fell. My cousin was quick to regain his composure, dragging me by the arm until I resumed independent function. I do not know if I could have stopped were the situation reversed. So complete was my terror. Selfish bastard I am. I thought of nothing but survival. I did not know where we were, or if we ran in the right direction. I only fought to flee the sounds of pursuit that gained on us with every step. My brain could not accept when the giant beast sprung forward, blocking our escape entirely. I was frozen, mouth agape, struggling to take in the gruesome sight before me with the blessedly small light of day remaining. That creature, it is exactly as described down to the last disturbing detail. Lesser men may remove their own eyes at such a sight, but I cannot let Ethan's sacrifice be in vain. I only live thanks to the bravery of my dear cousin, who, without thought or care for his own life, threw me from the demon's path as he advanced on the evil beast. Judging by the sickening squelch that sounded with a rifle blast, I can safely assume the brave man's one shot aimed true. My heart broke into pieces at the horrible noises to follow, but I could not look back lest I be next. One moment I was crashing through the forest, drowning in misery, and the next, I was home, standing in bright, warm sunshine. Somehow, I found my way to the other side of Dirge Lake, near Gene Kirby's home, and not a drop of rain had fallen. If I had not tripped, forcing us to waste precious time, Ethan would be here now. I reported the horrible experience as we gathered in the Hampton home for the final time. I will never forget the look on Alice's face as I broke the tragic news. Upon relaying the last gruesome details, several others came forward with their own unexplained experiences. Teresa Harper left her home to fetch a pail of water from the lake when a single, sharp cry rang out. Her husband followed her tracks to the water's edge, but no prints existed to indicate where she next went. In the grand scheme of things, it's not surprising she was never found. Bonnie McIntyre complained her daughter talked to the empty corner of her bedroom on a nightly basis, and she was not the only one. Simon Clovers, the man who witnessed the horse die at the lake, admitted to seeing tentacles wrapping around the animal's head as it was pulled under. As Dan Freeman recounted his experiences of seeing a deer walk on its hind legs, Philip Matthews said he too witnessed such a sight. Panic broke out as several people began talking in unison, but Uncle Nelson quickly remedied the chaos by reminding all that we stood in Mrs. Hampton's den on the night she lost her husband and son. Needless to say, we are ready to admit our folly, and we will leave this place tomorrow. Personally, I will take great pleasure in watching the bridge burn once the last man is across. Then, I shall make very serious considerations into the type of man I wish to be and do whatever necessary to become that vision. If I am lucky, perhaps I will have half Ethan's bravery and integrity.
Oh, it's okay, friend. Do you need a tissue? Look, if it makes you feel any better, Trish babies the absolute shit out of that boy. I know we like to joke, but honest, we're all quite happy here together. Scout's honor. I mean, come on, just look at him. He's so lost in whatever he's watching, he doesn't give a single fig about how he got here. Now, perk up. It's time for the last entry.
April 19th, 1752. I refuse to let that place drive me mad. Now that survivors are safely back in Jamestown, I have decided to go east, to college, where I will become a man of science. When properly educated, I will unravel these mysteries. Until then, I can only record the events in preparation of that later date. Perhaps by then, the elders will trust me enough to reveal the demon's name. If the legends are true, I must admit there is no reason to divulge the information at present. The day after I returned from the cursed woods, all of Jamestown assisted in our move. Our dead were transported so they may be buried with their families, and every wagon was overloaded with the children of desperate parents. Most could not afford to leave all possessions behind, but they could not take chances knowing what happened to the Johnson boy and the now poor Florence. Alice was in her room when she heard her mother's pained scream. She discovered her sister wielding a kitchen knife with proficiency beyond that of a small child. I know she will likely never forgive herself, but her quick actions saved Penelope's life. Her mother's wounded shoulder bled freely, but it was not lethal. Somehow, amidst the chaos, Alice noticed her sister had no reflection in a mirror. She describes her actions as help from a guardian angel, for she does not understand how she knew that to mean Florence was beyond saving. Grabbing a nearby fire poker, she put an end to the being posing as her sister, and now her mother will make a full recovery. Physically speaking, of course. I personally escorted the grieving woman across the bridge to safety, but it will be a long road to recovery after their heavy losses. Throughout the days ahead, I came to learn more horrific tales of those lost due to their ignorance. Just as my forefathers warned, we slaughtered our own the moment we expressed our plans to escape. Part of me still suspects the events of last week are a nightmare, but with each passing day, my hopes of waking fade. Clyde Parker shot his wife and children in their sleep, and witnesses report seeing him enter the forest, but he has not been seen since. Jim Williams lost his hand when Mrs. Williams woke him with a hatchet. He killed her as their children screamed, and he has not spoken a word since. If not for his eldest son, we would not know what transpired. Each family now has a similar tale. All told, 26 souls were lost because we believed our intellects superior to those before us. The number would surely be higher had our neighbors not so graciously assisted our retreat. I believe my time away will be good for mind and soul. It is my greatest wish to return as a man who is capable of providing Alice with the life she deserves.
I know Nicky got off to a rough start, but none of us are half as smart as we think at 21. Hell, he wised up faster than most, and he did go on to be quite the man of science. Well, I'm glad you agree. People tend to forget how hard it is to believe this stuff when you weren't raised with it. Of course he did, as if you had to ask. I'll tell you what, the hardest part of the whole ordeal was making him mess up the journal. It broke my heart to see those beautiful pages stained with stray ink, but it was for the greater good. I guess the info on doppelgangers was a little more sparse than I remembered. Must have confused it with the next part. My bad. It's okay, we'll get there. One more thing before you go. Can I ask you something? I've seen it referenced in movies, but don't quite understand. Are you familiar with the YouTube? I think that's how you say it. One of these phones has a picture. Oh, good. Okay, so you've heard of it. Well, that sounds neat as hell. Golly, I wish we could get internet in here. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. Our lives are infinitely more entertaining since you came along, but there's so much we miss out on. Sure, we have plenty of extra phones we'll never use. Why? You need one? We have a wide assortment to choose from. Yeah, most are new, but... Ethan, bring me every phone now. Our best friend is going to fill them with the YouTube downloads. I don't know. I think this is what it feels like to be speechless. You mean there's entire channels dedicated to people reading scary stories? That sounds a little too good to be true. Who's your favorite? Darksomnium? Okay, well, I'll check it out. Did you know Somnium is Latin for dream? What do you mean it's not just stories? How can it also be a community? Dark family. My, that does sound like a dream, doesn't it? But I won't be able to talk with them. Oh well, maybe someday. I'm just excited to hear new stories. I know I said it last time, but spare me one last sappy moment. I truly wish you the happiest of holidays, my own special dark family. As always, we shall eagerly await your next visit.
Well, it's about time. Where have you been? Get inside. You can explain by the fire. Trish, Ethan, look who's still breathing. Of course, we knew you didn't die here. We'd have heard about that immediately, but it's a dangerous world out there. Hey, that's not true. Those YouTube downloads were the last thing on my mind. If you didn't have time or something, it's no big deal. Sure, you can dump them right here on the table. Let me clear a spot. Oh, no, please, don't apologize. I was only having a little fun. We know you've got a life out there, and we wouldn't want you missing a minute on our account. We're happy for any time we have together. And I mean, look at us. Another one of them big battery things too. You spoil us. Well, at least winter is almost over. The storms are one thing, but I think I've had enough snow for this season. Maybe you're right, Trish. I probably am just bitter about that thing with the snowman. Nothing, friend. It's just a stupid ordeal with a horse and some pumpkins. Never mind all that. Anywho, we best get to business before the night starts slipping away.
Last time, we read Nicky's entries from 1752, and eventually, I would like to show you his writings from the war. But for now, we'll jump to 1801. Because those don't take place here. I thought you wanted to learn about ghosts and demons. All right then, tonight we read about the seventh bunch that tried to hang their hats in our humble abode. Even though the war ended in 83, the aftermath weighed heavily on the country. You'd be hard-pressed to find a family who didn't lose someone in the revolution. Travelers passed through often. Most could be steered around the cursed woods with warnings of bandits, but the occasional fool would disappear. In 1801, a French colony passed through Jamestown, but there was a language barrier in communications. They managed a few trades, but failed to understand the warnings about Dirge Lake. To make a long story short, they settled right in once they found the houses. The best account of their brief stay is in Joshua's journal. He's Nicky's son. The man was smart, like his father, but he didn't take to school quite the same way. That's really all you need to know for now. Let's get started.
March 30th, 1801. These people will bring disaster upon us, that is certain. While I find it difficult to imagine the horrors of which Father spoke, he was the most intelligent, level-headed man I have ever known. If further proof is necessary, there are lovely homes which stood untouched for decades. For such things to go unused, there is no doubt something must be horribly amiss. Yet these people have moved in as if all were built for their use. Our predecessors should have burned every last one to the ground. Now that I am the sheriff, it is my responsibility, but I cannot act alone. Leah wishes for me to deputize her brother, though he is more likely to shoot friend than foe. Larry has less sense than a headless goat. I intend to deputize men, but I shall decide who after speaking with Mark. A perk of being the mayor's cousin is knowing which issues to press. If he helps to disperse the settlers, he will have the people's good graces by default. Today, I traveled alone to avoid an inconvenient misconception, though it seems to be unavoidable. They feigned complete ignorance at my words, yet understood we wished them gone. And clearly, our reasons were misjudged, but I cannot express "demons will eat thee" in French. I can barely manage it in English. Even so, they would think me a madman. Such matters require personal experience to appreciate. Their mayor, or whatever their term for the position, made earnest attempts at bribery, but I dared not reinforce the skewed context of our unwelcome. There is a preacher among them. It may be beneficial to include Father Caleb in our next venture. He might yet convince them we harbor no malicious intent. That alone would be considerable progress. One cannot help but pity the small, desperate bunch. They have clearly faced much adversity and wish to live in peace, but that is not the place to do so. The war has left too many ghost towns across the country. Instead of approaching such a place with due caution, they assume it was abandoned during battle. If only they understood our language, perhaps then... Alas, such thoughts will drive me mad in earnest. It was a long day, and tomorrow will likely be longer. Nothing more can be done this night. It is time to retire. March 31st, 1801. Wallace has taken ill again. The doctor is on the way. My pacing drives poor Leah to the brink of insanity. This journal may be the only thing capable of keeping me still. Tomorrow, my son's 8th birthday will be the third spent sick in bed. My heart breaks anew with each inquiry as to why he must suffer these spells. He is unaware that I, too, have screamed that very question to the skies. I must not dwell on sorrows, or I may falter in my duties. For my family in town, I must trust Dr. Eli to his profession and focus upon my own. If a settler succumbs to the demon, more than one child's life will be at stake. Our family buried the shaman's special weapons when the war began. The location is known to few, and it requires much effort to access, but Mark and I have done so. Each item was individually wrapped with great care and mesmerizing to behold. Even the arrows are decorated with intricate carvings and seem to exude a faint glow. It is no wonder such precautions were taken in their concealment. Afterwards, We asked John Baker, Melvin Barclay, and Douglas Smith to serve as deputies while Dirge Lake remains inhabited. Together, the 5 of us, along with Father Caleb, paid our new neighbors a visit. If not for the sparse livestock roaming about, we might have believed the place already abandoned. It appeared as if they hid at first sight of our approach. Under closer inspection, stirring movements could be seen behind curtains as they watched from the shadows. We offered gifts. I fed a curious dog, but no one would speak with us. The hike would be a simple matter if not for the river, but without a bridge, it was terribly inconvenient. When we could wait not 1 minute closer to nightfall, we resigned to leave a message among the gifts. If they were able to translate our words, they will know themselves welcome among us. For now, that is all we can do. Damn, where is that doctor? What else is there to write? I was rather surprised by the land itself. I expected the beautifully gloomy forest as described by Father, but it was not so. The trees, though impressively large, were long dead, and the lake was simply putrid. It would be shocking to find life in those waters. Then there was that smell, so terrible our clothes required burning. How desperately I wished to convey that stench through ink and paper, like rotten eggs and molded cheese cooked in a chamber pot. Finally, the doctor has arrived.
One minute, friend. Let Trish fix you a drink while I find the next relevant entry. We've come across new supplies since your last visit. Don't be shy, go have a look. You're welcome to anything that strikes your fancy. Excellent timing. I'm glad you found refreshments. We're ready to continue when you are. Yes, Wallace was a sad story. They'd probably know what to do for him nowadays, but nobody had a clue back then. Sometimes the kid was fine, sometimes he was sick for weeks. Josh and Leah took him to the best doctors in the country, which was hard as hell, but the kid didn't make it to 16. Unfortunately, his story was common for those times, but for the years he did live, he lived well. Funny you should ask. That's what we're about to find out. When Josh and those boys were standing around holding their wankers, I was screaming some sense into them. More than a handful of them understood English just fine, but they thought they were being set up to pay protection money. Sure did. They used another word for it, but that's what it boiled down to. If only they would have listened for a minute. Well, we couldn't understand most of what they said. Being a ghost doesn't make you multilingual. But they were frightened. There were only a few dozen of them, and most of them were women and children.
April 8th, 1801. It has finally happened. Tensions grew thicker each day until we were suffocating under the weight of wonder and speculation. A pathetic excuse of a man wandered into town this afternoon. If not for his wife and children, he may have been turned away. That's how great our fury was at the sound of his English words. The previously feigned ignorance served to avoid unpleasant conversation, though I fear they are paying an unexpectedly high price. Lucian and his family fled without telling a soul. Surely they are assumed dead. If his words can be believed, life has been unkind to our neighbors. Food is scarce, no vegetation will grow, the lake is too toxic to support life, and the wells have run dry. Even more troubling, as their desperation increases, they will travel deeper into the cursed woods. I cannot fathom how one experiences the horrors of last night and abandons his fellows. But when discussing plans to cross the river at dawn, Lucian made clear his refusal to accompany us. Instead of filling these pages with my disgust for cowardice, I will detail the events that caused our new friend to flee. I am unsure as to the accuracy of his claims, but I will record the account as he related. The family moved into a secluded farmhouse while the others clustered around the lake. Lucian planned to fill the outlying homes with his children and thereby retain ownership of all future crops. Unfortunately, it also ensured no one would hear them scream. They were on edge for some days before fleeing. Heavy footsteps traversed the porch at all hours, yet no one was there when checked. On multiple occasions, the children saw grotesque figures looking into the windows only to disappear when approached. Last night, after a bit too much to drink, the eldest sons were sent to investigate a sighting with rifles. Moments later, the first cry was heard. Following wails of terror blended together with gunshots in a concert of chaos. Lucian and another son, Lucas, rushed to lend aid. Pausing on the porch, they saw one of the boys being dragged into the brush. He screamed until his head disappeared, at which point he was abruptly silenced. Lucas hurried forward, but seeing no sign of the other son, Lucian dragged him back. Barring the door over his family's protests, the man knew both sons were lost. For the remainder of the night, the family stayed awake, weeping and waiting for dawn. Only after they were safely away did Lucian turn back to inspect the place he last saw his eldest son. Following a trail of blood, he saw shredded clothing and skin littered across the forest floor. He felt compelled to continue, despite the trees rapidly closing in around him. With each step, the foliage grew denser, and his feet tangled deeper into the weeds. Finally, the sight of something hanging from a low branch stole his attention. When only a few short feet remained between Lucian and the object, his stomach violently purged itself. If there was any suspicion of the culprit being a wild animal, such delusions were shattered at the sight of the young lad's head swinging in the breeze. Why anyone, monster or otherwise, would do such a heinous thing is beyond my understanding. It is unknown how long the father stood there, but when he attempted to leave, his feet were held in place. Weeds wound tightly around his ankles, and thorns bit into his skin as they continued to grow. Lucian had no desire to see more. A blade made quick work of the issue, but without the knife, things may have ended poorly. Once released from the woodland's clutches, Lucian followed the bloody trail back to freedom, but not without difficulty. He felt as if 1,000 eyes were watching, relishing his anguish. Overcome with the dark certainty it would mean death, he never turned back. He ignored temptation by concentrating on the cold, wet sweat drenching his clothes. I was raised with knowledge of the cursed woods and how, one day, brave warriors would defeat the demon with tools acquired by our ancestors. I never wished to count myself among their numbers, but I fear the matter is beyond my control. This train of events was set in motion long ago, and there was little I can do to alter its track. This evening, we gathered for a town meeting. We cannot ignore what is happening across the river. Too many lives are at risk to sit back and wait, as so many before us chose to do. The cycle must stop. Tomorrow, we will finalize our strategies and make necessary preparations. Friday, we shall return to Dirge Lake. April 9th, 1801. Everything is prepared for our departure at first light. In the event I fail to return, I wish to leave a detailed record of our intentions. Those of us who will cross the river were given the demon's true name. Though I cannot commit it to paper, I can confirm my predecessors did not exaggerate its complexity. Our alphabet simply does not contain letters capable of producing the necessary sounds. Lucian has agreed to join us. I will not dwell on the man's aversion to common decency, but instead on the possibility of his brethren's assistance. The meeting began at noon and ended almost 5 hours later. I could fill these pages with the protests alone if time permitted. When we adjourned, it was with a total of 7 volunteers. I was personally disheartened, but Father Caleb insists it is a holy number and a sign from God. Most men have taken comfort in those words, so I do not speak out, but they are meaningless. We are mere mortals embarking on a fool's quest to slay a demon. Although it sounds like a fanciful theater play, it is a deadly serious matter. I would not be put at ease by 100 men, but 7 are too few to even make the attempt. Mark, Lucian, Father Caleb, and 3 of my deputies enjoyed dinner with their families while I attempted to do the same. Afterwards, we met here to refine tomorrow's plan, which was surprisingly straightforward compared to the circus of our previous gathering. We read of our ancestors' mistakes, hoping for guidance towards success, or rather, away from total failure. Part of me fears my body will refuse to rise from bed. The dread I feel is almost unbearable. We are hopeful more men will join us upon reaching the lake, but we cannot depend on uncertainties, especially where Lucian is involved. We held a mock archery contest to determine who would carry the bow, and sadly, the honor is thine own. Mark cannot wield the dagger, for his hand shook violently at the mere suggestion. Douglas shall carry it in his stead, and the others will form a perimeter while I loose the arrows. In theory, it does not sound terribly difficult, but once face to face with the demon within a dark forest, our true mettle will be weighed. Personally, I expect each man to promptly wet his underclothes, myself included. The most difficult part will be living long enough to make the shot. Time for a second round would cost dearly. While Timothy Cook hit the creature, 2 men were killed before his arrow could fly, and the demon is sure to be stronger all these years later. My deepest regret is the pain this causes Leah. I detest seeing my family sick with worry. If someone were capable of taking my place, I would gladly allow it, but there is no alternative. In case the worst should happen, I have prepared a series of letters. With luck, I anticipate burning them upon my return. It is odd to think these few, short paragraphs are capable of sharing my sentiments long after I am gone from this world. It sounds absurd, does it not? I long to know how far into the future these words might speak, to know whose ears they might reach, or on whose tongue they might dance. Perhaps I should retire now, before my mind cracks from philosophical strain. I will need every moment's rest for tomorrow's endeavors.
Hey, how you doing over there, friend? Need anything before the next part? You won't want to stop after this, trust me. There really isn't time to tell you about the snowman thing. Shush, Ethan. You watch yourself, or I'll have you back to kicking potatoes. Nothing, just an old ghost joke. Way back, potatoes grew all over this place when we were learning our spooky ways. We used them for practice, by kicking them. We made a game out of it. It was fun times. Oh, you never failed to impress, friend. Those are good instincts warning you about Lucian. His story did sound fishy, didn't it? Almost as if some important bits were left out. Well, if you're ready to proceed, maybe you'll find out, eh?
April 11th, 1801. As I sit with quill poised, I cannot decide how to begin. So much has happened, it seems strange to sit calmly, writing at my desk after watching good men perish. It has left me feeling that I, too, was meant to die. What right do I have to survive? Yes, believing we stood any chance against a demon was idiocy, but believing we would receive help from the settlers was utter lunacy. They remained hidden until Lucian made himself known. Then we were promptly greeted by an angry mob. They did not assume the family dead. In fact, they were unaware of any absence. A day without Lucian's presence was considered a blessing, but many mourned the loss of his boys. I can only assume they did not inherit their father's character. Our hearts broke for the eldest son's fiancée. I regret she could not learn of the news in a more delicate setting. We were taken into the church where our plans were discussed at length, but none volunteered to assist. The gathering was not a total failure. We did learn our friend's true reason for returning and of the settlers' recent struggles. Lucian wished to return to his people and live in a house near the lake. He never intended to venture into the forest, only to acquire safe passage home. Had he received the expected welcome, his immediate desertion would have followed. He is clearly despised by all. Having nowhere to go, he was forced to stay in our company. Pierre Dupont attended university in New York and speaks English fluently. It was he who spoke for his people when they shared their own tribulations. Most suffer from horrible nightmares, but were too embarrassed to come forth until prompted. It is possible the disappearing livestock and work accidents or natural occurrences, but when considered with other matters, one tends to wonder. People of all ages were displaying unusual behavior. Some were withdrawn and sullen, while others were loud and violent. Knowing the possible dangers they faced, we shared all we knew. At mention of Mr. Long, a portly woman rushed forward with a small child. Maria Dubois is 6 and began speaking to her imaginary friend on their 3rd night in the home. At first, she was kind, and they played innocent children's games. As things progressed, the girl's parents noticed increasingly peculiar activities. On several occasions, their daughter was discovered muttering gibberish while standing in the corner of her room. When asked, she said it was a game. She repeated every word Mr. Long said, exactly as he said it. The poor child believed she was learning Latin. 2 nights ago, Maria murdered her father in his sleep, and she has not spoken a word since. Mrs. Dubois woke up to see her husband gasp his last breath and her daughter holding a blood-stained knife. There was no time for thought. She was forced to process the scene in an instant as the child moved closer, blade raised to strike. Miss Dubois acted quickly and decisively. I genuinely admire the woman. She subdued Maria by throwing a quilt over the child's head and using a pillow for a shield. The girl was tied in a soft bundle until morning. She remained in the stupefied state we were currently witnessing. I may suffer a naturally cynical perspective, but Mrs. Dubois was hopelessly blinded by her motherly perspective. Behind Maria's gleaming brown eyes, there was an old soul. When all attention returned to our group, the facade slipped from her face. The lost, frightened girl was gone, and what remained could hardly be described as human. For a short instant, her eyes were yellow and askew. Paired with the sudden paleness of her complexion, it was enough to render me speechless. How does a man stand before his peers to proclaim a 6-year-old possessed? I would appear mad, pointing and screaming "monster" at a small girl. Perhaps that was its hope, to provoke a hasty response. Moreover, the mask of innocence was restored as quickly as it had vanished, and there was little chance it would slip again. 9 people were lost in the forest before further search attempts were forbidden, and a child was recently dragged into the water. Earlier sightings of the lake monster described it as gray in color, yet now several witnesses claimed its tentacles were distinctly purple. Was it always so, or is there more than one? Perhaps the same beast changed colors over the years. We cannot be certain. It is hard to believe so much has happened in so few days. I felt compelled to ask why they stayed after surviving such horrific circumstances. They simply have nowhere to go. After 2 years of roaming the countryside and falling victim to the perils of such a life, they simply wished to stop. They attempted to settle other lands, but were forced to leave in each instance. The hour grows late, and my eyes struggle to remain open, but I dare not leave this account untold. Death stalks in every shadow. Of that you can be certain. Even my own home no longer feels safe. I see danger in every face, hear deceit in every voice. Where does it end? Will life ever be normal again? I was speaking aloud again. Leah woke and came to calm me down. Now it is time to finish this account and hurry to bed. I must rise with the sun once again. Conversing with the Frenchman lasted longer than expected. It was almost 2 when we entered the forest. We 7 men were a pitiful sight amongst the vast expanse of wilderness. The twisted, giant trees towered over us with bark as hard as stone. It seems death did nothing to still their growth. The further we hiked, the denser they grew. Many wrapped tightly beneath sharp, thorn-infested vines, but we pushed forward. We wandered with little direction until locating signs of a recent struggle. Blood stained the bark of 2 trees, and the surrounding brush was trampled. I personally lack tracking skills, but Mr. Baker is a marvel to behold. He believes 3 men found a beast of immense size. The tracks it left behind are breathtaking. It walks on 2 legs, and the footprints resemble that of a wolf, only they are far too large. A cold breeze chilled us to the core as we stood in awe of the sight. John also found a discarded rifle. The barrel was bent upwards almost 90 degrees. I cannot imagine the force such an act required. It was apparent 2 men fled in separate directions, but unwilling to divide our own force, we chose the path with better visibility. The trail told the story of a man consumed with panic. He He ran through the forest with little regard for direction and fell often as a result. Smears of blood stained the ground where his worst spill happened, and scraps of clothing were tangled among the brambles. Eventually, we found a shoe with the owner's foot still inside. I imagined several reasons to suggest turning back, but in each instance, I held my tongue. Did everyone know our true destination? Did they each fear it in the back of their minds, too frightened to voice the thought aloud? Or was it only myself? With each furtive glance to the sun's position, I knew with growing certainty we awaited the demon's path. Where we ventured before made little difference. We knew it the moment we saw it. The temperature suddenly dropped, and all sounds of the forest ceased in an instant. A strong, cold wind blew, yet no leaves rustled. All remained still and silent despite the prominent gusts. It created a wholly unnatural effect I shall not soon forget. I notched my first arrow, but each shot must be taken with consideration to ammo retrieval. It is unlikely we will receive more. The right opportunity is worth a loss, but unless reasonably certain of a favorable outcome, I must refrain from action. It is impossible to say how long we stood without speaking, merely staring at that cursed path. But eventually, we forced ourselves to act. We traversed the trail in a single-file line, with Father Caleb in the lead. He recited prayers for the majority of our hike, and continued to do so even as the demon carried him into the night. After roughly 20 paces, a tall, dark mass leapt across the path and into the trees. We halted in place, rifles raised, and the father continued praying, Bible raised to the sky in defiance. When the black shadow suddenly descended upon us, several shots were fired. Over it all, Caleb's words grew louder, bolder, but they did not save him. Before he was carried out of sight, a final bullet ended his suffering. As the beast disappeared over the horizon, we were driven to our knees from an ear-splitting roar of fury. I suppose it prefers fresh meat. Then there were 6. It shames me to admit that my first thought was to discredit the father's holy number theory, but I held my tongue. There was no doubt the demon would return. Meanwhile, it was vital to cover maximum distance. Night came faster than expected. One moment the light began to fade, and the next it was pitch black. We lit torches without pausing, afraid to lose even those seconds. Walking in lines of 2, we could hardly illuminate the ground before us, but we could not turn back or all would be lost in vain. I do not know how long we continued that way, hunched forward, squinting into the darkness, but soon we were frozen in place by the sound of heavy footfalls. I did not realize my breath was held until my lungs begged for air. By then, the creature was coming to a stop just above us. My gaze was fixed onto the ground, but Melvin dared to look into the face of evil. The guttural sound to escape his throat was the sad, pitiful cry of a dying babe. The tension alone was enough to drive a man insane. Even before he ran, I knew he would be the next to die. Mr. Barclay was not granted the sweet escape of a quick death. Instead, he died screaming in agony. Then there were 5. Only after the death wails subsided was I consumed with guilt for my inaction. What short distance was between us when it crouched motionless above our heads? How long did it remain so before taking yet another life? Blame is a dangerous path to tread. It led me down a rabbit hole of madness wherein I cursed every ancestor that walked blithely away, leaving that nightmare to grow stronger for others to fight in their stead. The distraction cost yet another man his life as I failed to see Mark straying from the path. He drifted closer to the tree line until something dropped onto his head with inhuman speed. It took a moment for my eyes to accept the sight, but eventually I understood it was a hand, an impossibly long arm reaching out of the darkness, and its disproportionately sized hand was gripping the top of Mark's head. The world froze in that moment. Were I an artist, I could paint the scene to the last detail. I lived a lifetime in that split second, envisioning ways to save my cousin. While most ideas were immediately dismissed, there was one small hope available. I raised the bow, but before my shot could align with the oddly yellow-tinted arm, it happened. With a quick twist of the wrist, Mark's head was plucked from his shoulders like a petal from its flower. There was a horrific moment where his body remained upright, and just as it began to fall, a second hand caught it. In lieu of screams, we were serenaded with the crunching of bones as the demon ate on the run. Then there were 4. We had no choice but to hurry onward. I expected to find strange trees and a stone altar, as previously described, though reality was different than imagined. Moments after losing Mark, a bright orange glow became visible in the distance. One could argue that dying beforehand was a kindness. Every man was warned on multiple occasions, do not touch the trees, but human nature will forever be ingrained with the desire to do the opposite of what they are told. As we drew closer, the light grew brighter. At their source, it was like day again. Perhaps those monstrous sack-like things were once the size of melons long ago, but now they are the size of pigs, possibly larger. They pulsated, and a thick white ooze seeped from each one, creating an acidic moat around the clearing. The only way in or out was the path upon which we tread. Douglas's face went slack as he approached the nearest tree. I reached for him, but it was too late. The thing burst at the first hint of contact, and Mr. Smith was consumed by the foul slime. A pungent odor permeated our senses as we strained to guard our ears from his final cries. Then there were 3. We thought the dagger disintegrated, but we found it nearby, undamaged. John took it up as we continued toward the circle's center. The altar was no longer made of stone, but iron, and it was decorated with pear inlay carvings. We believe something is written in a foreign alphabet. Fearing Lucian would cause irreparable damage with his moronic actions, we bade him to stand back and keep a watchful eye upon the path. John and I studied the altar, discussing how best to proceed, and thought if brute force failed to destroy the sturdy structure, we might deface the special characters. No sooner than the words passed my lips did a soft thud draw our attention. Lucian was on the ground, and a foul black substance, I could not tell if it was liquid or gas, was forcing itself into his mouth. His face turned purple, and his throat bulged into grotesque lumps as his jaw was stretched far past its breaking point. As the last of it vanished down our cowardly friend's throat, he rose to his feet in disturbing, sporadic movements. When he faced us, his head turned sideways 90 degrees with a reverberating pop. Instead of falling dead, he continued forward. What does one call a corpse capable of walking? I would hope need for such a term never arose, but I will say the not dead, or better yet, the undead. Yes, that has a ring. Alas, we lost our last chance to defeat the demon. Now that it possessed a body, we can only hope to kill the man. Black sludge dripped from its gaping maw as he drew closer. John shouted a primal battle cry as he charged with the dagger, and it broke the spell of paralysis holding me in place. Whether that spell was real or imagined, we may never know. But my aim was true. I knew the moment my fingers released the string. John froze 3 yards away as the arrow whizzed past and pierced its target's chest, but it did not stop. The second sunk deep into Lucian's gut as he fell to his knees, and I held the third ready to fire. Foul black blood seeped into the ground as deep, maniacal laughter echoed around us. In the forest, it should not have been possible for sound to carry in such a way, but many impossible things occur in those woods. I did not intend to leave until Lucian's empty husk lay upon the ground, but the acidic substance in the moat began churning like angry ocean tides, bubbling and splashing over the sides. We watched with growing horror as it began flooding the clearing. We would be trapped if we did not make haste. Then there were 2. By some miracle, we made it out of the damn forest, but 2 arrows were lost. Now, I too will leave it for the next generation. Let them spite me as I did those before. I do not care. No force will entice me back into those woods. We found the settlers ready to depart. Moving so many across the river was not a small feat, but with that task, we were able to find much assistance from our brethren. Unfortunately, the nightmare was not yet finished. The elders spoke with each person before allowing them to enter our township, and an imposter was found. I failed to grasp these otherworldly concepts with the same ease as others, but, to put it simply, a 7-year-old boy, Nathan Bishop, bore no reflection. It was just as father wrote of Aunt Florence so long ago. The Bishops refused to believe their son was gone, and a rather violent altercation ensued as parents were separated from child. After his vehement denials failed, the boy's true nature came to light. Helpless as the babe he pretended to be, his face contorted into a grimace of pure hatred, and he spat vile curses until his last breath. The elders wished to stress it was not merely a case of possession. An evil spirit assumed the identity of young Nathan. It is unclear what fate the real child met, but the parents recalled an odd incident from days prior. Moments after seeing the boy in bed, Nathan walked through the front door. Mrs. Bishop hurried to discover who occupied her son's room, but found it empty. Unable to explain the event, it was dismissed. It is fortune he was revealed before more lives were lost. I have seen enough death to last a lifetime. Though it is only now that I remember the other child, Maria. I wonder what has become of her. Surely the elders have taken appropriate action. I will make inquiries tomorrow. This is the most I have ever written. My hand aches with cramps, and I am glad to be finished. Now, I will sleep for a week.
Hey, close your jaw there, friend. I bet you didn't expect the man to write through the night, did you? Well, he surely did, and he didn't write again for damn near 3 weeks because of it. I know the writing cramps he referred to, but I don't know why he's complaining. It's a wonderfully satisfying sensation. Well, I can't swear by it because I wasn't there, but the demon doesn't typically jump in skin suits willy-nilly. I think he did something to prime Lucian up while he was stuck out there in the woods. Yeah, you bet your britches those folks moved. They were ready to tuck tail before the posse arrived. But then Lucian showed up, getting everyone all hot and bothered, talking that demon slayer nonsense. They assumed they could stay put if they cleared out the unwanted neighbors. Ain't that a hoot? Maria actually did make it to Jamestown, but I'll have to tell you about her another day. If you want all the bells and whistles, there's no time for it tonight. Folks mostly did fine once they got to know each other. They weren't a bad bunch, you gotta remember. Hard times breed hard people. Most fall in line once they settle in enough to develop a routine. Sure, routines are great. They provide structure and order to an otherwise chaotic world. Unfortunately, Josh developed a taste for alcohol after his encounter, and later, when they lost Wallace, he succumbed to it entirely. Leah grew to hate his company and moved to Pennsylvania to be with their daughter. Well, that's what you get with real life. Every ending can't be a fairy tale, unless... Well, would you like it to be? I could. Okay, I was only kidding. I'll read it as it is. Scout's honor. I suppose it's that time again. You be safe out there. We'll be here watching all these wonderful downloads. Thanks again, by the way. Well, wow, you have no idea. Well, absolutely. I hope you come back soon. Next time, we're going to be reading about the last settlement. Well, calling it a settlement is a stretch. It's actually a desperate band of outlaws, but they made one hell of a final stand. There you go again with 20 questions. We can get to all of that next time, I promise. Bye now. Have a good one. Hey, welcome back. Come on in. The rain is pouring and the fire's roaring. As soon as we saw those storm clouds, we doubled the wood supply. It can do this all week. I'm just glad the snow is gone. You bet, friend. We've been watching YouTube since you left. The last phone didn't die till yesterday. Fantastic. Thanks for changing the other battery. It's like having the old genie back. Been watching that Darksomnium guy. Can you imagine if we had sound effects for all these journals? Wait, you want a what? A guy like that wouldn't want to read my chicken scratch, would he? Well, if you think you'd like him, I'll give you a copy of Pappy Grant's journal. Well, I wrote them. How else would I make copies? We have lots of spare time, and those babies are too valuable not to. Plus, the originals have all the thee and thou nonsense. Trust me, you want the copy. Oh, and we've acquired a few more phones since your last visit. Do you think you could... Great. You're the best kind of good people. Ethan, get everything together. What do you mean, why? Why wait? Don't mind us. He'll have you loaded up lickety-split. Oh, goodness, where are my manners? Take a blanket. It must be 50 degrees in here. Later, I have some questions about those creepypasta things, but for now, we should get started. Yep, this was the last group. Calling a bunch of outlaws settlers is a stretch, but the last settlement sounds catchy, doesn't it? It was a complicated situation. There wasn't much our people could do. If they came here, they were liable to get shot. If they didn't, the demon might acquire a body. Tonight's tale took place in '88. We're gonna mix things up and tell it from two perspectives. The first author is Joshua's great-great-grandson, Thomas. That boy was a wild one. Born in 1856, he had a hard time choosing just one lady, but Margaret managed to settle him down. When was that, Trish? Oh, that's right. He did a bit of traveling in '91 and came home a married man, but we're talking about his bachelor days. Most of his time was spent hunting and trapping, but he had a strong love for the written word. The second author is me again. We were a far cry from the stamina we have now, but I was able to write a bit each day. Don't get sidetracked. We can talk about how I got the journals here another night. Back then, I didn't have blank paper, so I carved the story into the bottom of these very floors. I couldn't write where just anyone would see it. You never know what people might do. I'm glad you asked. When the French left, we caved in the basement entrance and made a home away from the breather drama. We made new rooms when we were bored, but they filled up fast once we started collecting lost supplies. Yep, they could burn this place down and build a Costco, but we wouldn't lose anything important. Oops, I rambled anyway. Well, let's get started before it happens again. September 5th, 1888. Those cursed woods have remained silent for almost 90 years, yet today the fishermen saw smoke rising from the forest. It was gone within minutes, and likely from passing travelers. I cannot imagine any would choose to live in such an awful place. Years ago, curiosity overtook my better sense, and I ventured there alone. The place was not fit for habitation, and conditions have certainly worsened since. Storms converted most of the homes to rubble, and those remaining lack roofs or walls. The ground is bare of grass, and if there are fish in that cesspool of a lake, I will eat my hat. If smoke is sighted again, I shall accompany the sheriff to investigate. Is it horrible to wish for the opportunity? Our town is dreadfully boring. Any break in the monotony is a welcome reprieve. I have dreamed of holding the enchanted bow since childhood. It was used by my great-great-grandfather, Joshua Cook. As a boy, I spent many hours refining my archery skills, hoping to follow in his footsteps. We should wait not one more day. That the demon remains confined is nothing more than a miracle. How long should we expect such luck to hold? Sleep will undoubtedly be elusive this night. Perhaps I will begin the day early. If my work is finished quickly, I might join the fishermen after lunch, just in case. September 6, 1888. My mouth has landed me neck deep in the muck this time. Father always says, show caution with desire, and now his meaning is clear. I believed the elders might be swayed to action if I were to discover heavy activity at the old settlement, but the truth is far worse. Even I hesitate to return. There will be a meeting tomorrow morning, and I am expected to recount my experience to all. I traveled to Dirge Lake. Instead of finding a cold trail, I witnessed 4 outlaws and 6 horses. We should proceed under the assumption there is a rider for every horse, maybe more. I am exceedingly fortunate to have escaped without notice. Bishop King and Kitty Bang, those absurd names, were recognizable by their wanted posters, but the other faces were unfamiliar. One was tall and fat with a shaved head, the other possessed dark hair and quite young. They were outside playing cards and arguing.
It was difficult to hear their voices, but there was a mention of a bank robbery, and they have planned for an extended stay. We must all proceed with due caution, especially at night. The food is sparse in that area. Eventually, they will need supplies, and we provide the closest solution. We should locate the posse hunting these men. They have the necessary force for confrontation and would likely welcome additional volunteers. News of the robbery will travel quickly. We would not be long upon the road before learning which town was assaulted. If I were to propose such action, the elders would be obligated to honor a majority vote. That concludes today's findings. May tomorrow bring better news.
Alright, now let me tell you what was actually going on over here. 8 outlaws were laying low after a robbery down south. They started as 10, but 2 died during the escape. You don't want to know what happened to the horses, but rest easy knowing we turned those 6 loose that very night. Our home was a fortress compared to the rest, but they found 2 more good enough to stay dry. At first, we thought the woman named Kitty was a hostage, but that lady was pure evil. She was dating Bishop, the leader, and he was a great chess player, but it's hard to respect a man who can't control his temper. The lovebird stayed here while the rest split between the other 2. Dinky was only 17 and not very bright. His fire wasn't burning 5 minutes before Fatso doused it. I'm surprised they didn't hear his cursing in Jamestown. As for the rest, Red was half native and a decent man. He wasn't with those fellas by choice, but no one wanted to hire him for honest work. He had a sick mother back home and damn near got his head blown off for refusing to shoot at the posse. He wouldn't trade one life for another, but if robbing white men facilitated medical costs, so be it. That was hard logic to argue with in those days. Marco was a middle-aged Spaniard with a bullet in his leg, and Hops was an old man running from a murder charge. He got shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the gut. Flint was in his 40s, obsessed with fire and covered in horrible burn scars. He tied himself to the saddle after being shot in the back and wasn't aware of his head wound until they stopped here. It was only a graze, but he lost too much blood. Even with a doctor, he would have died. Splitting the money was the biggest problem. The shares grew with each dead body, and that was hard for those boys to ignore. Paranoia spread through the group like wildfire, but none would risk leaving. They were stuck together. I didn't catch the name of the 2 that died during the robbery, but one was killed in the bank. The other was shot out of his saddle and dragged. Oh, sure, if your boot got caught in the stirrup, well, unless the horse stopped, it was a bad way to go. Alright, back to Tommy.
September 7th, 1888. Men were dispatched to make inquiries in nearby towns. It was disappointing not to be among them, but no matter, I simply have additional time for preparations. Our town also holds stake in this situation. Allowing others to blindly enter the cursed woods would be disgraceful and cowardly. They may not believe my warning, but it will save precious time when they witness something unspeakable. I am equally disturbed by the personal betrayal from our own blood. After the meeting, my father distracted me while others retrieved the enchanted weapons. Apparently, I am not matured enough to be trusted with their location. Despite this, they have asked me to carry the bow. While I am confident in my ability, the pressure of having a single arrow is overwhelming. When Joshua Cook was forced to leave 2 behind, I did not consider how many remained. It was a foolish oversight, but my resolve is unshaken. The weapons are even more beautiful than imagined. I cannot fathom the hours of delicate work required to produce such magnificent pieces. The real mystery is what makes it glow. When in total darkness, they produce enough light to guide one's way. Whatever magics are behind the effects would be highly desirable. Imagine if one could eliminate the need for lanterns. My brother-in-law, Douglas, will carry the dagger. He is a large bear of a man, and if any hold a chance of using the close-ranged weapon, it is he. Of course, Mother and Margaret are cross, but our honor will allow no alternative. There are times when a man must put fear aside and protect his people. When I eventually marry, I do not wish for my children to be born with only a river separating us from hell. Alas, that is all at this time.
Tommy didn't have much to say that day, but I sure did. Do you need a drink or a snack before we start my count of the 7th? Oh, you're right, it is louder than usual outside, but they always get like this when it's close to their holiday. It's nothing fancy, think of it as a reunion. They just kind of gather and hang out. Why does anyone hang out? They build a few campfires, chant a little, and go home. It's no biggie. No, not chant. I mean chat. We don't know what about. We stay downstairs. Worry not, we got you covered. Those phones you're taking have calendar alerts. It was the boys' idea. All you gotta do is stay away on that one night and everything will be gravy. Hey, that's what friends are for. Now, let's get back to those squatters. The 3 of us made a game of it. There were no points and rules or winners, only losers. Basically, we were creative when screwing with them, but I'll be damned if they didn't do most of the screwing to themselves. Although Gail genuinely wasn't part of the game, she dropped in of her own accord, as she's prone to do. The 3 injured guys were sharing the cabin farthest from the lake, and the others reasoned if the wounds didn't kill them, starvation or bullets would. Food was too scarce to share, and if they were discovered, it would be every man for himself. We were planning to visit Dinky and Fatso, but we knew real trouble was coming when Gail emerged from the forest. You could tell she was having a bad day because her hair was in flames. She floated through the wall of the injured men's cabin, and within seconds, the first screams erupted. She thinks every man is Trish's dad. Honestly, Patrick was a wonderful father and friend, but he was a downright awful husband. The man couldn't keep it in his pants, and that's what got him killed too. Anyway, we rushed in, couldn't have been 30 seconds behind her, and even I was mortified. Gail was squatting over Flint, straddling his chest, her bones bent at sharp, impossible angles, and the mouth was over the man's remaining eye, sucking. It was the worst sound we've ever heard. It took longer than you'd think, but soon it was just another gaping hole. With her hanger pain satiated, Gail visited with Trish as if having afternoon tea. Hops whimpered with a blanket over his head, and Marco alternated between screams and prayer. Dinky and Fatso came, but too late to see a ghost. They saw the terrified, eyeless face of their dead partner and ran for Bishop. The fearless leader didn't believe in spirits, but he was pleased to have another man down. Kitty laughed. That woman had a bucket of loose screws rattling in her brain. When the arguments ended, the body was buried in a shallow grave and promptly forgotten. Hops and Marco tried to warn everyone of the eye-sucking demon witch, but to no avail. Despite their injuries, the men dragged their pallets into a shared corner and slept in shifts. The poor guys were so rattled they didn't notice they were out of food, and I didn't want to be there when they did. Instead, we followed Fatso and Dinky. They were hiding in their hovel. It had 4 walls, but half the roof was caved in, leaving only the front portion accessible. It was barely tolerable for sleeping, but to avoid Bishop, they gladly endured the cramped, pungent space. Red moved into a barn loft the previous night. No one could access it without climbing through a noisy pile of rubble. It was too bad he didn't know what happened to the previous occupants. Anyway, the Fatso theorized they would be killed after the injured guys were out of the way, but that was slightly off the mark. Kitty only wanted Chubbs dead. Dinky was easily manipulated, and that was valuable to her. There wouldn't be a reason to kill him unless the food situation worsened, which is why Red was vital. If not for his knowledge, they'd all starve. Don't misunderstand, they still considered him a dead man, but after returning to civilization. It was almost enough to pity the fellas, but then they swapped stories about their experiences attacking women. While Fatso was describing the final moments of a young lady, Trish was getting closer. The look on her face was worse than any demon, wasn't it, Ethan? Trish went through the crate table, stopped in front of the lardass, and raised her foot over Jimmy Johnson. We had to look away, but the sound he made. I've heard tamer death wails. He didn't know what the hell happened, but Dinky did. For a moron, he had surprisingly good instincts when it came to ghostly business. It's a shame he sounded like a raving lunatic. The more he talked, the angrier Fatso became. It was tempting to let them fight it out, but to end the argument quickly, I pulled Dinky's knife from its sheath and pointed the business end at his business. They ran out screaming, probably like those poor girls they were mocking, and straight to the boss man. I would love to take credit for timing this to interference with the couple's mating ritual, but it was a happy coincidence. Regardless, their interruption was received poorly, and matters escalated quickly. In the end, Dink and Fatass fled as bullets sprayed the ground around them. Things were mostly quiet until the early hours of morning, but Thomas has the telling of this incident, having received Red's first-hand account. That's another thing Tommy and I had in common. He had a sense for good people. He'd have loved you, friend. September 8th, 1888. I have made a new friend. We met after the noonday meal, when I discovered him emerging from the river. Here, I shall call him R. His mother is ill, and the cure is absurdly expensive. It was no wonder he resorted to acts of thievery. Charging such prices for life-saving medicine is simply criminal. If it were my own mother, what might I do? Of course, that is assuming he speaks the truth. Think me a fool, if you will, but I believe he is. That he spoke honestly of his experience at the old settlement, there is no doubt. Ignorant of his history, he slept hidden away in a loft. Last night, he woke to the piercing cries of an injured animal. His first thought was of a deer, but as the fog of sleep dissipated, he realized it sounded wrong. As it grew louder, he crawled to the window and peered out there. Standing in the moonlight not 20 feet away was an enormous buck with a coat black as pitch. Its tremendous antlers tangled together in the center to form a solid knot of bone. Its haunches were slick with blood, and deep, gaping wounds revealed the muscles beneath. Head raised, it emitted another distorted cry as it rose to stand on two legs. R gasped in horror, and the beast's head turned sharply in his direction. It came for him, but slowly. My friend readied his weapon, put his back against the wall, and held his breath when the creature's heavy steps pounded beneath him. It knocked over his hastily stacked climbing crates and growled at the offensive noise, but luckily failed to understand their purpose. After thrashing about for several long hours, it finally returned to the forest. At sunset, R packed his meager possessions and left without a word to his former companions. Fortune favored us both that it was I who discovered him. In hopes of catching a thief, I paid special attention to the river's trails, but imagine my surprise to see this lone, dark man crawling ashore. He hurried to conceal himself in the brush and watched the opposite bank carefully. It was curious he did not fear exposure from our side, but his own. When certain none followed, he stripped his wet clothes. When his holster was safely hanging over a branch, I stepped out to introduce myself. We each had valid cause for wariness and quickly agreed to move our discussion indoors. In no time, I found myself inviting him to use my spare room until he might journey home safely. As he held no stolen currency, there was no evidence with which to prove his guilt, or some such technicality. Additionally, there are no others to care for his mother should he fail to return. There will doubtless be more to report soon.
I know what you're thinking, friend, and any other time, I'd figure the kid was being played for a sucker too, but it wasn't really like that with Red. The only thing he wanted, besides medicine, was to be left the hell alone, and I think we can all identify with that to some degree. We knew he made it across the river, but not what happened on the other side. I had faith, though, and I kept right squirreling away his cash. Sure did. Every night I took a little more from the stash and set it aside. Those banks had plenty of money. It only seemed right they should help an old lady. For whatever reason, we can take inanimate objects through floors or walls, but nothing organic. When Red left, I worried he'd never get the money, but it worked out. We'll circle back to that. It's hard enough to stay on point without the extra distractions. The outlaws piecing together Red's disappearance was like watching those Three Stooges skits, except with more stooges. Most didn't notice his absence until there was no lunch. Then he became the top priority. When he was nowhere to be found, Bishop decided to interrogate the injured. Marco and Hops gave exactly 0 shits about Red, but they cared deeply about food. After a round of pointless arguments, all agreed on one thing: the man was dead. They couldn't fathom another reason someone might abandon money. The lovebirds stormed out. Their concerns were eating and plotting an extra murder. You'd think the others would understand that and consider an alliance, but nope. Both Hops and Marco's wounds were infected. The stench in their cabin was enough to gag a ghost. And the noises they made were inhuman. The men stood in awkward silence until Dinky and Fatso left. They were imbeciles, but preferable to absorbing any more death rot. They surprised us by entering the forest to find vines and branches suitable for fishing. All we could do was watch from a distance. The resulting poles were an odd sight, but technically functional. I don't know where they got the hooks, but if the lake still had fish, and only fish, they would have caught a few. We kept our distance from the water, but stayed to watch the excitement. Bessie, the baby kraken everyone is calling a lake monster, is pretty tame when she's full, but she's wily when hungry. I don't know how long their infancy is. They're extremely rare and live thousands of years. All I can say for sure is we're extremely lucky the parents don't return. No, they only leave the ocean when giving birth. If an adult remained in a single location, they would throw the whole ecosystem out of whack. They stay on the move. Toward the end of their lives, they'll find a mate and travel to a place like this. The young are left to grow and mature until they can survive in the open, at which point they'll naturally migrate to the ocean. Yep, Bessie was plenty hungry that day. Both men were standing almost knee-deep in the water, and Fatso's bait wasn't in for 60 seconds before something nearly snapped the line. He pulled as hard as he dared, but the branch was cracking. Dinky threw his own to the bank and rushed deeper into the slimy muck, wrapping the vine around his arm along the way. He was almost waist deep when he called for a shirt, we assumed to use as a net. Fatso took 2 steps before falling backwards and losing his pole. We couldn't hear what Dink was saying, but his lips were moving when it happened. The arm tangled in the vine was pulled hard. The kid's words briefly turned to screams before being abruptly silenced. The waters churned and grumbled, but only scraps of fabric surfaced. Chubbs was out of the water before the last air bubbles popped, and he was promptly greeted by Bishop and Kitty. They were hiding nearby, hoping to steal the food, but were once again forced to reevaluate their plans. When shooting blindly into the lake didn't yield results, the fearless leader really lost his shit. Without speaking, he walked straight back to Hops and Marco's hovel. Kitty and Fatso were trailing several yards behind and froze in their tracks when the gunfire resumed. Bishop mercilessly emptied his weapon into the wounded men and ordered the others to start cooking. Of course they did. Most people would. They had weeks before it would be safe to leave, as far as they knew anyhow. I'm sure they would think differently if they knew how soon it was going to hell. Possessing no interest in cannibalism, we went home for a quick rest. Fatso moved in with the lovebirds, hoping to find safety in numbers. In truth, having them in one place made our lives easier, but they'd had a rough day, and we liked to play fair. We meant to stick to the basics. After supper, there were loud noises and moving objects, but then the fat one started running his mouth about a teenager. Her father was an innkeeper in Massachusetts. Fatso rented a room, hid in the girl's closet, and waited. That night, he stole her away to a secluded area in the woods, where she suffered for hours before he abandoned her corpse to the local wildlife. The way he described her desperate pleas for help was too much. I couldn't hear another word. I've always been a cautious man. This is a dangerous world, and you never know what's lurking in the dark. That's why, despite being fairly certain those 3 would die soon, I couldn't stop thinking, what if, you know? When it's a matter of whether someone's daughter is safe in her own home, is there a sure enough bet? I don't think so. A knife was left on the table, and I picked it up before I knew what was happening. Time stood still, and everyone fell silent, mesmerized by the floating knife. With one enthusiastic thrust, I stabbed him in the nether regions, and his screams were triple what they were when Trish kicked him. Not that it was a contest. Kitty hid in our old bedroom, but Bishop helped him stop the bleeding. We were surprised by his generosity until we realized he was keeping his meat fresh. There was no cool place to store it while finishing their Marco steaks. The mood was deader than we are, so I took a few extra bucks for Red and we called it a night. Is it just me, or do these stories get longer every time? I tend to agree, friend. The story can never be too long. But if you want to finish this tonight, we should get on with Tommy's next entry. September 9th, 1888. It is a miracle R escaped when he did. Gerald Miller returned with news that his fellows learned the posse's location. All should arrive before dusk tomorrow. When they do, we can inform them that 5 men and 1 woman remain in hiding. With luck, we will depart on the morning of the 11th. R wishes to join the manhunt, but it's too risky. One false move and he would go straight to the hangman. Though I cannot force him, I advised he remained as my guest until the old settlement is cleared. Prisoners are rarely taken alive in these situations. There would be none left to recognize him if he waited a few more days. For his mother's sake, I hope he will see reason. These next days will decide our very futures, and I have prepared a score of new arrows for the occasion. It is best to avoid explaining the uniqueness of our true weapons if possible. The dagger and arrow will remain concealed until needed, and though it was painful, the bow's intricate designs are hidden beneath a coat of mud. The urge to clean it is almost unbearable, but it is a necessary evil. Douglas has likewise prepared the dagger's hilt, but it is not his primary weapon. Unless confronting the demon directly, the blade need never leave its scabbard. Margaret continues to hold anger in her heart, but I cannot condemn her feelings. The father of her children, the man they depend upon for shelter and meat, is leaving for battle and may never return. Our country has seen enough war. I was still a lad when it ended, but I will never forget what it was like. Occasionally, survivors passed through and told their stories. Entire towns were burned, and people were thrown into the streets while their family homes were given away. Some stayed in Jamestown, but many wished to travel farther north. A few neighboring villages were destroyed, though we were fortunate to never see battle in our streets. Of all our men who joined the fight, only 9 returned. Fortunately, Father was one of them. It seems I am drifting from topic. There is much to do in little time. My brain has amassed everything into a jumble. Hopefully a good night's sleep is the remedy.
It's been a long night, but we're finally on my last entry. Keep in mind, we weren't sure if the folks in Jamestown knew people were still here, and if they did, we damn sure didn't expect them to know who they were. On the morning of the 10th, Fatso was crying on the floor, and the lovebirds were arguing. There was no denying the place was haunted. Kitty wanted to leave, but Bishop refused. There was nowhere else to hide, and neither could enter a town without being recognized. Instead, he buried the knives and unloaded their guns. He did it as much for his partners as he did it for us. Men like that don't trust their own mothers. Then, Mr. Macho taunted us. He said without the weapons we were no worse than angry toddlers. He spat at our tantrums and said, "Do your worst." Well, challenge gleefully accepted, dear sir. He's lucky I didn't have a white glove to bitch slap him with. Oh yeah, that man always got me a special kind of riled. Anywho, we couldn't sit on our hands after that, but little did we know that Ethan already struck. I couldn't have been prouder if he was born directly from my own loins. How he kept a straight face when Kitty said she was going to fetch the jerky, I have no idea, but I'm glad he did. Their reaction was priceless, but not knowing it was about to happen, that was epic. He went back the night before and stole their entire food supply. Granted, it was already turning sour, but it would have kept them going for days. Fatso was barely conscious for everything else, but when Kitty screamed, you could see his attention focus. For all the man's faults, stupidity wasn't one of them. Before that, there was a chance he could make it out alive, no matter how slim it existed. But with the food gone, so was his last hope. I can't fault him for his logic. He was injured, defenseless, and knew the couple would kill for food. It surprised us all when Bishop cracked Kitty's skull with a log. But he said it was only a matter of time before she tried it first. But we shook our heads in agreement, along with a wide-eyed Fatso. Chubbs wasn't fooled. He understood it was only postponing the inevitable, but it gave him more time to think and heal. Based on the waves of pride and greed radiating from Bishop, we're fairly certain there was an added factor of wanting to keep the largest meat source for himself, to avoid seeing what he did with his lover's corpse. We stayed behind while she was dragged to the shed. The moment Fatso was alone, his eyes searched the room suspiciously. It was a look we've grown to know well. Every time we meet a skeptic, they get that look when gathering the courage to communicate. We sat next to him as he stared at the ceiling. They always think we're floating, go figure. Barely above a whisper, he asked, "Is someone there?" I almost answered. One day, I'm going to whisper into someone's ears just for kicks, but we held our tongues. If you let them think they're in control, they'll be nagging you for parlor tricks till the sun's up, of course. When we don't answer, they assume it's because we can't, which inevitably leads to knock once for no and twice for yes. as Chubbs did. We gave him a few seconds to feel stupid and knocked twice. If for no other reason, it's funny to see their reaction. Even when they reach that point, no one actually expects a response, and he was no exception. If he could have heard us laugh, he'd have been redder than the log used to bludgeon Kitty. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't think it counted as insensitive since she was already an evil bitch before she died. You remember what she did to that lost couple last week, don't you? If we wouldn't have crushed those SIM cards before giving our friend the phones, a SWAT team would be breaking down the door tomorrow. Sorry for the interruption, friend. Yes, that's correct. Kitty still haunts these parts, but she's more banshee than ghost nowadays. Whoa, that's way too complicated for tonight. But you've heard about her new husband. Remember Mr. Long? Just remind me to tell you next time. Now, let's wrap this up. Fatso tried to sell us his soul, his body, and anything else he thought we might want if we'd only kill Bishop and let him leave in peace. Under normal circumstances, we probably would have assisted in his escape, but it was hard to forget what he did to those girls. Furthermore, if his injury healed, he wouldn't necessarily be harmless. In fact, anyone he hurt from then on would be our fault. So, as you can see, our hands were tied. I only knocked once to indicate our refusal, but my darling prankster of a wife added an additional knock. The fat man's eyes shined brightly with false hope, and we had to smile. Don't think us too horrible, friend. Trish was already seeing people's memories sometimes, and he told every one of those poor girls he wouldn't hurt them if they played along. Plus, he had his victims to think about. With deaths like that, you can bet they were ghosts. That meant part of their spirit was tied to Lardass, and they couldn't have it back until he was gone. His tone changed fast once he considered the deal made. He wanted us ready to do it on his signal when Bishop returned. When he came back 20 minutes later, Fatso unleashed all the aggression he'd suppressed since coming here. It was like seeing one of our books brought to life. We were on the edge of our seats, waiting for Bishop to snap, but he didn't. He only stood there, silent and motionless. At first, we thought he was letting Chubbs get it out of his system before exploding, or maybe he was more concerned with his food supply than a mouthy dead man. But we recognized his stiff posture and forced speech. He was exhibiting signs of demonic exposure. We didn't expect them to go into the cursed woods. With the exception of the fishing attempt, Red was the only one who ventured in, and he wasn't exactly the demon's type. 4 out of 7 dipshits were already dead, and damn it, that crooked pecker wasn't screwing us this late in the game. If the demon got its claws on him again, we were in deep shit. Fatso's rant wasn't funny anymore. Even we were scared. Then it happened. He shut up, but he wore a disgusting grin to let us know exactly how pleased he was with himself. The tension was so thick we saw it as a cloud of black smoke. Bishop spoke in a quiet but forceful tone. He asked what suddenly changed to make Fatass think he was invincible. Friend, I wish you could see the shit-eating grin Chubbs had when he answered, but you'll have to take my word for it when I say it was a gloriously satisfying display of karma. Fatso boldly proclaimed he was now our master. Did he forget he was a blubbering mess 30 minutes prior? When we didn't leap into action, our master lifted the bloody log and yelled, "Catch," before throwing it into the wall. I don't care who you are, that was funny. Both men stared at the fallen log for several silent seconds, then Fatso cursed, demanding we honor our agreement, and Bishop retrieved the log manually. While they settled personal matters, we went to find Gale. The time for games was over, and there was work to do before night came and lured the psychopath back into the forest. When we returned with Gale, Fatso was no longer recognizable, and Bishop was gone. We raced to the forest and followed a trail of his clothes, but we didn't find him. He was naked somewhere. We've never been more confused. After Tommy's last entry, you'll see what happened, but don't expect to understand why. September 11th, 1888. I have seen strange things this day. I would almost trade my very soul to know what transpired before our arrival, but I fear it is a mystery we will never solve. R was finally in agreement to stay behind, and our people returned with the promised company. All was progressing as planned. We departed with the sunrise and made good time crossing the river. We began the slow, stealthy crawl to the houses near Dirge Lake. There was no sign of the outlaws or the horses. We feared they moved on, but waited before advancing.
It was possible they ate the animals in desperation, especially if we guessed their numbers correctly. We watched for hours with no activity before the sheriff signaled the first group to advance while we stood ready to provide cover fire. 5 men raced across the clearing and 1 was shot. We could not discern where the shooter was, and panic quickly ensued. The remaining 4 did not know whether to continue or retreat, and the hesitation cost another life. Our eyes desperately searched every window, but we saw nothing. I felt a terrible certainty many more would perish before discovering their location, but then I spied something strange beneath a large oak tree. I did not immediately understand the blurry mass was man-shaped, but the longer I stared, the more details I noticed. It was the visage of a young man, perhaps a teenager, and he was pointing into the tree above him. I'm not sure what made me trust him. I know it is foolish, but he had a kind face. I turned my aim away from the houses and fired into the treetops. A deafening scream silenced all additional shots, and I watched in amazement as a naked man fell to the ground. Correction, he wore chaps, a hat, and a gun belt, but nothing more. He was hit in the shoulder, but rose as if he felt no pain. As he attempted to raise his weapon, he was promptly filled with additional bullets. We recognized the man as Bishop King and recovered most of the stolen money, but no other bodies were found. We fear the others have escaped. The visiting sheriff has quite the search. They have recovered enough funds to ensure their people will not starve. I agree with this decision. Surely their wives will as well. There was a time not long ago when such an ending would fill me with disappointment, but now I am glad more good men were not lost. It is one thing to read of battles, but it is another to stand shoulder to shoulder with friends, knowing you or they may drop dead at any second. It seems like I have much to learn. Perhaps it is time to see what else this wide world has to teach. Damn the time. I wish to send R home with proper farewells and a gift for his mother. This journal is more demanding than my wife.
Holy cow, we're finally done. The end. Alright, I know you're ready to burst, but I ran my mouth too long, so make them snappy. If I gotta fight another demon over you, I will, but it won't be with a smile. Of course nobody fought the demon. We keep saying it's still out there, and it's unlikely that changes anytime soon. This is real life, friend. It's happening now. We can't help it's not over yet. Did you forget this isn't one of them stories with a neat little ending? Believe me, I wish it was. Then some hero could come along and finally get rid of the sucker. I see what you're asking. It's all about territories with us. This house is our domain, like the cursed woods is the demon's and the lake is Bessie's. At night, other ghosts roam about everywhere else. Goodness no. The myth about spirits doing their haunts at night comes from the fact most prefer a nocturnal lifestyle, and therefore recharge during the day. Oh, glad you reminded me. This is my favorite part. I accepted I wouldn't get a share of the money with Red, but this route was the fastest way for him to get home. When he came back, we left the cash where he wouldn't miss it. That gets even better. The following year, we met Red once more. He was moving to Jamestown with his recovering mother. Isn't it great? Goodness no, he couldn't stop to chat. He had to get that sweet lady into her new house. Well, like I said, it's just a theory, but we think Bishop went back crap crazy and hid. I'll admit, we didn't think to look in the trees. When you see a trail of a man's clothes leading into the cursed woods, you assume the demon ate him. What else can I say? No, don't worry about us, friend. You can explain creepypastas next time. We got plenty of new stories left to keep us busy, and a slew of ones we want to hear again. Right now, our only concern is seeing you safely to that bridge, and not seeing you again until the festival ends. Look, I know we had some laughs tonight, but don't forget how dangerous this place is. Mark the calendar on your phone when you get home too. I can't stress how important it is to stay away that night. Even we couldn't guarantee your safety. I never want you to think you aren't welcome, but there's no such thing as too careful around here. You too, friend. See you next time. And be sure to make me one of those Gmail things. It would be nice to have my own YouTube account. If we ever get internet out here, we'd like to pay our respects to Mr. Somnium and family. Until then, I'll leave you to pass along our sentiments. I knew it. I knew you'd come today of all days. Damn it. We gotta get you out of this forest. One day a year. One, and it's the day you show up. I knew it. It's too late. We never make it to the bridge. Hurry up. Come inside. What do you mean you have no clue how you got here? You have your pack and everything. I'm not sure I understand how you could be compelled to pick it up, but we don't have time to chat. There's a horde of evil outside, and more on the way. We don't even know what half those things are anymore. Based on what we do know, ignorance is probably a blessing, but we can speculate later.
We need to open the floor. It's our only chance.
You're right. There'll be nowhere left to hide once it begins. We can make a hole under the bed. Once our friend is behind the barrier, it'll be like every other year. We'll have to explain later, but I'm sure you remember my telling about converting the basement, yes? Good. Long story short, there's also a few magical protections around it. We couldn't have survived without them. I've been brutally honest about how dangerous this place is. I'm not sure why you look surprised. It's amazing, yet frightening how many questions you have in the face of certain death. Stand back, please. Ethan, help me move this thing. You're gonna be just fine, friend. We'll get through this together. I'm surprised they haven't smelled you, but maybe they're too preoccupied, or lulling us into a false sense of security. I'm only planning for every possibility, but those guys aren't exactly known for their patience. If they knew you were here, we wouldn't be considered much of a threat. It's more likely they're too busy to notice. These rituals have been happening for centuries. They probably can't remember the last time one of us interrupted. Whoa, hold on, boy. Just because the bed will be covering it doesn't mean we can rip the boards in half. It would be nice to lay them back in place afterwards. Once our pal is safely hidden, we'll make it look like this room hasn't been touched since those kids with the tie-dye van.
The ones that thought we were all acid hallucinations?
Yep, but this time, we stay quiet and lay low. There shouldn't be any problems. I bet we can even manage a few stories to help pass the time. How's that sound? I thought that part would be well received. Alright, it's time. Don't worry, friend. Ethan will lower you nice and slow. He's stronger than he looks. You'll be on the ground and taking the grand tour before you know it. See? No problem at all. You two go ahead. We'll get this mess cleaned up and be with you in a few. See, Trish? Told you it would be best to keep the hide a surprise. Great news, family. We're officially bunkered down, and the ritual's begun. Only something fairly extreme could stop them now, and we aren't giving them anything but distance. Tonight, we don't exist. Well, thank you, friend. I'm glad you like it. This is my real library. The original journals, every book, and all our downloaded entertainment are right here. I often worry they aren't safe enough, but I fear no amount of precautions would make me feel differently. Oh my, I was so worried about the ritual. I've been a terrible host. I'm ashamed of myself. Truly, I am. You haven't had a chance to say more than 2 words since you got here. Hell, I didn't even ask how you've been since your last visit. Well, gracious host is probably a stretch, but it's kind of you to say so. I do try. But no more about me. What's the big news? You're grinning ear to ear, and the curiosity is killing me. I know you said you were going to email that Mr. Somnium, but are you trying to tell me he actually responded? As in, he read it? He wants to narrate it for his channel? When? It's already done. Are you screwing with me? Because this is a cruel joke to play on an old man, no matter how long ago his heart stopped. Okay, well, don't sugarcoat it. What do people think? Shut up, I'm not crying. You're crying. Holy sweet mother. You even took pictures of the comments. You, my friend, hold the special power of restoring one's faith in humanity. Shush, everyone. Of course I want to hear it, but we need to be quiet. No unnecessary risks, remember? But don't worry, friend. You'll be across that bridge before you know it. Hell yeah, I'm positive. And once you're home, would you have time to pass along a message to our dark family? It should be heartfelt, yet stoic. Humble, but not desperate. Maybe I should draft a few keynotes. First impressions are everything.
You're doing it again, dear.
Oops, enough about all that. We're in for a long night. What would you like to hear about next? The mountain settlement, maybe? How about the Civil War or the Revolution? Really? First-hand accounts of America's entire history are at your disposal, but you want to know how Trish and I got here? You're one strange cookie, my friend, but that's the main reason we like you so much. Alrighty then, I aim to please. Hang tight while I find the right journal. We need to go back to a couple of weeks before we died. Oh yeah, those are the weapons. Those have been down here since the ordeal with the outlaws. It's kinda nice not having anyone else to meddle in what we do with our family heirlooms. Here we are. I only hope you aren't too disappointed. When you get bored, we'll switch to a different journal. Until then, sit back, relax, and try to ignore any strange noises. Now that the ritual has begun, they can't leave the circle. Well, they could, but they'd be forced to start over, which would be extremely inconvenient. April 5th, 1696. It has been a hard day, the kind that makes me long for the years I could work without pain in my back. If not for the grandchildren, my fields would be empty this season. It seems like only yesterday I was teaching their fathers how to plant and plow, yet now I ramble incessantly like the old men we mocked in our youth. Even when there is actual news to speak of, I somehow default to writing the same dull drivel as always. Bill Sanderson returned from a business trip 2 days ago, and today his entire family is ill. The doctors were only notified when his children failed to attend class for a second morning. Miss Harvard sent one of the students to the Sanderson home, and the lad went for help upon finding the family confined to their beds. No one dares speak the words we all know to be true, but... Damn, that one was loud. Well, it sounds like they've brought out a sacrifice. I can understand why you might be upset, but we didn't see a reason to worry you when there's nothing we can do to help that poor soul. I know it's hard to hear. In the beginning, we might want to help too, but you gotta trust us. Our first time hearing it, we rushed into the middle of them like fools. They had some poor girl, must have been between 17 and 20, and she...
Maybe skip that part, dear.
Right. They almost ate us, and if you go running out there, I'm not sure we could save you at all, but we'd try. The one thing I am certain of is that we would be consumed either way. Please don't get us eaten before I can hear Mr. Somnium read Pappy Grant's journal, please. Yes, exactly. The demon himself is smack in the middle of all of it and growing more powerful as we speak. He's surrounded by every evil thing this place has to offer. We can't help them in the same way you can't walk on the ceiling. Why aren't you understanding this, friend? Yes, killing the demon would mean an end to the sacrifices, and this place would finally stop attracting new monsters, but... Yes, it would make it possible to deal with other creepies and crawlies as well, but... Because we can't. Even if the demon wasn't surrounded by his minions, we wouldn't stand a chance. Tell me you did not just point to the weapons. No, better yet, tell me what we did to make you hate us. Why are you trying to re-kill us? It's a moot point anyway. The girl is dead by now. Let's not dwell on what we can't change. I'm sorry, but if y'all don't mind, I'd like to continue reading. Jiminy friggin' cricket. Yes, I heard it. Yes, I know it was a man that time. I don't know how many more. I swear I don't know. They don't hunt for a specific type or number of sacrifices, but if an opportunity presents itself in the months leading up to the ritual, yes, I'm afraid so. They'll use as many as they find. There's no maximum limit, and the more lives they take, the more powerful the ritual becomes. No, please don't touch the weapons.
Actually, I have an idea.
An idea on how to calm our friend down?
Sort of.
Nope, sit down and zip it.
But...
Sit. Zip. We are survivors. Do you not understand what that means? It means we survive. We keep going. We record the story. Just now, finally, that story is making it to the outside world. We can't let it end here. If we get the rest of it out there, real help will come. People who know what they're doing. Hell, maybe someone with the...
Dear.
Right. The point is, someone who isn't us. We have two choices. We can go out there, become dinner, and let the world forget about that one random story, or we can be strategic. We can forfeit the battle to win the war and enjoy victory together, as a family. Then, when it's time to deal with the other unfriendly inhabitants, maybe some of those paranormal investigators will visit. I don't think I'd be comfortable with ghost hunters. I know you said it's not the same kind of hunter, but…
Dear.
Right, sorry. Can we please just get back to reading? If they had another… Well, that was obviously the same one as before. Wait a second, friend. You do realize those weapons are useless in our hands, right? They wouldn't work even if we could land a hit. That means you would have one shot with only a dagger to fall back on.
Seriously, I have a plan.
Please, boy, I'm serious too.
It's a good plan.
You too? But how do you already know what it is? Why are none of you concerned with…
Dear.
Fine. Go ahead, Ethan. Take your time and explain it in as much detail as possible.
Since the horde of bad guys are confined to the ritual circle, no one is guarding the demon's path. Those egg sacs have been incubating for ages. Tonight will probably be enough to put a few more monsters in the world, unless something happens to them.
Okay, since we're completely ignoring my strategic plan for victory, let's hear it. How do you propose we bypass the fact that they'll smell our flesh and blood pal the moment we stick our heads out of the hole? You know, the one we hid under the bed that happens to be the only exit for someone incapable of passing through solid objects.
Actually, only two of us need to go. Technically, they could burst the sacks with a regular crossbow. The only reason I've never done it before is because the demon would know it was one of us, and we've never had a way to fight back until now. Don't you see? This is why our friend was brought here. It's fate. We could make a real difference. The demon will feel what's happening and rush over in a blind rage. He will pass straight by the lake. Someone on the roof could probably get a clear shot.
Oh, and our friend is suddenly an archer now, huh? Hell, let's pretend that part is true. You realize the demon won't simply be strolling by, don't you? Even our eyes can barely keep track. That's a vital detail, since a miss would mean we all suffer fates worse than second death. Dying the first time was bad enough, thank you very much.
I could do the aiming, and I remember the demon's name well. You know I can make the shot. Let me have my revenge. Imagine if Jamestown could really expand. How long do you think it would be before they brought in some electric poles? Surely Wi-Fi wouldn't be too far behind.
Damn you, boy. Taunt me with sweet dreams all you want, but none of those things would matter if we weren't around to enjoy them.
We can destroy the eggs much faster than the demon can break their circle. We could be back before they need to shoot. If the worst happens, one of us will get our friend to bridge while the others stay behind. We can pack the journals now as well. Then our story will live on, and your plan will still work. What do you think?
Well, I think it's horrible. It doesn't change a thing about how it will end. Besides, have you noticed how long it's been since… Oh, come on!
Please, we don't have much time. You know full well they've barely gotten started. This has gone too far. Once the demon is dead, we'll be the last thing on anyone's mind. Most of them will run scared back to their dens, and some will move to darker pastures entirely. While this is happening, Trish can get our friend back to safety, and we'll go after the hostages.
I don't like it.
That's a shame, dear. Based on what Mother saw, I could have used your help. Oh well, sit tight, or return as quickly as possible. Try not to worry.
You can be a cruel woman sometimes. Ethan, listen to me very carefully. Don't extend a single hair beyond the protection barrier until we're finished. You got that? Then it's straight into position. Do not overestimate the amount of time it will take him to break the ritual circle. We'll clear the path for you on the way out.
You got it, Uncle.
All right, let's get it over with. If it's the last thing I do, I'll fit in some told you so's before going loudly into that dark eternal night.
We'll stay underground as long as we can and come up by the path's entrance.
Are you going to explain what happened with Gail? I didn't want to worry our friend any more than you two already have, but she clearly saw something that shook you up.
Last week, she was having a good day and said this year wasn't like the others. The demon was angrier after the French settlement than we realized. In our grief over lost friends and enchanted arrows, we failed to realize that several of the sacks were destroyed as well. Rather than replacing them, he poured everything into what was left.
We should be close. Let's go up. And they're supposed to hatch tonight? Is that what you were saying?
You're right, we're here. But no, those eggs hatched ages ago. However, the results were so promising. He tried something new. This time, he divided everything equally between 2 sacks. They're already massive, and when the 24 sacrifices are dead, there will be 2 more extremely dangerous monsters loose in our forest.
24? How? It's never been more than a dozen. And wow, this place really has gotten dismal. I remember when it was impossible to see more than a few yards into the tree line, but now there's hardly any green left in the forest.
The bulk of the sacrifices are Boy Scouts. They weren't camping here. Their bus broke down. The repairs were going to take a few hours, so their troop leader suggested bringing the restless kids for a hike. The worst part is, they never told anyone what happened. No one knows they came here. When the repairs were complete, those who stayed with the bus drove down to retrieve the others. They had no clue what they were driving into. Of course, there are probably a few other sacrifices mixed in. Surely they aren't all with the Scouts.
I just want to go home and listen to my story. Jeez, the ground is so hard and black, it feels like concrete.
If we can end the reign of terror, you'll have eternity to enjoy all the stories you want, dear. Now, move your ass. My baby is practically alone back there. Is your crossbow ready? I think I see the first one ahead. Look up and to the right. Mother said these were bright yellow instead of orange. That has to be one of them.
Yeah, that's it. The other is on the ground to the left. Do you see it? We should stand back. That gunk inside could still hurt us. Or we could turn around and go home now. No harm done.
Wow, they really are massive. Wait, did you mean no harm done aside from tonight's 24 sacrifices?
Are you ready? We shoot on 3. 1, I love you. 2, 3. Go! Can you feel that? The air is heavier. It's like walking through deep water.
Yes, and we need to go faster.
No, darling, just me.
What's in that vial? Did you try brewing potions again?
It's something I've been saving for an emergency. Don't worry. If the worst happens, the enchantment will weaken overnight. You'll be able to free yourself by morning.
Alex, no, we don't have time to argue. You don't...
It's okay to be mad. I can handle that, but not losing you. I'm sure you're frustrated that I can't hear what you're saying, but if it's any consolation, I can feel your displeasure loud and clear. Hopefully, I'll be back for you. Oh no, the air is getting even heavier. Okay. Hun, you'll be safe here, and I'll be right back. All right, old boy, she's safe. Totally, completely safe. Yes, sir. Now you're gonna bottle up that loudmouth nephew and hope to hell the demon is satisfied with only one savory morsel, and that our friends skews towards flight rather than fight. There they are. They're on the roof. All I need to do is drag... No, please, no, not when I'm this close.
Okay, this is it. Remember, just like we practiced, don't panic. Keep your eyes closed, body relaxed, mind clear, and... Hey, why is Uncle... Oh, shit! No!
I'm not gonna make it. Oh, no. It only scratched the bastard. Holy mother, he's looking right at them. The arrow, it's so close. I have to get to it. Hey, look at me, asshole! Yoo-hoo! Crap, he's really coming. Even uglier than I remember. Looks like a tall Quasimodo caught leprosy and went into the final stages of liver failure. Damn, he's a big mother. Lucky I don't need to breathe. Just need an arm free. Legs are already gone. Boy, catch! Thank goodness it got through. Everything's going all wonky. Sorry, family.
No, bastard. He's absorbing Alex. We have to shoot before there's nothing left. Hold on, we're coming. Are you ready? Now! Say it! Why isn't he reforming? Stay here, I need to get down there.
Is it over? Is this where the dead go when they die? Or is this a black void unique to the demon's victims? Maybe I'm being stored away until needed. At least Trish is safe. And I think, yes, before everything went dark, the bastard took an arrow in the neck. I remember hearing the start of his name before the sound was cut off by screaming. It's too late for me, but surely my boy got our friend away from this place. The demon is still dangerous even in this condition. Was that Ethan calling for me? No, it was too close. Maybe I'm hallucinating after all.
Uncle, if you can hear me, I found your dirty bottle trick lying next to what was left of you. Hopefully, I got all of you, but, it looks like I'm stuck. Alex, I can't move my legs. He's got me. I guess this guy really doesn't want me to die. I'm gonna throw you while I can still move my arms. Holy shit! You stabbed him! No, don't pull it out. We need to go. Get on my back. Alex, where's Trish? Oh, right. He can't answer.
I can answer. You just can't hear me. What the hell is happening out there? I can't see or sense anything. We better be headed away from the demon with our friend in tow, or I swear before this sweet cricket I'll find a way to tan your hide. Ugh, you best find a way to hear me, boy. Hello?
Yes, I'm positive Alex is in this bottle. Here, you can hang on to it. Oh, wait. Do you hear that? This is fantastic. I must have gotten all of him. Hey, Uncle, tap once for yes and twice for no. Do you understand? Is Trish safe? Thank goodness. Uncle, you won't believe it. Our friend came out of nowhere and stabbed that bastard in the foot. I think this is really it. He was falling apart as we fled. I'm trying to get us to the bridge, and then we can find a way to get you out that bottle.
What do you mean find a way? Open it! Wait, what are you two saying out there? No way, friend. You are not staying 1 second longer. We can check on the sacrifice hostages after you're gone. Ethan, don't you dare listen to that nonsense. Get your ass to the bridge and open the damn bottle.
Sorry, friend, but I can't take you to the ritual circle. Alex would kill me. Just listen to him in there. He's going nuts. Whoa, what are you doing? Sit still or we're gonna...
Holy cricket, that's better. Now, we were all human once. Let's talk about this like reasonable folk. It really happened. He's gone. Even after everything. I just didn't believe it. But damn, can you feel it too? The air is almost normal again. The looming sense of dread is actually, it's stronger than ever. Let's get Trish before we do anything else. How? How is it empty? It shouldn't have weakened that fast. How is she gone?
Wait, calm down and focus for a second. Do you feel that? There's another fight happening and she's definitely part of it. I'm going now. Are you coming, friend? Or do you want to stay here and argue with Alex? Great, let's go.
Wait up. Damn it, Trish. Why'd she have to go in there alone? I know, friend. You don't need to remind me. I'm clearly surrounded with kind souls, but you see, we are a family of survivors, and avoiding danger is the key to being a survivor. This expedition is in direct conflict with our mission statement. She's breaking the Prime Directive. That's not okay.
There, Uncle. We can have a court-martial after we help her. For now, we need to hurry. We should find a vantage point before showing ourselves. If it looks too dangerous, one of us will rush our friend to the bridge while the other helps Trish. Fair enough?
It's not like I have any choice in the matter. You three have been forcing my hand all night anyway. So, come on. Let's go before it's too late. Are you two seeing this? It's absolute chaos down there. And it looks like... Is Trish leading a platoon of Boy Scouts?
Hell yeah, she is. Look, everyone must have fled. Only the walkers left. Jeez, where did they get all those weapons? It's been ages since I've seen a mob like that. Some of them are actually carrying pitchforks.
Don't stand there gawking, boy. That walker isn't going to wait idly by while they fill it with holes. Why would she do this? Friend, if we survive this ordeal, remind me to explain the definition of a rhetorical question.
It won't fight outnumbered either. I think it's waiting for...
Yeah, you saw it right, friend. It waited for one to come within reach and fled with him. It's safe for you to come down with us now. We need to get everyone back to the cabin and calm down so we can discuss what story you'll tell the police. Well, of course I mean you. Who else is going to take them? Their last chaperone was just carried off by the walker, and none of us can cross the bridge. We can't send a group of traumatized kids off on their own. Well, I have no clue what you're supposed to tell them. We haven't discussed it yet.
Trish, over here!
You're all here! I'm so relieved. When I was able to free myself, you three were fleeing towards the bridge, so I came straight here.
How considerate of you.
What was that, husband? Did you say something?
Well, I love you, and I'm delighted you're safe.
You're such a dear. Don't let the children know we're ghosts. I don't think their fragile minds could take it.
Fair enough. I suppose we'll take the long way home then.
Actually, I've had a rather long night, and so has our friend. I think it's best if we go ahead while you and Ethan bring the boys along behind us. We'll make sure your path is clear, of course.
Of course. Come on, Ethan. You heard the lady. Round him up.
I can't believe the demon was finally defeated. So, you went right up to the monster and stabbed him in the foot? You really are amazing, my friend. And I know you'll understand why we had to make this little detour. We need to get any demon goop left behind into this jar. We'll burn it in the fireplace, and then you can take the ashes with you. There, that's all of it. We better get moving. Oh, you don't remember what my brother-in-law learned from the mountain settlement? The ashes must be spread over salt water, never fresh. Do you see any salt water in our territory? Alex doesn't want to think about it yet, but you and I know better than to wait, don't we? I knew I could count on you. I can never repay you for saving my boys. But you'll always have a home with us. Although I'm sure you'll be hearing those words in abundance over the coming months. Those children are probably assumed dead. The news crews will be rolling in before lunch. I guarantee it. Oh, shh, they're almost here. I'll put this in the fire and get the ashes into your bag discreetly. Once you're safely across the bridge, I'll let the boys know we have everything under control.
That's right. This way, fellas. Y'all are safe now. You'll be home with your families in no time. We're just gonna have a little chat and make sure everyone is on the same page while we wait for the sun to rise. Then, our friend is going to take all of you to see some nice policemen. How does that sound? Come on, guys. We've been at this for over an hour. I don't think you understand what's waiting for you on the other side of that bridge. Do you know what it means to be national news? I don't think so. You can say goodbye to your privacy for a long time, my little friends. You boys had multiple agencies searching for you across multiple states. You're already national news, but with our story, people will leave you alone when the next tragedy strikes. With the truth, your names will be synonymous with this event for the rest of your lives. The story for this place is older and darker than you can fathom, and I promise, you boys don't want this shadow looming over you forever. So, what's it gonna be, kids? Were you lost and found, or kidnapped and rescued? That's a great choice, guys. I knew you looked like a reasonable bunch. I got a sixth sense for those things. Now, how many people found you? That's right, only our friend. You boys are gonna be just fine. Chins up now. Remember, you're all traumatized children. Don't be afraid to cry if they ask uncomfortable questions. As for your chaperones, you got separated. How should you know what happened? They'll come down here and poke around and look for the bodies, but it won't trouble us any. There's nothing left to find, and we'll be settled in our new home. Yeah, suck it up. Yes, I only want to listen to my story. Is that so much to ask? I'm sure they're desperate to go home too.
He's right, guys. And look, there's a hint of sunlight out there. How about it? Are you ready to finally get out there?
See, I told you they were reasonable chaps. My friend, I eagerly await your next visit, when we'll have time to thank you properly. Until then, we wish you the safest travels. And don't forget, you deserve every reward they give you.
Hey, everyone? Come take a look at this. What the hell is that?
On second thought, let's go ahead and wait for the sun to fully rise.